Okay, I'm back. I best not have died. Inju, what the fuck? Explain yourself right now. I leave for 5 minutes, Inju. I go and get a cup of tea. I come back. The music slaps every time. Apparently incredibly hard. Because of, you know, dying and all that jazz. A buzzard. It's not very nice. Don't call Inju a buzzard. Right, hang on. Wait. I'll answer all your questions in a second, including why do I hate Albion Online? Obviously, that's the question you're all going to ask. Why have I quit? And then, who's going to carry me through some dungeons? That's my question. You got ads 3 minutes ago. Why am I getting them again? Twitch, can you chill? Sorry, RZ. I told them specifically to show you adverts. Nobody else. Just you. Okay, no more DVD logo. No more timer. Now only camera. It is camera time. It is WoW time. Okay, here we go. You guys ready? Let's play. Okay, ask the question. I know you all want to. I know you're all dying to know. Josh, why aren't you playing Albion Online when everyone else is playing Albion? Wow, Josh, same outfit from yesterday? No? Oh no, you're not paying attention. Hang on. You're thinking of this cream quarter zip, which is textured with like a waffle style pattern. I'm wearing this cream quarter zip, which is more of a cashmere. So they're completely different if you were to actually hold them and be close up to them. But I can see why you made the mistake of thinking they were the same outfit. No, this one's over here. That's my Saturday quarter zip. This is my Sunday quarter zip. It's very, yeah, it's the lighting. It's okay, I understand. You're forgiven. All is forgiven. Okay, here we go. Who wishes to... Who wants to play with me? But first, who wants to come and do some dungeons with me in World of Warcraft Classic? Usnif, I was indeed quarter zip maxing. That was the plan. So, some of you guys may know that I have been involved in the Albion Online Crucible event. And obviously that event, it's quite difficult. There's quite a lot going on. And it's only like 2 weeks. I should be playing it right now. I should be helping the guild. Why am I not playing Albion Online right now? Now, I still enjoy Albion Online. Don't get me wrong. I'm still enjoying it quite a lot. The guild are having a good time. We're meeting some people. But there are a couple of things that I'm becoming aware of over time. Here's the truth, okay? I looked at the leaderboard. I looked at the rankings. And I looked at our progress. And I looked at the amount of time and effort and hours people were putting into playing. I realized something. We're doing too well. Last night, when I got on my privately chartered helicopter jet and flew, it's a complex machine, you wouldn't know about it, and flew all the way to hover ominously outside Zizaran's house. What I heard was just a gentle sobbing coming from inside. And I'm going to be honest, I felt quite bad. Like, I straight up felt quite bad about the whole thing. And I thought, is this what I want? To make my friends sad? How did they not hear the jet? Listen, it's a helicopter jet. I drew it on a piece of paper when I was about 8. It works. You woke up after we raided. You were very confused by the voice change. Is my helicopter pilot's name? I don't know. I don't know his name. I don't talk to any of the staff. Josh, did you unquit WoW? No. It's one of those hotel rooms that overlook the city and it's all window. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of like what it is. So, guys, let's play WoW. Who wants to do Ulderman? Anyone for Ulderman? Because if we can get some Ulderman going on, I'll be happy. It was the Rafflecopter. Did I quit quitting games? I think the Albion Online team would also encourage you to play different games as well. The Albion Online team themselves, the lads, the boys as I like to call them, would say, hey, go and do other things, then come back here. That's what they would say. 22 stream streak, can't wait to lose it all once you start employment next month. Burnt Toaster, you know what, just for you, I'll stop streaming next month, that's fine. There we go. Totally stop streaming. Okay, so what we need is a... Oh, hang on, is Alderman within level 44? What's the max of Alderman? Level 44, to be fair. You could go old, yeah, Master, come and do Alderman with us. Remember guys, never stop, never stopping. So Josh, should we have a one-sided rivalry against Zizaran in all other games? Absolutely. He should be our rival and we should lose to him in every single way. That's what it should be. It should be like... People always forget this. Rocky, in the film Rocky, actually lost the first fight. Remember that? Do you remember? I remember. The point of the first Rocky film wasn't to win, it was to show that he could go toe-to-toe with the enemy for a while. Yeah. Josh, have you only been streaming for a bit over a month? I mean, I've been streaming constantly for like 2.5 months now. We need... Right, so we have a Night Elf Druid and a Hunter. War, are you a tank? Hang on. If you're a tank, we need a Hunter, need a DPS and a healer. DPS and heal... No, you're a balanced DPS. Okay, cool. So we've got 2 DPS. So we need a tank and a healer for Alderman. Need tank and heals for... Tank and heals for Alderman. Thank you for being our British Emperor in Albion Online. We will fight... Thank you, you're welcome. That's good. You think she's... Does Emzy have a character that's Alderman leveled? She's streaming soon. Is she? Right, great. Who cares? It doesn't even matter. Like, she's a partner now. She doesn't need any more help. God, he's still under 40. Thanks, man. I am looking good for my age, that's true. I mean, yeah, this character is. The other character's over 40. Black Templar KNB. It's a cool name. Are you going to judge me for having a character that's not over level 40? How can I get your videos to stop popping up in my YouTube feed? I tried not interested multiple times and do not recommend this channel. Birds are evil. First of all, that shows my bribes are getting to the right people. Secondly, what you should do, Birds are evil, is you should absolutely 100% interact with the people that you do not want to have involved in your life. That's a great idea. Because your computer stores cookies of who you interact with. So if you don't want to be involved with someone, what you should absolutely do is take time out of your day to go and chat to them on Twitch. That's really going to help. That's probably going to be the best way of doing that. What you could do is you could stop interacting with the videos at all, and you could instead start interacting with and watching the videos that you do want, and then YouTube will learn whom you are as a viewer, and it will start promoting the content that you want to you. That's how that could work. I've also got lots of channels, and obviously lots of things are being pushed and promoted, so it's doing pretty well, I would say. What I will do, Birds are Evil, is I'll talk to John YouTube, and I will specifically tell him to stop recommending my videos to you. No, actually, no, right, we're being facetious, but let me be serious. Let me try and help you. What you should do if you don't want my videos to pop on your feed is you should watch every single one of them, and you should comment, I do not want to watch this channel anymore, on every single video. And YouTube, Mr. James YouTube, will read all of those comments and they will stop promoting the videos to you. If you also sub to my Patreon, it actually removes you from the algorithm. It's a bug we're trying to fix, but it could actually be quite beneficial for you right now. I find the huge banner at the top that says, wow, classic anniversary, really distracting. All right, Mac, yeah, I totally get it. What are you finding distracting about it? Are you finding the fact that the letter J drops down and just very slightly overlaps into the game? Or had you not noticed that before? Was that something I mentioned right now and has actually annoyed you quite a bit? Because now I've mentioned it, you can't unsee it. Why are you like this? Someone has to be. Right, okay, cool. Who's... Need a tank and a healer. Need tank and heals for Ulderman. Is anyone able to tank and or heal Ulderman? Thanks for that. My life was great until you mentioned the J. You're welcome, Cold Day. That's what I'm here for. Bessor, are you joining in, I assume? You said you wanted to tank and or heal. And Mysteria says you can heal. Fantastic. Right, we'll see if Bessor is accepting the chat. He might not. He might decline. I can heal DPS on the Shaman. Give me a second. Let's go with Mysteria. You can heal. Right. Now we just need a tank. My bad, I want to say hi to peeps. Oh, that's fine. No worries at all. No problem at all. So now we just need a tank. And you got some time for dinner? Yeah, sure. Take your time, man. No rush. No rush, bro. How's everyone else doing anyway? Alright, Josh, I've got to go move furniture. Do it. Don't get freaky and Ulderman like last time. I promise nothing, alright? That's where the big lady is. Hey, Josh, can you be quiet for a moment? I'm watching a movie. Monolith, let me help you out with that. I can just ban you from the stream and you can focus entirely on the movie. Don't worry, it's all part of the service. That's what I'm here for. I want to make sure that you guys are all ready and you guys are all, you know, able to really focus on what you are focusing on. 07, bro, that was a joke. Yes, first-time chatter, I'm aware. I am a master of comedy. You may not know by listening to the sound of my voice, but I'm actually remarkably funny at all times. I do weave a complex tapestry of laughs, jokes, and japes. What I will then do is go into the mod actions and potentially unban the person that I've just banned, because the comedy has been achieved. Don't worry, they've been returned now. Unban. It'll be all of a good laugh. What's everyone looking forward to this week? I think this stream ending. That's probably going to be my favourite part of the week so far. So what we'll do is we'll find a tank, we'll go and do Ulderman, and then we'll endure World of Warcraft for a while. Such jovial jakes and larps. We do have a good laugh here. What happened to the foot cam? I specifically turned it off to annoy you. You don't deserve it. Okay, cool. Phalanx said he wanted to tank. Who wishes to tank? Right, I can tank Ulder. Beautiful. Get involved. Does Ulderman come from older men? Probably. Alright, let's summon some people. But are there any Aldermen in Ulderman? There are about to be. What happened to the treadmill? It's in the corner. Thinking about what it's done. Which is where you'll be if you keep asking questions. Did you go back to WoW, says MMO Believer. No, this is just really heavily modded Nintendogs. Are you eating pizza? The man asked as I shoved pizza into my face. Dark Josh is happening. I'm getting snarkier. That's my plan. Okay, who else do we need? Mr. Maslow. Maslow needs to be summoned. I see we got a healer. We did indeed. It's a Sunday stream. Dark Josh is back. I'm being a dick to all of you. Maslow needs dinner. That's fine. Hang on.
We stand united.
Yeah, Maslow's grabbing dinner. We can give him 5 minutes. That's fine. Good afternoon, Josh. Thank you for the company while you're trying Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 is a great game. I enjoy that. You Warlock, you can summon people inside dungeon. It's not about summoning people inside the dungeon, it's about the vibes. It's very important that the vibes simply match. And so we wait for everyone to get here. Right, so we've got 1, 2. Vidari, you're not part of the group. What are you doing? So we have the Saturday stream. Yeah, we have Slutty Saturdays, we have Slutterday, and then we have Dark Sunday. Moon Day. Which is like Monday, but even darker. I think I can be evil today. You think Dark Josh needs a tank top and a cigar to complete the look. I've got... I'm having a look around me. I've got some McDonald's trading cards and also a bit of red wax from a baby bell that I squished up and another white quarter zip and then 6 different strengths of grip trainers. That's what I've got in this room right now. That's what's easily accessible to me. A mesh tank top. Alright. Those are Burger King trading lies, don't lie to me. Did we get product? I actually didn't get product. I ended up getting a local kebab from a local kebab place. He's going to have amazing grip. That's true, Frogger. I thought I had to train my grip to be able to hold on to the last shred of sanity after playing WoW for so long. I can always summon Mazda in the dungeon. You're back. Oh, he's back. Straight away. That was easy. Fantastic. Good chime. You don't want to back sea, but you haven't got water breathing on. You could drown. You know what, Necro? Good. I'm living my dangerous life right now. Fine. I want to be able to live life with the potential of drowning at any given moment. Vesprey, Josh, what do I do once I've hit rock bottom? Well, you can't go down from there. So, from then on, everything's a bonus. Everything's good. Love your stream and found out about you through OSRS, and now you've got me into WoW. Jared, I'm so sorry. I apologize, man. I shouldn't have had to do that to you. You shouldn't have had to deal with that. These sunglasses are too dark. Like, I'm dark, Josh, but I'm not, like, straight-up evil, Josh. Why are you Alliance and not Horde beside the Draenei? Because I realized it would annoy you and you specifically. Second action bar is breathtaking. Actually, it's breath-giving. Keep up. Hey, Josh, have you seen the new updates for ESO? They're doing difficulty levels. That's great. I have, actually. It looks really good. I like choice in games. I like when you get to decide what is and is not difficult. I like when you get to work out how you want to play the game and all that jazz. So, yeah, I'm good with that. I am feisty today, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but the combative element is coming out of me. Right, so, tank, you have raid focus of square. Tank is big shield. Everything else is death. You're looking 18 right now. What's the secret? I hope I'm not. Really hope I'm not, my goodness. Right, switch to the second cast bar because I can't run more than 5 things. What is my main Warhammer Age of Sigmar army? Probably the Cities of Sigmar, because I get to use all of my Empire models. Alright, focus one thing, guys. Let's just kill one thing at the same time. Kill the Pillager. After that, kill the Oracle. I don't know if it's implemented great, though. Someone with lower difficulty can come up and kill the boss for you. I mean... You're never going to find a perfect system. There's just ways that we can work out that it does or does not benefit the most people. Maybe it'll be great, maybe it'll suck. Maybe, and this is the important thing, maybe it will appeal to the exact type of people that want to play the game. That's what it will be. Am I planning on having a family? Just curious. Probably not. No, that sounds like an XP waste, to be honest. Sounds like a level of inefficiency that I'm just not ready for. Yeah, I think unfortunately having a family would force me to take time away from video games and something that I really enjoy doing, which is what's commonly known as whatever I want. And I'm not ready to give that up yet. I just think there's a value to being able to wake up and think, can kind of go and do whatever I want. Unfortunately, you guys are my family, which is... why am I moving house? I want to be closer to the ocean. I feel that there's a time in every man's life when the call of the sea beckons to them. And there's only so long that a British person can stay away from high-quality fish and chips. You missed the beard, Josh, Sag. Said this, you're not going to believe this, but if you hang around for a while, it does actually grow back. It's a self-perpetuating beard. It's like self-tanking, but with beard growth. You're so on board with this whole conversation. This is what teachers are like on Sunday. I've leveled up, by the way. Go me. This is what teachers are like on Sunday. They just end up giving up. Normally I wouldn't scream into the void quite as loudly, but the void at this point does require some screaming. Why is this healing ward not taking damage? You need to be destroyed. You can take the teacher out of the classroom, and my god, occasionally you do have to, otherwise they do go insane. The void screams louder than me. The thing with echo chambers and screaming into the void is it becomes an echoey screaming void, which is not good for anyone, to be honest. Josh's beard... my beard self-tanked the razor blade, that's what it did. Raid leading is awfully similar to working in a kindergarten. Yeah, it kind of is. I mean, some people get older, but they don't grow up. And if you say to me, hey, do you want to organise 30 to 40 people to be able to do something at the same time? I'm like, yeah, I've ran drama lessons for infants. I can do this. Would screaming into the void have an echo? It would be a... This stream is roughly a 30-minute loop. I'm just going to start saying canned catchphrases now. Is the void wet? Is the void a ghost? Some voids are. I'm glad you're enjoying the game the way you want to, Josh. I'm doing a similar thing in retail. Gone back to the old areas to get the appearances. Oh, cool. Nice one, Nugget. Well done. Glad you're enjoying it. You know, someone pointed something out in the YouTube comments, which was interesting. So many people that are telling me I'm playing WoW wrong, the exact people that are really jealous that I'm having the experience that I'm having. People have messaged me, been like, oh my god, I wish I could go back to the way it was. I wish I could just enjoy the game without knowing everything and metagaming and min-maxing. He's having the pure experience right there. And then, the next sentence is like, but you should also download a load of add-ons and mods, and you should change around all of your action bars, and you should play it like this instead. I'm like, hang on, no, stop. Do you want me to have this pure experience that you seem to have some kind of evangelical love for? Or do you want me to change around my experience to do what you tell me to do, which is, from what I can tell, the thing that's made you sad in the first place? You can't be jealous of the fact that I'm having the experience you want and then actively put effort into changing the experience that you want into the experience that you have. Misery does love company. Truly, that's a good song. That's a lot of words. Thanks, Scadis. I've got more of them. Stick around, you'll hear so many more. I'm a full-time yapper. You can min-max the fun out of any game. You can. Given enough time, players will optimize the fun out of a game. Yeah, people say they want to experience something as if they experienced it for the first time, and when they see someone doing that, they get really annoyed that they're not doing it correctly. Remember when we all just used the Pokemon we thought were cool? Hell yeah! Still do. I sometimes play Pokemon on, like, handheld consoles and stuff, and I've got people, friends of mine, that are really into Pokemon, and they're like, oh, you can't use that one one's got the wrong nature. Oh, and you can't use that one's got the wrong stats, it was born with it, will never get to the highest level that it needs to be. And oh, you can't use that because that's meta, and that cancels this, and that cancels that. I'm like, you're gonna shut up, alright? I'm gonna use Hitmonchan, because they're cool. I'm gonna use Scyther, because they're cool. I'm gonna put Mewtwo in the party, because I like Mewtwo. That's the vibe that I'm going for. If I'm having a good time, I am playing efficiently. I am fun-maxing and whimsy-pilled. It's what you all seem to be forgetting. There's only one correct way to play Pokemon Red and Blue, and that is simply leveling up your starting Pokemon to ungodly power and just one-shotting everything. It's the only way. Did Josh go to Outland or leveling till 60? I've been to Outland on another character before. People are like, you need to have a balanced team of 6 Pokemon. I'm sorry. What I heard was you need to have Venusaur and Solar Beam. I heard nothing beyond that at all. You need to balance your Pokemon. What's that? You need to have a really powerful Rhydon. Got it. Grass starter, Bulbasaur. Objectively the best starter. We all know this. Anyone that's like, oh, well, technically you've got to go for Squirtle because of this and because of that. Shut up. Has Josh been to Outland yet? Does it matter? Everyone joins the stream and they're like, hey, has he been somewhere that's further along yet? We're here right now. Alright, live in the moment, guys. Live in the moment. Remember, the past is gone. The future is uncertain. But the place we are right now is a gift. That's why it's called the present. You know who said that? Me, right now. You know who said it before me? That's right. Master Oogway. From Kung Fu Panda, the wisest of us all.
Why does everyone have trouble with the name of our people? It sounds just like it is spelled.
Kung Fu Panda. A great story about a talking car. I assume. I can't remember it. Look, guys, I don't think Jack Black would lie to us. Do you? I don't think so. Has Josh achieved enlightenment and ascended? He needs more action bars and add-ons. No, I need fewer action bars and fewer add-ons. In fact, I'm going to start removing action bars soon. Yeah, Master Shifu does translate to Master Master, seeing as Sifu or Shifu is effectively the word for teacher. So it's Master Teacher. Hey, the Revelosh's Spaulders of the Monkey. I don't need those. We're doing good though, guys. Doing a good job. Type all skills, make it the most fun. I mean, we could just remove all action bars and hide them. Hang on, I've got an idea. Is there a way... Is there a way that you can make the icon on the action bar just look like the blank background bit? Alt F4. Comedy genius. To hide the interface, just press Alt Z. So I don't want to hide the interface. I want the action bars to look like it's empty. Here's what I want to do. Is there a way that I can put a skill into a slot but also have it not appear? I've got an idea. I've got an idea and I'm going to do it. So what I want that symbol. Okay, so for example, can we change the name / the icon? Can you have the icon of like just a blank? Try putting it on an extra action bar, then hide the UI. Yeah, that could work. Okay, here's an idea. Like if I go to options, action bar 2. Like I want action bar 2, but I want to hide it. I go to edit mode. Action bar 2. Don't always show the buttons. Bar hidden. Okay. Save. But that will actually still, if I press the buttons, it still casts the spells. Got it. Okay. Got it. So what I can do is I can have... I could put all the skills that I'm going to use onto the second action bar, hide the second action bar, and then have literally nothing on the primary action bar. That way, I know exactly what I'm pressing at any given moment, because I've just memorized what buttons do what. Well, yeah, the bar still has keys assigned. Visibility is irrelevant. Yeah, so the bar's still going to have the keys. People just can't see it. So people are going to come in and be like, where are all your abilities? And I'll be like, just memorized them, mate. Make macros of every single ability and spell and make it all have the question mark. I wouldn't know. The bottom bar would just be straight up empty. Or what it would be is it would just be hellfire the entire time. Maybe it can all be water breathing on the main bar. Yeah, so I'm using multiple action bars. People just can't see them. Is this your first WoW adventure? Kind of, yeah. I've been streaming for like 2.5 months now, but it is the first time that I've done that. The question would be, how much of the UI can I hide? But I'm not going to do it yet. Once I've finished this dungeon, then I do that. Give all the spells the warrior icons. Click them directly out of the skill book. No, I want to still be able to play the game with the actual easy-to-click spells. I just want people to be, you know, annoyed with it. Alt-Z hides everything. Yes, I don't want to hide everything. I want people to come into the stream and see an empty action bar. Can I hide the pain in my heart? No. No, I wear that on my sleeve, which is why my sleeve is just covered in blood. I could just make a PNG of an empty action bar, couldn't I? Overlay that on the whole stream. All water breathing except one life tap on the action bar. It's just crazy enough to work. So what I want is I'm going to put these abilities that I'm actually casting on an invisible bar above it. And then this bar, the action bar that people can see, we can make... I mean, we can... I could probably even just make macros, but change all of the symbols to warrior symbols. You can put skills on action bar 2 and 3 and hide them. That way you can cast the skill with hotkeys. Grav, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm going to be doing. If I press Shift 1, I cast water breathing. See? This level of obfuscation, honestly, is great. I'm having a good time with it. Sorry, I just tuned in, didn't get the beginning. That's fine. Go back and watch the VOD. I can't believe that you would turn in without the correct information. You could do it with add-ons, but that's not the point. Have I considered clicking the icons so you don't need to remember all the keys? I have, but I'm not going to. Water breathing is not really OP where we are right now. Pretty sure there's no water down here. I also don't think... Right. Who has the staff, if any of you do? Because I can give you the other bit, because I picked up the first bit of the staff. Do any of you guys have the staff? Staff of Sol. There you go. Right, cool. Have this. Oh, no, hang on. Can't trade. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Right, give me a second. Forget that. Where's the other thing that I need to trade? Where the hell is the item that I picked up from the special magical box? Oh, it's that one. Okay. There you go. It's exactly the same symbol. That's what it is. Everyone was raging at you the other day for your keybinds, but you're the first person I've seen who uses the same keybinds as me, and I feel so vindicated. It's just so easy. Like, everyone's like, World of Warcraft is so complicated. If you don't use all 50 billion skills, you die. I'm like, I'm a warlock, mate, alright? We're gonna shadow bolt, and if the enemy's alive, we're gonna shadow bolt again. That's the end of the tactical talk. That's it. That's lunch. Let's go. Everyone is so obsessed with being completely, incredibly efficient with this, they don't realize that unless you're playing super, ultra difficult endgame content, you just do not need to be efficient. Right? You can just play completely normally. Yo, chat, I'm level 56. Where should I grind to 58 to go to Outlands? You should just do dungeons. You should just join a guild and do a load of dungeons. People think that WoW is complicated because they try to play it in a complicated way, without understanding that if you reduce the amount of stuff that you need to do, it's remarkably simple. It's a 22-year-old game. I'm not saying there's not depth to it. Sure there is. Braces of intellect. They do make you more intellectual. However, I can't wear them. Playing World of Warcraft Classic after playing lots of other MMORPGs is like going back to play Dark Souls after you've played Elden Ring and Bloodborne and Sekiro. You realise that actually, Dark Souls 1, while it's difficult, it is remarkably slow, and once you understand the mechanics, you can get through it much easier. If you are able to defeat all of the bosses in Elden Ring, you will not have a difficult time with Dark Souls, because you've done something more difficult. I think what people often forget is, with MMORPGs, we've already done stuff that's so much more difficult. When we come back to play World of Warcraft, it's then easy in comparison. Beautiful. Oh, sorry, my bad if you want the bat. You would like to see something like Mythic Legion raids beaten like this? Probably. Probably the ultra-hardcore endgame content actually does need you to pay attention. But, you know, we're not doing that. I think people who have played the game for so long have become so obsessed with the idea that it has to be complicated that when you play it in a simple way, they're like, that's not wrong. That's not the way you need to play it. Are you taming the bat? How's the weather in the UK? Grey. Are you taming the bat? Or are we killing it? There we go. While inefficiency is possible, sometimes the community makes it impossible to enjoy content playing a certain way. People give advice instinctually, to protect you from sheer disappointment that they felt when they fell short, not realizing that a cozy community cushions the blow of going suboptimally. People offer you advice to prevent the failures that they experience without understanding that the failures they experienced were part of the actual experience they had, and without the failures they had, the entire ride becomes too smooth. Friction is needed in gaming. Too much friction and nothing moves. Not enough friction and nothing sticks. When people offer you advice, it is a way of trying to remove the friction from your journey before... Oh, hang on. This guy reflects spells. It's a way of trying to remove the friction from your journey before you encounter it, but in doing so, you fundamentally change somebody's journey. So many people say to me, I'm just trying to help. I've got the best intentions. I just want to help you. And I've said, okay, in that case, why don't you ask me the question, do you need help? If I'm struggling and someone says, do you need help? And I say, yes, could you please give me advice on this? Then that's fine. Then we can go through and organize it. If someone comes up, offers advice straight away, and then I say, hey, I'm not looking for advice, and they go, I'm just trying to help. No, you're not. You're trying to make yourself feel better by telling me what you think I need to hear straight away. Just say, do you need help? And if I say, yes, please, then we can move on from there. Unrequested advice is criticism. Yeah, but they don't know that. I don't care at this point. I'm not here to parent the world. If some people don't have social skills, it's not always my job and my choice to sit there and go, hey, you clearly don't know how to interact with people in a social, environment. I'm going to teach you that and train you on that. At some point, we do need to say, right, I am not the only person in the world who is capable of socially ingratiating this person. Right, let's get all those guys onto the tank, then let's do that. Feels like a Sunday stream already, doesn't it? Oh, the energy's there. The Sunday energy's there. In this case, do you need help? No. But thank you for asking. Would he prefer a silent chat? No, BK, not at all. I'd like to chat to you guys about your day, about what's going on, about the stuff that's happening. I love talking to you guys. What I don't always love is the consistent advice, which is effectively criticism. Is this TBC or Classic? It is the Burning Crusade Classic Anniversary. It is possible to talk to someone and to interact with them without your first thing being like, yo, let me tell you why what you're doing is wrong. Any spots in the guild? Yeah, there's loads, actually. Drop me a message. You've taken up drawing. Oh, congratulations. Well done. That's fantastic. A message from Perfect. Josh, I'm an ugly dude, but your wife is hot. Would you donate your essence and be the biological father of my child so they might have a better chance in this cruel world? Your child will hate the fact that they think that you are 100% placing somebody else's looks over your personality. No. No, you will raise the child. It will be your child. And you will be able to show them they can overcome all of their issues and all their problems. Also, I'm not paying child support. It's not happening. This is a honeypot trap. It's exactly why you started with your wife is hot. That was superfluous information. You didn't need that. How do you feel about the phrase, you don't know what you don't know, in the context of that sort of criticism? Non-fungible, I completely agree. There is a huge amount of stuff that I do not know and a huge amount of stuff that I wouldn't even know what to ask about. However, this is a hobby. This is a fun video game that I enjoy playing. And some people don't treat it as a hobby or as a fun video game. They treat it as a profession to be imparted onto somebody else like a job. So if I'm doing something wrong and someone else looks at it and thinks, oh my god, I could give them some advice right now and it would help how they play that game, and they don't even know that they don't even know it, so they wouldn't actually know to ask for it at all. I completely understand why. Oh, from Moo, thank you. I completely understand why somebody would want to give me the advice. However, it's also about how you approach that and how you give that information across. How you have that conversation. Because otherwise what happens is someone comes in and says, hey, did you know that you can put more action bars on the stream? And I say, I do know, but I don't need to. And then 5 minutes later, someone comes in and goes, hey, did you know that you can put more action bars on the screen? And I say, I know that I can, but I don't need to right now. And then about 10 minutes later that, someone comes in and says, hey, do you know you can put more action bars on the screen? And I'm like, you know what? I do know that, but I don't need to right now because I'm just using these skills. And then 10 minutes after that, someone comes in and goes, hey, did you know you can put more action bars on the screen? And I go, I know you can, but right now I don't need to because I'm just using these skills. And then someone comes in and goes, hey, did you know you can put more action bars on the screen? And I say, I know you can, but right now I don't need to. I'm just using these skills. And then about 10 minutes later, someone comes in and says, hey, did you know you can put more action bars on the screen? Do you get the idea of what's happening right now? Do you understand the type of information that's being given in the way that it's being given? Please stop. Negative. I've just asked you guys the same question 5 or 6 times over a minute. Now imagine being asked it 500 or 600 times over 8 hours. Klops, I mean, that's always going to be a streaming issue. Yeah, absolutely, which is why I say to people, stop offering advice unless I'm asking for it. Are we playing WoW instead of Albion right now? No, we're playing heavily modded Nintendogs. Can that bit be added to the loop? No. No, the loop. Loop doesn't happen anymore. Loop's gone. Josh, what's your main? My main? Lamb korma. You can't tell if people are trolling or serious right now. Both. Both. We are who we pretend to be. So whenever people go, oh, I'm just trolling, mate, I'm like, yeah, but you're doing the exact thing that you would yourself find annoying. Satire only works when it has a point to be made against the thing that you're trying to satirize, not by just doing the thing. That's what people don't get about satire and trolling and joking. You can't say, oh, I really don't like it when X event happens, and then just actively make X event happen. And when someone calls you out, you're like, I'm just joking, it's just satire, I'm just trolling. I'm like, no, you're just doing the thing. The on-stream chat seems to have frozen. Good. Hang on. There you go. I've refreshed the cache. You guys can chat now. Messages will pop up. Josh, right now, do you even care if people think you're serious or not? People are welcome to think whatever they want. I'm just going to play WoW. I'll play Albion Online tomorrow. That's the plan. Josh, can you give us advice on how not to give advice all the time? No, you need to discover that yourself. It would be like asking where the self-help books are in a bookshop. They could tell you, but that would defeat the entire purpose. To be fair, Josh, playing without action bars is just so odd that people really expect you not to know. Right, I'm going to do something. Once this dungeon is done, I'm going to do something. Alright? That's what's going to happen. I've got a plan. I've got a plan and it's going to work well. You cannot teach a man something he thinks he knows. That's true, nerd. The question is that, do I need to be taught everything about World of Warcraft in order to enjoy it? Or do I need to just be able to play it as a fun game? Some people, this is what I think gets to me. There are so many people who genuinely think that I am incapable of enjoying this game unless I know everything about it. When that's just not the case at all. It's a bit strange to play with half your abilities not on your screen, but at the same time play wherever he wants. Absolutely. Half my abilities are useless. Like, just open the book to a random page, click on it and see if it works, okay? So, random spell, life tap. Who needs that? No one. It's a useless spell. No warlock in the history of ever has used that spell. It does not need to be on the rotation. Josh, why don't you use dots? Or damage over time over times? You don't need to. If the enemy are still alive, if dots are doing enough damage to be relevant, then the fight's going on too long. And you may as well just have brought a mage at that point. Warlocks are just edgy mages. That's all they are. Warlocks are mages that once listened to the Rasmus. Are warlocks wet? Depends how sexy you are, but they can be. Like if you walk in and say, hey, I'm a shadow priest, they are definitely going to get wet immediately. Let's go for the archaeologist with the lowest health. Warlocks are mages that can't swim. Warlocks are mages that don't need to swim. You play a shadow priest. Thank you for being a battery. I appreciate that. This is a good run so far, guys, by the way. This is going really well. What's my favorite quote from Kung Fu Panda? Use the Force, Harry. Actual question, any chance of the succubus quest today? Any chance? Probably. High chance? Probably not. I don't need to be at the top of the DPS meters. I've already got a DPS meter. My DPS meter is the enemy's health. Harry was such a chump. I'm not a massive fan of the Harry Potter series because there's a plot hole in it, a pretty major plot hole. That is, Voldemort could have just punched Baby in the face. I don't understand why Voldemort sneaks into this room at night like, I'm going to cast a spell to destroy this, throw him out the window. It's a baby. Alright, that would have worked just as well. That would have achieved the same goal you needed to achieve. You brought magic into this, you made it way too complicated. That's the problem, right? Just yeet. Yeetus deletus. That would have worked way better than whatever you were trying to do. Like, you were literally fighting a child. Eagles Mount Doom. I find it difficult to take the big bad evil guy seriously if he struggles to kill a baby. Wasn't he under a protection spell? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the protection spell can be defeated by gravity. Oh, you cannot harm this child with magical means. Just punch him in the face. It's a kid. Right? That was it. I'm sorry, but Harry Potter is just a guy that grew up to marry his high school sweetheart and become a policeman. Hey, we've got the Galgan's Firehammer. Blast a target of 80 to 112 damage. I don't need that. That sounds nice, though. If that's what you want to do, you go for it. If that's the life you want, have it. Even Apollo's angry. Yeah, he's just about... Yeah, just use a gun. Just like... If Voldemort had just used a gun, the entire Harry Potter series would have just become one relatively interesting episode of Midsummer Murders. It would have ended up on one of those kind of true crime podcasts. Callian, I agree. Voldemort could have just cast the ancient spell of pillow over face. Anyway, that's my hot take. What's my cold take? Real-time strategy games became MOBAs, which is why they don't bother making real-time strategy games anymore, because the audience isn't really there. Okay, do you want my cold take that unfortunately uses technology? Some of the most popular video games at the time become popular because they use and exploit what the best technology of the time can do. Once you have games and consoles and computers that are capable of showing, you know, colored graphics, you make games with colored graphics. Once you have computers that are capable of showing 3D, you make 3D games. Some of the most successful video games of the time become successful because they exploit the early advantages that the technology allows them to do. So you get games that, you know, push PCs to their limits, push consoles to their limits. Real-time strategy games were a way of pushing PCs to their limits when they couldn't process a huge amount of stuff that wasn't necessarily top-down 2D. That's what it was about doing. Classic MMORPGs like World of Warcraft used tab targeting systems and not active action systems because they were a way of pushing what PCs could do at the time to their limits. Now, a PC can do far more than whatever is required to run a classic real-time strategy game, and because of that, people don't find it impressive. Video games often try to catch up with whatever technology allows them to do at the time, and if they are unable to do the thing that they want to be able to do, they work out how to do what they want to do within the limitations of the technology of the time. And so games that I really like real-time strategy games, were often super popular because they were playing into the maximum levels of the limitations of the time. If you were to release a real-time strategy game today and it were to be the same as the ones last time, would it be a popular game with the people that play real-time strategies? Yeah, absolutely. But would it push computers or consoles to do something they've never done before, or would it push them to their limits? Probably not. I also think that 2D Pokemon games are better than 3D Pokemon games because it was always about the style. I think certain Pokemon sprites work better in 2D than they work in 3D. I think the push to make everything 3D actually ruins several games. People think that every single Pokemon sprite needs to look as it does in 3D and, you know, have exactly the same styles. Certain values and sprites work better when they are 2D. And the reason for this is they were playing to the limitations of the time. Pokemon games nowadays do not push the consoles that they are on to the... People always say that Pokemon Red and Blue was super impressive because they managed to pack so much data into such a small cartridge, and I agree. That's one of the reasons it became so bloody popular. It was pushing the console to the limits at the time. Do we think that current Pokemon games are pushing the consoles to the limits of what they can possibly be? Are we ever pulling a Pokemon game now aside and going, oh my god, look at how absolutely incredibly impressive it was that they did this? No, we're not doing that anymore, because they're not doing things that are as impressive. Sometimes the super impressive games are the ones that push what is possible at the time so far that people at the time are forced to take notice of what that game is. And then in the future, we're talking about how bloody impressive the game was. We're still talking about how incredible it was that you can put so much data onto a Game Boy cartridge. Nobody's going to be looking back at the Pokemons on the Switch and thinking, oh my god, it was so incredibly impressive that they did this. No, it's not impressive anymore. They did it, but it's not impressive. That's my cold take. Rollercoaster Tycoon was super bloody impressive because they had to write a programming language just to make it work. Video games that go out of their way to do something that's not been done before or that won't be done for a while afterwards become iconic, become legendary. It was written in machine code. Oh, okay. Classic one. I suppose that's my cold take. I like real-time strategy games, but I think real-time strategy games were popular when a brand new real-time strategy game was able to push what a PC or console could do at the time. Hopefully Dawn of War 4 is good. I would hope so. And Maslow says, you know, I'm finding more appreciation for how much skill talking and gaming require. Are you talking at the same time? Are you also streaming? I mean, fantastic if you are streaming as well. Congratulations. Hope it goes well for you, bro. I'm going to see if I can just AoE some stuff over there. You find it funny they skipped straight to Dawn of War 2 after Dawn of War 4. Dawn of War 3 I wasn't a big fan of. You're not really. Are you, like, talking to people at the same time? Warcraft 3 had insane RPG layers woven into real-time strategy games. Absolutely, it did. It really did, and it was a good game for it. That's why Warcraft 3 became so well-known and so liked. Diablo was able to push what... Ooh, hang on, could that be useful for me? That might be useful for me. Level 40, I'm nowhere near level 40 yet, though. Stamina, intellect, spirit, increases damage by 15. That might be good for what I'm going for. Who needs a hefty war axe? Nobody does. Does anyone else need that? I don't think... I've already got it. Grimlock's Tribal Vestments. I don't need it again. Don't forget the added difficulty of being entertaining while streaming and gaming. There's a good complexity to it. One of the reasons that I like streaming World of Warcraft, and this is going to sound horrible, is that I really don't need to think that much because the people that I run with are so good they're able to cover for me. This is basically a four-man team and a warlock occasionally casting Shadow Bolt. That's what it is. Can you guys think of any video games that became super-duper iconic because they did something that pushed the limits of the system at the time? Like, people talk about Sanity's Requiem. Silent Hill was a good example. Silent Hill couldn't do the graphical thing that it wanted to do, so it kind of lent into the limitation of not being able to render the entire town, and it became iconic. Doom really pushed what a first-person shooter could be. Portal was a good example of the whole 3D thing. Sometimes video games really push what they can be. Daggerfall was able to push it in just a physical world-size thing. Metal Gear Solid was able to push it in a political narrative idea. Right, we're killing the Geomancer first, I would say. I would say the Xbox 360 was also able to do a hell of a lot of stuff. The PlayStation 2 The PlayStation 2 brought some incredible stuff to it. I mean, as much as I disliked the bouncer, the fact that it was one of the first games to come out for the system to really show what the graphics could be, incredible. Now, not every single game needs to push the limits technically. Sometimes it can push them narratively. I would say that Expedition 33 has definitely done that. Metal Gear Solid did that for a long time. There is an old story. I believe it's Morrowind or Oblivion on the Xbox. You guys can check this. I think it's Morrowind. The original Xbox. On the original Xbox, you can buy Morrowind. Morrowind is a relatively big game, and the original Xbox did not have a lot of RAM. So there is actually a workaround within the original Xbox where, whenever the game has to have a big loading screen, the game actually internally resets the Xbox in order to free up the RAM that is needed to run Morrowind. They restarted the console hidden by a loading screen because they needed more RAM. That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. The fact they were able to work out how to do that, genius. I mean, we may laugh at Todd Howard now, but he did have some interesting ideas at some point. Do I like Skyrim? Morrowind is a good RPG and a bad action game. Oblivion is an okay RPG and an okay action game. Skyrim is a good action game and a bad RPG. That's the best way to look at it. If you take the sliders of action game and RPG, RPG is slid maximum with Morrowind and minimum into action. Oblivion is balancing them both in the middle. And Skyrim is sliding it all the way into action with less into the RPG. What about Daggerfall? Daggerfall is just a tech demo of what PCs can do. So the answer to do I like Skyrim? I think it's a fine action game, but I think it's simplified the RPG mechanics of what RPGs can do, and it's become so bloody popular that people that play Skyrim to experience an RPG don't understand that they're playing an action game with RPG elements, which is fine. I'm not going to sit here and be some kind of RPG purist. You can play action games with RPG elements, but I think that unfortunately it just seems sometimes weak at the time. I think the very moment that I realized that I didn't enjoy Skyrim as much as Morrowind was when I went to go and equip a pair of boots in Skyrim, and it put both boots on me. And the reason I disliked that was in Morrowind, you equip a different boot on each foot. And I liked that. I thought that was cool. That meant that finding, left boot and right boot was part of the adventure. But immediately equipping both boots in one go made me think, oh, this isn't actually a boot I'm equipping, this is just foot armor. And that took my attention away, because in Skyrim, correct me if I'm wrong, you've got head armor, body armor, leg armor, gloves and boots. Whereas in Morrowind you had helmet, left pauldron, right pauldron, chest, left wrist, left glove, right glove, left leg, right leg, left shoe, right shoe. And cape. I think you had capes. Which is incredible. Skyrim is helmet, body, gloves, and boots. 4. There are 4 armor slots in Skyrim. That, to me, I find that boring. I find Skyrim having 4 armor slots boring. Sorry, I just do. And I realise now that one of the reasons they were doing that was to simplify it so it appeals to more players, which is totally fine. Skyrim is a game that appeals to a lot of people because it has mechanics that a lot of people can engage with and understand, and that is fun for a lot of people. But what it has unfortunately done, I think, for the Elder Scrolls is moved it away from being a slightly deeper, slightly more crazy RPG toward an armor game. I think it's done that thing that I talk about with The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. It has found a formula that appeals to so many people that it now can no longer step away from that formula. Sometimes video games and franchises start by exploring a formula, and the exploration and the craziness and the zaniness is exactly what makes them appeal to that hardcore kind of player base. And then as they become more famous and more popular, they need to increase the player base they appeal to. And the best way to do that is to make it more casual friendly, which is, you know, fine. That's okay. Casual gaming is big. Casual gaming is massive. Mobile games make more money than every single console and PC added together. Casual is here to stay. The problem is that at some point, I just don't like the fact that franchises that I've enjoyed for their complexity and for their uniqueness have become streamlined into casual-friendly games. I don't think that there is anything wrong with appealing to a casual audience. I just don't like it when games that I've got invested to, because they were complex, starts appealing to casual audiences. Because it means that in order to get the complexity that I want, I've got to play the older version of the game, and that kind of means that it's going to stagnate after a while. I guess that's my hot take. Have I heard about Lantern of the Laughless Saint? Yes, I have. I've watched their trailer, and I thought their trailer was fantastic. I haven't played any games that those guys have made, but it looks good. I love the fact that they said everyone's making a Souls-like, we're making a Scrolls-like. Excellent. Absolutely fantastic. Nobody talks about the player-to-spend ratio on mobile games outside the boardroom generally. Gumi, do you mean the fact that there are not that many players that spend a lot of money, but the ones that do spend an absolute ton? No investor is going to look at a pitch that appeals to less people. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, games are businesses. We forget this, but they are. Games are businesses. And so, at some point, the games are going to need to appeal to a wider variety of people. Sometimes you end up with a bit of an irony, though. The reason the games became successful was precisely because they appealed to a specific demographic. And by changing to appeal to a larger demographic, they actually lose the people they originally appealed to. Can you guys think of an example of a game that became successful because it appealed to a niche, and then because of investors and because of being a business, it decided it had to appeal to a bigger niche, and in doing so lost its original fan base? I think Dragon Age is probably the example most people will go to. I mean, World of Warcraft retail could be an example of it. Do you think Magic the Gathering has done that? I think Assassin's Creed has definitely done that. Assassin's Creed was a stealth game. It was a relatively historically accurate stealth game using elements of fantastical magic and mystery in ways that were never fully explained. Then it just became a game about any time period in time ever where the Templars fought the Assassins. God of War was another one where they changed it for it. Do you think the Elder Scrolls has done by moving away? I would say the Elder Scrolls definitely has. This team are really good, by the way. Just going to slowly burn everything to death. There we go. The issue that we have is line must go up. So there's a button in Tekken 8. I think it's Tekken 8. And don't get me wrong, I like Tekken 8. I think it's good fun. But there is a button in Tekken 8 that does like a super powerful, amazing, ultra cool combo attack. And provided that you... Because when you take damage, you build up this combo bar. And when you are at the top of the combo bar, you can just press one button and do a crazy powerful combo. The Rage Art, that's the one. Now, I didn't know this, but there is a setting in the kind of the button menu where you just press and it automatically does the Rage Art. And if you get the Rage Art off first, you win. That's just kind of how it works. Sorry, Tekken 7, that's the one. So what I've realized in Tekken 7 is the strategy is to punch the enemy for a bit, get punched in the face for a while, then press the Rage Art button. In casual games, that's what every single Tekken battle becomes. That's all it is. Rage Arts are heavily punishable on block. Yeah, we're not talking about people that know how to block. We're talking about people that don't play fighting games that say, hey, we'll play Tekken, that they just straight away get given a controller. Kill, Tekken is shit. No, it's not. It's a game that is absolutely fine. You might not like it, but think slightly deeper on stuff that you're, critiquing and objectifying. Be smarter than just saying something is shit. I still like Tekken 2. I think Tekken 2 is fine. The reason that I dislike the game with the Rage Art system is that it simplifies the choice. As soon as you've got the Rage Art choice at the top, you just press it. Oh, Tekken is the shit. Gotcha. If it's the shit, that's fine. I like Tekken. There's a discussion and debate about the type of meta with the I win button. Who can press it first? About the early access for newcomers and casuals. There is always an objectively correct choice to make in tactical games. The complexity comes when the objectively correct choice is kind of obfuscated slightly. Tekken was fun for a bit. I just think there are elements of the newer Tekken games that are lazy. Didn't Street Fighter change for the worse? I would say Street Fighter 2 was one of the games that basically invented the combo system. Right, Warlick is also disconnected, so we'll give Warlick a moment. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Street Fighter 2 create the combo system by accident? Right, Kilo, if I've misheard you and you were saying that it's fine, then that's my bad. Right, Druid DC, so we just do the best we can right now. Soul Calibur was fine and fun as well. Combos were unintentional at first and then happened in Street Fighter 2. Yes, love that. I also think that we are in a video game boom right now. And one of the risks and one of the problems that we're seeing, and correct me if you think I'm wrong on this, guys, every game has to be the best thing ever, otherwise it's crap. And I think that partly gamers that expect everything to be amazing are to blame. It's totally okay for a game to release, be fine, finished, and then move on from. What I really hate is when a single-player game releases, and then you'll see a stupid article on IGN like, this game lost 95% of its player base in the first month. I'm like, yeah, people finished it. People downloaded it, played it, had a good time, finished it, and moved on. It didn't become their thing. It didn't become their life. Not every game is a forever game, and that's okay. I actually saw an article saying that Expedition 33 had lost 95% of its player base. No, it didn't. It didn't have a player base that it needed to maintain. It was a game with a story, released, people experienced it, moved on from. That's fine. The fact that every game has to be a forever game, everything has to become your life. You can only play one video game, and if you leave, you are, hurting your hobby. That's stupid and dumb. Video games, you can be downloaded, played, experienced, enjoyed, and moved on from. If a new book releases, and people buy the book and read the book and enjoy the book, you don't turn around and go, ooh, this book lost 90% of its fan base in the first month. No, 90% of people bought it, read it, enjoyed it, and then read another one. And I think the problem now with gaming reviews in general is that everyone expects the game to be either the next big thing or absolute shite. That's the two extremes. Either this game is going to be massive and big and huge and the best thing ever, or it's going to be rubbish. There is an in-between bit, where a game is made, a game is fun, a game is good, people enjoy it, it appeals to its market, and then people move on from. That's it. I also think that people forget that not every game needs to be for everyone, and that's totally okay. Now, sometimes games release and they are terrible. That's fine. There is a certain subsection of the internet who do nothing but look at Steam charts to decide whether a game is failure or not, and it's annoying. You know what's incredible to me is the people that look at Steam charts and say, oh, I'm not going to play that because it's failed, it's lost its player base, are normally exactly the same people that like to say that they aren't sheep. They don't follow the crowd. They're lone wolves. They make their own decision. They're independent. They're free thinkers, all right? You can't advertise to them. You can't convince them. They're smart, independent, intellectual people, and yet they will absolutely make most of their decisions based on what the majority of other people are doing. Which is the exact opposite of what you are claiming to be. It is fine if a Steam game has 0 players. You can still download it and have fun with it. If you cannot download a game and have fun with a game, a single player solo player game, unless other people are also having fun with it, then you are incapable of making your own decisions. People say this game is dead if it doesn't have 1 million players. Unless you're going to interact with all 1 million, it doesn't even matter. The amount of time I've heard people say, oh, dead game, it hasn't got 1 million players. You are going to interact with a couple of hundred, maybe a couple of thousand at best. Therefore, your gameplay experience is actually pretty much decided by those 1,000, not the million that you're never going to bump into. Now, there is, of course, an argument to be made that if a game that requires lots of players doesn't have lots of players, then it might shut down, and you don't want to waste your time investing in a game that itself might shut down. But at what point is it investing into a game, and at what point is it just playing it? You can play a game that you know might one day shut down. It sucks, but it might one day do that. Now, the Stop Killing Games initiative is about trying to get an end-of-life plan up so people don't need to worry too much about that. But I still think we also need to make decisions based on the idea that not every choice we ever make is going to be the choice that we make for our entire lives. Sometimes it's okay to make a choice because you want to enjoy it for the next week or two. You want to enjoy it for the next month or two. You want to enjoy it for the next year. Sometimes it's okay to make a choice with no guarantee that it's going to be the choice that lasts. Nobody likes doing that. But it's okay to do it. If you are only choosing to get involved in entertainment that you think is going to be around for your entire life, are you bothered about the entertainment, or are you bothered about the community connected to the entertainment? Because that's what it is. If you need a guarantee that the thing you're getting involved with is going to survive, you're trying to treat the time you're spending now as if it's going to have value in 15 to 20 years' time. The time that you spend has value now because it creates the memories you're going to have in the future. Sometimes it might last, sometimes it might not. It will suck if it does, it will suck if it doesn't. The idea of investing in a game is crazy. I think you guys need to understand something. Stuff sucks when it ends. But I think we've got enough evidence to prove that sometimes it sucks when it continues as well. So maybe the best thing we can do is just enjoy the thing that we have while we have it, hope that it lasts, and enjoy the time that we've got now. I don't change how much I enjoy something in the moment simply because there is a chance it might not exist in the future. You don't need to follow one thing forever. You didn't make friends in primary school and then suddenly sit down and think, you know what, this person might not be in my life forever, therefore I'm not going to invest in being friends with them right now. You were friends with them at the time because that's what mattered to you. Sometimes you're working on projects at work that will matter right now but won't matter in a couple of years' time. You can also say, hey, this won't matter in a couple of years' time, but it will matter right now. So I'm going to do it now. This is important to me now. Watching Firefly, it's good. Ninja, enjoy the first season, man. That's all you're going to get. You guys can make friends with someone for one day. You can make friends with someone for a week or for a month. It doesn't need to be a case of, hey, I'm only going to invest time in this human being if they're going to be around forever. And it's silly if that's the only metric you're judging it by. Agility and spirit. I don't need that. Good run, guys. Very good. Isn't that how New World died, though? Everyone was like, wow, this game is amazing after the new expansion. And then they all quit as soon as it announced the game will shut down in a year. Yeah, absolutely. Because people that were playing it didn't actually care about playing it too much. They cared about playing and investing their time in something. Which is why I'm saying, don't worry about investing your time in something. Enjoy the experience that it gives you. If you're playing a video game and then suddenly it's revealed that that video game is going to shut down, you have a couple of choices. Stop playing the video game because you don't like the fact that you're now investing time in something that might shut down, or keep playing it and enjoy the memories that you can create before it goes away. Remember how I came in the other day and asked if you played Turtle WoW? Yeah, so the problem is too many people kept asking that and Blizzard took notice and decided to ban it. If nobody had asked, it would have been fine. Yeah, you could have had a year of fun while it was there for. Absolutely. You could have had a year of fun, man. Have you played Tory WoW? No. I'm happy to go again, guys, because that was good. Yuko, that's a lovely way of putting it. I'm not going to not eat a pizza because in a couple of years it would have been rotten. I'm not going to not read a book just because the author might stop putting books out. I'm not going to not listen to music because the band might stop making music. Sometimes the beauty of what we experience in life is its limitation, is its ephemeral nature. My granddad had an Amiga PC. And there are games that I played on the Amiga that I desperately wish I could play again. The thing is, I cannot remember what they are called. For the life of me, I do not know what those games are. I've tried to find them. I've gone through so many full Amiga libraries of trying to find out what the game is, but at some point, I just have to say to myself, you know what? It exists in my memory now. Maybe in the future, I'll discover what it is. Maybe if there is whatever kind of an afterlife, the first question I'll ask is like, hey, what was that game I played on the Amiga? Video games don't work like books, hence the Stop Killing Games movement. I mean, yes, I understand that. Two things can be true at the same time. It is true that I would like video games to have an end-of-life plan so people can experience more art. It is also true that I don't want people to deny themselves art because that art at some point might no longer exist. I want art to last as long as it can. I also want people to be able to confidently experience art and enjoy the beauty of the temporal nature of it, even if it doesn't continue. Both those things can be true. I'm not going to not look at an artist's paintings just because they've stopped painting. Do I know a knight game on the Amiga which was brutal and had many different objectives? Habanera, was it a first-person game where you explored a castle? And it was a click-and-move game, and the game started, and you were in kind of a field looking at a castle. Are you going to stop reading my comments if I stop commenting? Yes. Not wanting to enjoy art because it's going to disappear and not be experienced again. That would suck. Stop killing games would not need to exist if people own their games like before. Yes, we're getting caught up in two different things that I feel passionately about, both of them. I want people to be able to experience their own video games and have them for as long as possible, but also, at the same time, I want people to be able to confidently experience art while enjoying and embracing the temporal nature of human life. This was a fighting game with a map and a dragon appeared which one-shot you. In that case, I don't remember. Sorry, man. Unless it was Ghouls and Goblins. If it was Ghouls and Goblins or Ghosts and Goblins, that was a really hard night. If it was a side-scrolling night game where you had armor and when you got hit, your armor all fell off you, that was Ghosts and Goblins. The game I was thinking of was Castle Master. So do I feel like going to a play is more worthwhile than rewatching a movie I own? It's not that it's more or less worthwhile, it's that it is something that you should do without thinking, well, it might stop one day, therefore I'm not going to invest in it. Some of the most passionate people that I've met are invested in projects and things that don't necessarily have a huge amount of continued fandom to them. They just enjoy the thing. Let me get the fell steed. There it is. As a WoW noob, what am I currently doing right now? My best. Right, I need 2 DPS for Ulderman. We'll grab that in a second. Why is it so hard for people to take video games seriously as art? I think it's because what is and isn't art has often been defined by older, wealthier people. And older, wealthier people didn't necessarily understand how video games worked. The game was Loom. Oh, god damn, that is... Oh, it's a classic point-and-click adventure. I see. Performance exists in the moment at some point, guys. In the film Troy, a young boy hands Achilles his helmet. And Achilles spares him some knowledge and says that the gods envy us. Everything is so much more beautiful because we are doomed. Sometimes the idea is that there is a level of temporality, a level of ephemeral nature to these things. And what I tend to see is I see people who tell me they don't want to get involved in something unless you can remove the temporal nature of it. Need 2 DPS for Older Man, guys. Let's do it. Yeah, people want to judge. That's what they want to do. He also said to the kid, "This is why you won't be remembered." Yeah, he did. So they don't want to get involved in their own life because it's temporal. I would say they end up doing something ironic. People don't want to commit the time, the limited amount of time that they have in their life to stuff that might one day no longer be there, or stuff that they don't see as an investment, or stuff that might leave. And so, because they are so scared of investing time in stuff that might leave, they end up not investing time in things they might really enjoy, because to them, the continued nature of whatever they support is more important than the moment-to-moment enjoyment of it. People have a limited amount of time in their life, and so they don't give it to things that might not last. They only give it to things that last, which means they miss out on a huge amount of stuff that is temporary. Firefly only has one season of the TV show. Are you going to not watch it because it only has one season, and therefore investing time in Firefly is worthless and useless because you're not going to get a continued part of the story? Josh, the point is not that people are afraid of temporary games, that they're in for the social aspect of the game itself. Some people are, Urzog. Some people. Not everyone. We're also not always talking about MMORPGs or social games or, collective group experiences. Sometimes we're talking about people who will not play single-player games because it isn't a franchise. Sometimes people are involved in games because they want it to be the social aspect. Need 2 DPS for Older Man, guys. Got a spot for a 42 Feral Druid DPS? Yeah, we do. Need 1 more DPS. Not to ruin your mood, but there's another French guild that's passed us in the Crucible leaderboard. Don't you worry, Crow. I've got thoughts about the Crucible that I'll bring in at some point. Need 1 DPS. 1 DPS for Older Man. Is it safe in here today? Should I go back to sleep? Do both. Hope my messages aren't a bother. Not really. That's what Twitch is for. As a game writer student, it's bleak, but I can't stop loving what I do. Good. Thank you for the entertainment and chill streams. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Holy wishes to do DPS. Cool. Right, let's get these guys sent across. Level 45, that should still be fine. Do gamers just crave something that's guaranteed to last? People want certainty. People want stuff that does last. Right, so we've got Miss, Achy Breaky, and Thalang. We've not got Holy with us. Ah, Holy, you can't. You're over level for the stone. Hang on. You're over level for the stone, Holy. But I can Warlock summon you because I am a Warlock. Ritual of Summoning with Holy. Let's do it. There was this one game that shut down recently that I picked up after the end of service announcement, and it was the most fun 2 weeks you ever had. Impossible to talk about because every time I tried, the person they would leave with, isn't that game shutting down? Yeah, it is. Sometimes the nature of beauty, sometimes the nature of art is it shuts down. The same with graffiti, the same with Banksy's stuff, the same with temporary game modes on things. Sometimes... Oh, you're at the dungeon entrance. On our way, cool. Sometimes the temporary nature of things is part of the beauty of it. But I also want people to be able to get what they pay for and to be able to access what they pay for within a reasonable time frame. Remember, guys, that the Stop Killing Games project is not about demanding that people leave games online forever. It's also about asking that there is an end-of-life plan that is put into place. And if that end-of-life plan is, hey, this game will be accessible from here till here, as long as you know that when you buy it, that's kind of part of the consumer focus. The end-of-life plan could literally just be, hey, just so you guys know, this game will be unplayable after this date. That would suck, don't get me wrong, but it would still be information the customer has. Right, let's kill things as best we can. It's a complex thing without a huge amount of answers. I think one of these dwarves had a quest drop item that I think I've already got. It doesn't include free-to-play games or subscription games. There's a lot of complexities still to figure out with the whole thing, don't get me wrong. It's basically a consumer-focused advocacy idea, where we want people who are giving money to video games to feel fairly treated. You thought it was a way to play games after they've died. Mott, that is one of the ideas that we would like to push into it. The Stop Killing Games initiative is about consumer advocacy and understanding what you are getting when you pay for something. And it's also about saying that once a game is no longer generating profit or revenue for the company that made it, can it be made accessible to the people who have paid money from it in a fair way? In a way that doesn't damage the company that made it, in a way that doesn't necessarily damage the game itself or the code itself. Callio, coming into this mid-argument is debilitating because I'm struggling to imagine what the argument could be. It's not an argument so much, it's just a long-going discussion. Do I think Blizzard would have agreed to that before they made Classic? I don't think Blizzard would have agreed to it at all because a lot of what they were providing was they were still trying to sell it. But do I think they would have agreed to it? No, of course they wouldn't have. That's the point. Companies don't want to do anything that in any way takes them any level of time or effort or costs them any amount of money. Plus, this is something that I'm really struggling to help you guys understand. The Stop Killing Games initiative is not entirely focused on MMORPGs. Unfortunately, a lot of my viewer base are people who play MMORPGs. So when I say, hey, I'd like to support the Stop Killing Games initiative, the majority of questions I get are, how does this affect MMORPGs? And the answer is, that is a much more complicated discussion that we need to have. MMORPGs are not a big genre of game. They are not as popular as people think they are. There are lots of people that play them, absolutely, but it's nowhere near as popular as almost any other genre of game. So we need to understand that, hey, we should be able to play video games once they've been shut down, to be immediately met with, well, what about Terra Classic on PC? How does it affect that game? I don't know yet. That's part of the process of discussion. The MMORPG community are a very vocal community. Without a doubt, that's very true. I think we can all agree that not being able to access software that you've already paid for sucks, and therefore it would be nice to be able to continue accessing that software after you've paid for it, to the best of a company's ability. There's an overlap with software, there absolutely is. However, we're mostly concerned about the games. They're vocal because it's their identity. Yeah. Do you think, let me ask you an honest question, do you think there are some people that play MMORPG games, they get home from work, or if they're, unemployed, they log in when they wake up, and they experience the game, they exist within the virtual world? Do you think they do it out of habit instead of out of having fun? Do you think there are some people out there who play whatever their MMORPG game is, even though it's not actually an enjoyable part of their life? I think there are. I think there are a scary amount of people who continue to engage with the game that they have committed to simply because they have committed to it. I believe there are several people out there, potentially even in this chat, who continue to play a game because they have Stockholm syndromed themselves into liking it. There are people who have been sunk cost fallacied into continuing to play a video game that they don't enjoy because if they stop, they have to admit to themselves the time was wasted. The irony being that the time has already gone and been spent, and so all you're doing is continuing to spend more time. Ninja says, yeah, all the people on Retail WoW. No, Ninja, don't be stupid. Of course not every single person. There's no way that millions of people who are playing a video game actually hate it. You can critique Retail WoW all you want, but just don't use a blanket statement like that, man. That sounds dumb. Had I have had more energy left, I would have given you a more, smooth answer, but unfortunately that was just a stupid thing to say. There are lots of people who play video games because they enjoy them. There are also many people, it's a joke, bro, chill. No, Ninja, it's not a joke. We are what we pretend to be, and what you're doing is perpetuating hating Retail WoW, which is what we see people come in here and do every day, and I'm kind of tired of it. I don't personally like Retail WoW, but I'm also tired of people shitting on it. All right? Making a joke by saying the entire player base of a game are only playing their game because they are psychologically manipulated into liking it is silly. I can like whatever MMORPG I want, but I'm not going to perpetuate the hate of another. MMORPGs are a small genre with a relatively small community. Continuing to divide those communities is not a thing we should do. You played every single day, one of the more famous ones. The closest you got to enjoying was Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 is good, man. Guild Wars 2 is a great game. Diablo Immortal. I don't like Diablo Immortal. I don't think it is a... I don't think it's a good example of how you can monetize a game, but if someone turns around and says to me, I have a genuinely good time playing Diablo Immortal, cool, fine, enjoy it. I'm glad you enjoy it. There are many people who play games because they enjoy them, but I think there are people who continue to log into them because at one point they enjoyed them. I think there's a level of people who do play the game because they remember enjoying it. And it's that memory of enjoyment that people are clinging to. It's Twitch chat, bro. It's not that serious. Ninja. Nothing is ever serious until it is, man. People always say things in joke, and then someone that doesn't realize they're joking gets offended at it, and someone else that thinks they're joking kind of goes with it and perpetuates. Right. It's not that serious. What I'm saying to you is, don't make a joke at the expense of an entire player base by making them feel stupid. This group is really good, by the way, in game right now. Really impressed with the amount of stuff these guys are able to do. You'd struggle to imagine someone who's genuinely enjoying Diablo Immortal and not just being a gambling addict. I wouldn't. I think the gameplay itself is fine. The gameplay of Diablo Immortal is fun. That's the thing. Sometimes when we were younger, we just enjoyed things for the surface level thing that it was. And then what happens is we get older and we start to see behind the curtain. We start to see how the sausage is made. We start to understand the systems that we're engaging with. Sometimes when people always say, oh, I wish I could go back to when I was younger and things were simpler. Things weren't simpler, you just didn't see behind the curtain. The complexity's always been there. Okay, I just joined. I kind of feel like I've heard this talk. Looks like people just type the same thing all the time. Comparing two clips on Says. Said, I mean, potentially, this is going to be like a 7 to 8 hour stream where we just talk about stuff that people want to talk about. I'm sure some of it will get clipped. I was going to ask if John Blizzard is in the room with you. No. No, I'm not sponsored by Blizzard. I've worked with the Pinterest project, which itself was done through a third-party agency that, of course, is working with Blizzard and Pinterest, but that was just for the World of Warcraft Midnight, not for anything else. And that contract is done and over. I mean, when we were younger, we simply had far fewer worries. We understood less of it. I'm happy that Classic WoW exists. I'm happy that Retail WoW exists. I'm happy that things that aren't for me exist. That's a way of looking at it. How have the dungeons been going? You know what, Clone? They've been going pretty well. Thank you for asking, man. Whenever I'm paying attention to the Twitch chat, I can never really put as much attention into the dungeons as I want to. And so this team are very much carrying me. So huge props to these guys for doing so much. The healing, the damage, and the tanking they are doing is phenomenal. What's the secret of being so patient? Did I learn that while being a teacher? Yes. Yeah, watching my gran interact with young kids was super useful. She was a childminder, so watching her. Certain things exist can ruin the industry like microtransactions. Yeah, they absolutely can. And they started with, I believe, MapleStory, and then we went back to kind of Pachinko in Japan, and then it kind of pushed into the horse armor in Oblivion, which I think was, while horse armor wasn't necessarily the first, horse armor was, I think, the thing that brought it to the mainstream. So those things can absolutely affect and exist. But what I don't want to do, this is the really important thing, we can critique systems without critiquing people. And we can dislike how certain systems or how certain games have shaped and changed the industry without demonizing the players that enjoy those games. Because otherwise what we end up doing is dividing the player base amongst itself. Critique systems, not the players that enjoy those systems. That's why I know that you can say it's just a joke, bro, but that's why I push back against jokes that make the players the butt of the joke. Like, we can all have a joke about stuff, and we'll joke about, I mean, I've done it as well, I've joked about EVE players being crazy focused on that game. And most people have come back and they know it's in good nature, they know it's in a good joke, and they've gone like, oh yeah, we do play like that, that's totally fine. But I don't want it to feel like we are just shitting on a player base of a game for liking the game because we don't like what that game has become. Also, critiquing systems that you are involved with does not become a critique of you. I have spoken to other Twitch streamers about things that I don't like that Twitch does, and they've thought that I've been critiquing them personally. You need to be able to detach yourself from being connected to that system. Otherwise, it becomes dangerous to critique. I'm glad there are games out there that appeal to people that aren't me. I'm glad there are games out there that I'll never play. That's totally fine. I think sometimes those games hit on a bit of a gold mine that ends up changing how the entire industry works. And I think it's a shame that we can critique those, we have to critique those systems as saying, hey, this game has changed how the gaming landscape has gone. You know what, Sunbro? Dark Souls is actually a good example of that. I think Dark Souls became that game where everything tried to then be a Souls-like after that. Yeah, critiquing retail is not critiquing the player base. I don't particularly like a lot of the design choices retail has made. Some of the design choices I think are fantastic. I like the fact that recently they put out a graphical update where you can change where your weapons are sheathed on you. You can have them on the side, you can have them on the back, you can have one on the back and one on the side. That's super cool. That's a little update that some people are going to like. I don't particularly care about it. But you know what? I like it because other people are going to like it and it's not going to affect me. That's a cool little update that is, you know, fine for what it is. I think transmogs is cool. I believe that transmogs do have a system, do have a place within games.
None may steal the secrets of the makers.
They're going to get to choose where you put them. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. As long as they're immersive transmogs and not just, you know, overwhelming the aesthetics of the game. And this is what I think is difficult about critiquing video games. MMORPGs specifically are games that are designed to be played for a long time, and they're designed to be online for a long time, which means the hardcore player base of any MMORPG is spending a long time playing it, which means it becomes part of their personality, it becomes part of their daily routine. And when you critique the game, people get defensive because you're critiquing a part of their daily routine. But we need to be able to critique MMORPGs without the hardcore and franchise player base feeling we're attacking them personally. But it's difficult to do that because, to a degree, this is their social life. It's far easier to critique a video game objectively that you aren't emotionally invested in. The emotional investment is what makes it dangerous. I mean, objective critique is bloody difficult to do anyway, and is also remarkably boring sometimes. You're going to try Albion for the first time? Just play it casually, man. Don't worry about guide. When you critique an MMORPG game, you are telling the player base that the time they have spent is either right or wrong. Online spaces become digital third spaces that replace real-life social interaction. That's a dangerous place to be. Nobody types based when someone says an opinion that is correct, but they disagree with it. If I say something that is true, that people disagree with, hey, hang on, +6 damage spells, that's decent, level 34. Stamina, intellect, +6 damage spells, hell yeah, I'll equip that if I get them. I'm sure I would have found a lot more success critiquing MMORPGs if I just said every MMO is amazing and fantastic and the player base are lovely, beautiful people. Unfortunately, that would have also destroyed my integrity as a reviewer, which means that sometimes I have to take a game that I really personally like and say, hey, this is actually quite crap. I can like it, but it can be crap at the same time. Otherwise, everything becomes a 7 out of 10, and what's the point of reviewing anything? The algorithm absolutely rewards negativity. You turn around and say everything sucks. However, what you don't want to do, this is very important, you don't want to say everything sucks if you end up without a viewer base. What you want to do in order to maximize the negativity is find a viewer base or find a demographic of people that specifically hate something, and then say the thing that they hate sucks. So what you don't want to do is turn around and say, hey, every MMORPG game sucks. Because if you do that, you alienate every single player of every single MMORPG. But what you don't do is generate an audience of people that don't like MMORPG games, because most people are indifferent to them and more people just don't know what they are at all. So you don't build a fan base or a viewer base by saying, hey, this genre sucks. You can build a fan base or a viewer base by saying Star Wars sucks, because you'll get people that used to like old Star Wars that say everything now is bad. It is possible to create an entire audience by simply pandering to people who don't like how things are and validating their feelings. You don't create an audience by saying World of Warcraft sucks, because believe it or not, the amount of people that actively put energy into hating World of Warcraft is not that many people. If you want to create a fandom through negativity, you need to find a large enough group of people who actively dislike something and will actively engage in the dislike of it. Because no one hates World of Warcraft more than people who love World of Warcraft. So which is better, this or Albion? Equine, they're different video games. When being negative, be specific. You hate this because of this. What's the closest game to WoW I've played? Probably WoW. I think WoW is remarkably similar to itself. But if you need to know a game that is remarkably similar, I would say Runes of Magic, because it's basically a copy of it. Although Runes of Magic does have a system that WoW doesn't have that I really like, where you can have 3 classes at once, and you get the primary skills of one class, the secondary skills of another, and the tertiary skills of a third, which allow you to create really, really interesting characters. So you could be a rogue, mage, priest, and have access to the rogue's primary damaging abilities, the mage's crowd control, and the priest's tertiary offline healing, which is decent. I like that a lot. It's a shame that that system wasn't used in more. EverQuest Legends will be doing that. In fact, EverQuest Legends, which is, I think, the name that they're going to give the new EverQuest progression server, is going to allow you to choose up to 3 classes on your character. and you're going to be able to level all 3 separately, and you're able to have access to all 3 skills from all 3 things that you level, so it's going to be super solo friendly. So if you want to be a warrior, necromancer, thief, you can be. Which I think is something that's really nice and will really push build variety. Problems with systems is that all gets boiled down to a few playstyles at the end game, and you're a loser if you don't pick one of those archetypes. Not really. You're a loser according to who? People that want to meta min-max the game? Do you really care about the opinion of people who make an entire video game, their entire personality? At the same time, or switch classes? I think you can do it at the same time. If you are playing an online adventure game, there will be an objectively correct choice for what does the most damage in any given situation. There will be a correct choice for what has the best defense in any given situation. If you are a loser for not picking them, according to who? The people that want to play 100% efficiently? If you don't want to min-max, find a group of people who don't want to min-max and just play with them. Thank you for the res. I don't think you're a loser for playing the game however you want to play it. I did the death thing on purpose, yeah. So when you say that it will come down to a couple of builds, I think it's also at some point on the game designers to add more situations where more builds are relevant. If it turns out that mages are doing the most damage in the game by far, having a couple of enemies or a couple of bosses that are super duper magic resistant is suddenly going to mean your physical damage dealers matter as well. If it turns out that then people only start bringing physical damage dealers, having enemies that are immune to physical damage in that dungeon is going to mean you balance it. But then, of course, what you're trying to do is mitigate the way people are playing the game. Ultimately, it's about enjoying the game and having fun and realizing that you can play inefficiently and still do it. Guess Josh is taking a break from Albion. What gave it away? What was your deduction, Sherlock, that made you look and say, he's not playing Albion Online right now? Is it the fact that this game is not Albion? Albion drowned. Wow, this chat is a tad feisty. Yeah, I've decided to just give back with the energy that I get. I've given people a lot of goodwill recently. I need to recharge that. Playing inefficiently is one of my favourite ways of playing. I've got 5 skills on the bar. I will happily give time, energy, effort and focus, and civility and politeness to people who are willing to extend the same level of social grace. I like MMORPG systems that give you choice. Choice to me is great. Playing efficiently can also feel that you're leaving your job and logging in for your second job, and you're making absolutely sure that you are doing your second job correctly, because if you don't do your second job correctly, people are going to get, angry at you for not doing your second job correctly. But again, and this is what people fail to understand, I do get that if you are playing with a team of people, each person's time in that team is valuable. And if you just turn in and, fuck around for a while, you are wasting everyone else's time. But I think there's a pretty big gap between wasting everyone's time by playing stupidly and you must play 100% meta effective, otherwise you are wasting your personal time. There is a middle bit. There's a middle balanced ground. Hey, we got the robes. Fantastic. Flameseer Mantle. Increases damage done by fire spells by quite a bit. Gives me... yeah, I'm doing fire spells. Why the hell not? Yeah. I'm doing fire spells. Fire spells are good. Level 40, though. Need to wait 2 more levels. I think people fail to understand that the gulf between you are playing so bad you're wasting everyone's time and you must press the correct buttons to the millisecond for the next 2 hours, otherwise you are a failure of a player, is pretty big. You can play at 60 to 70% efficiency and still do all of the content. It'll take you a bit longer and you might need to, you know, die a couple of times. But you'll do it. Morning from the US. Good morning, franchise. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You can play 100% perfectly and still fail. You can play completely inefficiently and succeed. People will pick up the slack. Are the Warcraft games planned for Was It Any Good? Eventually, sure. Can't guarantee when, but I will get round to them. Whether it's Warcraft 1 and 2 or Warcraft 3. Are Warcraft 1 and 2 on good old games? I think they are, aren't they? And that, while interacting with chat, is a balancing act. Absolutely. Thank you. So I have a limited amount of brain power. A remarkably limited amount of brain power. And if I dedicate all of that brain power to being good at the game that I'm playing, I am ignoring the chat. And if I focus entirely on the chat, I am ignoring the game. I have had lots of people say to me, I can't take you seriously as a gamer because the gameplay that you show isn't very good. Okay. If you want to judge my skills as a gamer, then I would need to focus entirely on the game and not on the entertainment. Which some people want. Seriously, oh god, yeah. I've had people message me on YouTube, other people send me Instagram messages, people send me Discord messages, basically saying, hey man, you shouldn't talk about this game because I've watched your gameplay and you're not even level 70 and you're not even doing that and you're not even doing that, so what authority do you have to talk on my game? That's what people say. I've had people... Okay, so someone actually came up to me once and said... It was a YouTube message. I'll try and find the YouTube things. They said to me, Josh, you keep saying that you were an endgame Neverwinter raider. Neverwinter Online, my favorite MMORPG that has changed so much I can't play it anymore. They say, Josh, you keep saying you were an endgame Neverwinter player. But I've not seen any footage of you actually doing the endgame dungeons. So are you just trying to get... Are you just trying to get stolen valor? Are you just trying to make me think that you're a real MMO gamer? And yet you weren't able to prove that you were. And I'm like, dude, it's literally the first, like, 20 videos on the YouTube channel is me explaining how every dungeon in Neverwinter goes. And they're like, yeah, but you say that you can solo the dungeons and there's no proof of you soloing it. I'm like, yeah, because they changed how the Hunter-Ranger class works and the amount of immunity frames that you got dropped because the dodges you had went from 5 to 4. And because the enemies attacked in cycles of 5, I could no longer frame perfectly block every single attack they were doing. But I could do that by adding on Aspect of the Hawk and changing it around and giving myself one free dodge every 30 seconds and hoping they used the right attack. So yeah, it was weird. It was super duper weird. People people want to check that I am as good as I say I am. I'm like, dude, I could literally explain to you where all of the iframes were in one class. That's quite a lot of understanding of that class. The Ranger was different back then. You're making me hearing this. Who DM'd someone? Yeah, they basically said, I don't think that you're... Some people have messaged me saying you shouldn't talk about MMORPGs unless you have an endgame character in all of them. Think of the irony of that. If you're only allowed to talk about an MMORPG if you've effectively seen all of the content it has to offer, then you are getting your opinion from someone, or you're getting your information from someone whose opinion is going to be formulated by the fact that they like the game enough to stick around and finish it. Iframes in Neverwinter were invincibility frames. They were a couple of frames of movement that your character was immune to all damage from. And the Hunter Ranger class used to have several. If you pressed shift, you would do a slight dodge in a direction, and that shift was an immunity frame. And so there were bosses that you could actually dodge into in order to avoid the damage they were doing. Yeah, it introduces the survivorship bias to all the reviews, because you're either getting the review from somebody who bloody loves the game, or you're getting a review from someone who's burnt out of it and is going to air all of their dirty laundry and tell you how much they hate it. Which is why whenever you look at Steam reviews for MMORPGs, you'll get something that says like 5,000 hours played, and then the person says, honestly can't recommend it. I'm like, do you ever think maybe you've just finished the game? Do you think the fact that the game got 5,000 hours out of you might be either a sign that the game is enjoyable enough, or a sign that you have become hopelessly addicted to the game? You're in a kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't position when working in any relationship to MMORPGs. Because if you don't play enough of the game, the hardcore players will tell you that you haven't played enough of the game to judge it. And if you do play enough of the game to judge it, the hardcore players will tell you, well, you played that much of the game, you must like it. And if you play even more of the game, you'll get the hardcore players telling you, well, clearly you must see how it sucks because there's nothing better to do. No matter where you are, the hardcore player base will tell you what your opinion should be. Because in order to get to a point where you can formulate an opinion, they will tell you that you've only reached that point because your opinion must already be this. It's not so much moving the goalpost as changing the game entirely. The goalposts have stayed in the same place. They've just picked you up and dropped you onto a different sporting pitch. Barry, will you play retail? I don't know. When I try to critically analyze something, I try to compare it to its peers at the time. I try to find out what it does well, what it does weak. I try to work out why decisions have been made, what the choices are. I mean, I think World of Warcraft's tab targeting system was a holdover from the fact that internet speeds were not fast enough at the time to truly facilitate action combat. People want split-second, frame-perfect action combat. The internet at the time and the PCs this were being played on would not allow that kind of accuracy from clients to server to client over thousands of clients all at the same time. So when people say, oh, I hate tab target combat was an answer to a problem. It was an answer to a data speed problem. It was an answer to a PC power problem. And because of that, they made it work. I don't mind tab target systems. I don't mind action combat systems as long as it's able to work. And when I say that, people go, nah, it's tab target, it sucks. Okay, cool. You don't like tab target, that's fine. But it was an answer to a problem at the time. I think tab target has a great deal of benefit to it, especially when it comes to MMORPGs. Let's kill the sculptor, because they're the one with the lower health. I'm the one changing the skull target, by the way, and the team are following it really well. And this is... when people make jokes at the expense of a player base, that's when you make the player base feel a bit shit. I don't like that. Tab target is still a relevant solution. Hey, turn-based combat is a solution to make sure something isn't as, graphically demanding as it needs to be. But I do have, like I have said, I have had people message me effectively saying that I need to stop making videos because they cannot trust that I have the level of prestige needed to correctly and fairly review their game. And I think that's very sad, because I think they feel threatened. I think they want a review of their game to exist, but they want it to exist and be done by someone who is as emotionally invested as they are. Don't use those. I think as well, I mean, I'm going to try and give some grace to the player base here. I think the player base, gamers in general, have been hurt by bad gaming journalism. Let's be fair. Some gaming journalists just suck. You know, they were harsh, they were overly emotional, they were overly connected to things, they were doing it for bribes, they were saying bad games were good, they were saying good games were bad, they were saying what the company wanted them to hear, they were writing reviews as if the company who had just paid them to write the review was in the room with them. And I think there is a massive distrust between people that play games and people that go and review those games. I think there is a huge void to be filled there. And so whenever I say, hey, I'm a game reviewer, a gaming journalist, and I don't particularly like this game, I think what the player base here is, he thinks the game sucks. No, I can think there's lots of good stuff about the game, while also wanting to critique it. But I do think that so many players have, over the years, almost been taught to circle the wagons whenever a gaming reviewer says anything negative about their game, because what they know is that a negative review will harm the game. And when I say this, we saw it earlier in the chat, certain players and certain people will stop playing video games if reviewers say it's bad. Certain people will actively avoid games if a reviewer says they're not a fan of it. And so whenever anyone with any level of prestige or respect in the industry says, I'm not a fan of this, certain people will avoid it entirely based on that. And that upsets people. People don't trust journalists because over the years, enough journalists have proven to be, corrupted, easily influenced, bought-off shills. That's just true. Now, is every journalist like that? No. But enough of them were. And that, I think, has left a rift. And this is something I dislike. It's left a rift between gaming critics, gaming reviewers, and gamers. Which means that if that rift exists, those two must fundamentally be different groups, different tribes. Can you be a gamer and a game reviewer? Some people think no. Remember the Nintendo E3 when the guy in charge said, in my heart, I am a gamer? The idea was that instead of seeing these different tribes of people connected to video games in different ways, it was a way of bringing all the tribes together and saying, hey, look, we all collectively enjoy the video games. So, while I completely get that there is this divide between people who play games and consider themselves pure gamers and people who review games and consider themselves game journalists, the fact that a divide exists at all means that you set up this us versus them dichotomy, which sucks. But am I saying that journalists are completely, blameless in this? Of course not. We've all known for a long time that if you want to get your advanced review copy of the game, it's really going to help if you say nice things about it. You want to stay on the good list? You want to stay on Santa's good boy list? You best be giving that game at least an 8 out of 10. Do I view myself as a game journalist when making reviews? I don't really journal as much because I'm reviewing older games. I want to see myself as a critique of systems and mechanics, but I also don't want to tell people that they're enjoying a game wrong. I want to be able to say, this game does this and I like it because of this. I mean, have you guys ever read a review of a game that you think is objectively wrong? I have. I keep a magazine next to me to remind myself that you can be wrong. You guys want to... Hang on, let me prove this. I don't necessarily think that I'm the best game journalist or the best game critic in the world, but I keep something next to me on a shelf to remind me that I'm not the worst. This is Play Magazine. This is Play Magazine from... It's issue number 100, which means it was released on... If I can find a date somewhere. I cannot see a date on this anywhere, but 2003. There we go. This came out in 2003. You want to know what? It's Devil May Cry 2. Read our verdict of Capcom's gun-crazy masterpiece. Okay, so apparently Devil May Cry 2 is a masterpiece. I'm going to say that as an objectively wrong review. And you can't say that things are, you know, objectively wrong, but that one is. That's straight up, that's not true. This is an incorrect piece of information. You are giving people... Let me see if I can find it. I'll be with you guys in a second. It's not a big magazine. You guys played Devil May Cry 2? If you haven't played Devil May Cry 2, don't do anything other than that. Spend some time just scream into the void. There we go. That's probably the one. Devil May Cry 2 is there. It's basically, it says it's an incredible, amazing, fantastic, perfect game, and it's the best action shooter they've ever played. Wrong. You're wrong. You enjoyed that wrong. You are objectively incorrect with that. Now, if you want to say you like it because of this, okay, there's probably an argument to be made there somewhere. If it's the best game you played, then I assume it's the only game you played, and I don't think that necessarily qualifies you to be writing a game review in a printed journal. Is Devil May Cry 2 the one that you played the same game again in the second half? You played as Lucia. You played as Dante in the first half if you wanted to, and then you played as Lucia in the second half if for some reason you hadn't given up. How was it so bad? It wasn't meant to be a Devil May Cry game. It was meant to be a different game entirely, and then when Devil May Cry 1 did absolutely incredibly well, unexpectedly, they had to very quickly retroactively change a game that was halfway through development into a Devil May Cry game. So they lost the Gothic Foundation, they changed it for a city, they lost the Lovecraftian monsters, changed it for a man who was selling his soul to a demon in order to become a businessman. That's genuinely the plot. And then they set it inside a massive, boring, dull, grey stone city that you just travelled between. What did you miss with the second one? Nothing. If you've played Devil May Cry, if you play the second one, your experience of the first actively gets worse. I mean, there are reviewers who hate Dynasty Warriors. That's fine. I love Dynasty Warriors. I think it's a great game. I can get why people would hate it, but I think it's an amazing game. Dynasty Warriors is super fun. Yeah, you could pick whether you wanted to play as Dante or Lucia. And it was interesting to play. Okay, let me read you the review. The original Devil May Cry was disappointing. That's how the review starts. We're only going up from there, to be honest. I don't think Devil May Cry 2 is better than Devil May Cry 1. I don't think it's better in a subjective way. I don't think it's better in an objective way. And do you know what we could do right now? I think I've got it on Good Old Games. Because I'm pretty sure I played the... Oh no, there we go. Devil May Cry HD Collection. There is nothing stopping us from playing Devil May Cry 2 right now. I could finish the whole game. Whole game's about 7 hours long. I've got the HD collection, which means you can see the Devil May Cry 2 shitness with more pixels. I think HD is probably the only thing that can make Devil May Cry 2 worse, because you can actively see more of Devil May Cry 2. I think the game would have been made better with a downgrade because you would have seen less of it. Maybe we do deserve to suffer today. Imagine being in a dungeon with Josh and wondering what he's doing during those phases, and you realise he's reading a review for Devil May Cry 2. You don't want to be in a dungeon with me, guys. You straight up don't. Alright? It's not fun. It's not a good time. I don't think I've got it downloaded to this PC. Will I ever do a review for 3? I'm still getting over 2. Josh, if you do, you have to beat the game using only gun. Okay, Game Wiz, are you saying that because you know how Devil May Cry 2 works? Is that a joke? Because the gun is the most overpowered weapon in Devil May Cry 2 and literally solos the entire game. Okay, cool, you understand how good it is. So if you've played Devil May Cry 1, you'll know that every time you want to shoot the gun, you have to press the button, which means that you're effectively pulling the trigger of a gun, which is something that I like. It means that every time you press the button, that is one bullet. You are firing the gun. In Devil May Cry 2, your gun becomes an automatic machine gun and you just hold down shoot. It also automatically locks onto every enemy in the area and has the highest damage. And that's the standard way it's made. It is super, super overpowered. From the start. Is there reload? No. No. There is no reload. There is no bullets. There's no ammo. It is hold down, shoot, walk through level, win. I'm going to download Devil May Cry 2 right now because I honestly hate all of you enough to do that. Now, it is 11 gigabytes. I think of the 11 gigabytes, Devil May Cry 2 takes up, from what I can remember of the textures, about 3 kilobytes. So what I'll be doing is I'll be getting a good game, a bad game, and then a worse game. That's the kindest words you'll hear from me today. You're welcome. Now, the HD collection is that. Which means we might start to lag slightly because I'm downloading it. Let's see how fast the download's going. It might not be going very fast at all. Unfortunately, it's going really fast. I was hoping it would take ages. I was kind of sat there thinking, I really hope this sucks. Devil May Cry 1 is worse. No, Devil May Cry 2 has 2 games in it. Josh hating us is at least the recognition that we matter. You guys are doing so well. Like, this team have absolutely carried me. You've done so bloody well. Hang on, how close are we? We've downloaded 21%. I hate this. I was thinking it'd be on like 3%. Like, nope, 1/5 done already. If I go for a 5-minute break and come back, it will launch. Josh, what's my favourite Warhammer faction? I've heard you talk so much about 40k. So, I like the Space Marines. I like the Ultramarines. But I think my favourite faction, I've realised as I've grown older, my favourite faction, without a doubt, is the Imperial Guard. Changed to the Astra Militarum. Now, the reason I like this, people might call me a bit of a basic bitch, but there is something about the indomitable human spirit. There is something about being a regular guy taking on the horrors of the warp. The Space Marine saying is, and they shall know no fear. And I appreciate that, but you know what? Not knowing fear means that you're not showing bravery either. And to me, there is value in being absolutely shit scared of something and standing in front of it and fighting it anyway. I like the fact that the Astra Militarum are afraid. I like the fact that they are weak. I like the fact that they will suffer. and yet they will do it anyway. That, I think, has value. I don't want to support the uncaring, unthinking, beautiful, perfect, all the time, always brave super soldier. I want to support the regular dude who chose to be super. Consider this. I don't want to be the chosen one. I want to choose to be the one. Right, 50 armor, 8 intellect, 8 spirit. Do I need that? That's pretty good for me. Let's double check. Spirit is health regen out of combat, so that actually can work quite nicely. I'll need that. That could be good for me. Cool. Cuffs of the Whale, Imperial Leather Boots, and Mist Scape, or Mist Cape. Stamina, intellect, spirit. Nah, I've already got acidic walkers going on. Nah, I'm good with that. So I would say, imagine that the forces of chaos are running over the hill toward your little sleepy village. You can see the Space Marine standing between you and them, and you can know that he knows no fear. But you can also see the Imperial Guardsman standing between you and them, and you can know that he is absolutely shit scared. And he's still standing there. That, to me, is value. That's bravery. You can see the Imperial Guard from the pile of bodies that the forces of chaos stand on. That's fine. 90% casualties is a totally acceptable way of doing it. Hang on. Itchy just got Reigns of the Swift Mist Saber. Very cool. Right, good run, guys. We're going to lose a huge amount of viewers switching over to Devil May Cry 2. But those viewers are entirely cowards. Who's played Devil May Cry 1? That's going to be what's about to happen. Who's played Devil May Cry 1? I think Devil May Cry 1 is an incredible game. Devil May Cry 1, phenomenal. So much fun. Excellent game, choices, weapons, really cool stuff. Love it. Who's played Devil May Cry 2? Because you're about to. Right, let me invite some people to the guild, and then let me ruin everyone's day. You think you've played the one with the weird demon lady who had to relift her face behind her head? Don't remember that one. Right, let me grab my... I've got an Xbox controller around here somewhere. I'm old school, so we're only using Xbox 360 controllers. Let's see if I can find it. Where are you, Xbox 360 controller? Actually, where are you? That's a good question. Don't be hiding from me, you cheeky little controller. Oh, there you are. I don't normally like to say objective statements because I can always be proven wrong, but this is one thing that I will say objectively. I think gaming technology peaked when we ended with see-through plastic. I think see-through plastic with LEDs inside that allowed you to see the actual boards that were being used. See-through plastic was peak design for any kind of gaming peripheral. Whether it was a see-through plastic TV, see-through plastic mouse, see-through plastic keyboard, see-through plastic needs to come back. This is the way it should be. This is the objectively correct way. It was the pinnacle. 100% wrong. I'm not wrong. See-through plastic peripherals, late 90s, early 2000s vibe. This was the way. Everything from this is a downgrade. I can't wait for the green screen chroma to make a patch on my... You can remember that, can't you, Inju? Because this has a green light in it, and whenever I use it, it chroma keys through my jumper. No, that's ugly. It's not ugly. It's perfect. Absolutely perfect. That sounds terrible. A great way to take the engagement out of a game. Now, this is perfect. You love the 360 controller. The Xbox 360 controller was one of the best design controllers. I'm not an Xbox fanboy, but that is a brilliant controller. Just missing the LEDs for Peak controller. It's not missing them, mate. They're in here. It's not plugged in yet. They are in here. All right, guys. Yep, I'm going to invite people to the guild, then I'm going to leave this dungeon. That's what I'm going to do. Let's go. Cool. Right. Let me just Hearthstone out. I mean, the N64 controller was interesting. There was choices that you could play with it. 360 controller, I think, was my favorite controller, without a doubt. More people want an invite to the guild. Yeah, I'll sort you out. Then I've got to be off. Cool. You like them because you can see through them like ghosts. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's exactly what it is. Right, here's what we're going to do. I've already played this game for 11 hours. God. Right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a 5-minute break. During that 5-minute break, I'm going to set Devil May Cry 2 up. If anyone wants to leave, leave now. I know that you're going to suffer from this. I know it's going to hurt. But I think that we need to be here together. I think we all need to experience this. I think we need to... The cowards can leave. That's okay. Don't worry. The cowards can leave. What I am going to do is change around the stream info of this. I won't leave, but I'll go AFK. Go AFK for like 6 hours. You'll need to. Let me just sort this out. Okay, hang on. Let me change this. I like how in order to find Devil May Cry 2, you need to scroll on the Devil May Cry thing. There we go. It's HD. Devil May Cry 2, the HD version. Let's see if I can find it properly. There we go. Okay. Let me update this. Let me change things around for you. Okay. We've updated the stream info. What's going on? I had stream on mute for a second. We're about to play Peak. So, don't get scared. Peak's about to happen, my friend. That's exactly what's about to happen. What I'm going to do is just get rid of a few things, such as the game. What's the black square covering? That's that thing just there. The chat box can stay, that's fine. Okay, here we go. We are about to experience Peak. You're about to have a great time. Nobody gets scared. Don't get scared. Stop it. Stop. I know some of you are. Right now, you're a bit scared. Don't worry. I'm here with you. I'm here to make sure you're all okay. Right, what do I and don't need? I've got a... let me just grab... Don't need you anymore. Alright, you can come out. That's fine. Has that broken the PC? Do you guys remember when you had to... right-click special things and authorize them to be removed from stuff? You know, end USB, that kind of thing. You guys remember that? Okay, this might be super loud, so just give it a minute. See if I can run it in window mode as well. Love it. Love it already. Right, what I do want to do is see if I can run this in windowed mode, because I don't want it in full screen. Please run in windowed mode. Settings, resolution, screen mode, windowed, yes! Love this. Right, windowed 1920 by 1080. You don't want to see more graphics, trust me. Hang on. Oh my, you can play in a 640 by 480 window. That's amazing. Why is 1920 by 1080 the highest window? That's the biggest it goes. Okay, cool. This is straight up the biggest this entire thing goes to. If I click off it, it doesn't lag too much. That's fine. Okay. Right. Let me get this ready. You're going to hate this. I'm going to hate this. We're all going to have a really bad time. Let me just switch around this. Capture Devil May Cry HD Collection Launcher. Let me see how this works now. Cool. Are you all ready to be sad? I hope you are. I hope you're all ready to see this Devil May Cry 2. Listen, right. If I'm having a bad day, everyone's having a bad day. We're playing Devil May Cry 2. Let me put some text at the top and change it around. Right, that's what's happening. This is going to be fun. No, it's not. Put some shades on as well. This is going to happen now. It's a whelming game. It's not a whelming game. It's gamified sadness. Okay, take 5. Here's a countdown timer for 5 minutes. You've got 5 minutes until things get terrible. I'm going to go make myself a cup of tea and scream into the void for 5 minutes. When we come back, this is happening. Deal with it. Now it's a Sunday stream. Right, I'm back. The truth is this. I'm going to be real with you guys. Doing this is going to lose a huge amount of Twitch viewers. And you know what? I don't care. Because this is no longer about the view count. This is no longer about the metrics. This is now about proving a point. It's Sunday. I have agency. I can do whatever I want. And if I want to ruin all of our days, I'll do that. Now, you can choose to leave. I'll judge you. If you do, I'll straight up judge you. Not gonna lie. But you can choose to leave. Right. So, Devil May Cry 1, absolutely incredible game. Fantastic. Devil May Cry 3, absolute peak of gaming. Devil May Cry 2, basically the gaming equivalent of the middle person in the Human Centipede. The thing we hope we could all forget and honestly shouldn't exist. An affront to God and gaming. Settings. Let's go. Subtitles on, because you need to listen to absolutely everything. Vibration on, because I'm going to get some pleasure out of this if I absolutely have to. Keyboard, don't care about it, using a controller. Let's go. Right, anti-aliasing, so you can see even more of the game, that's on too. Josh, why choose 2? Because I've got free will and want everyone to hate this day specifically. Click help. I'm not clicking help, I don't need help. The DVD logo is going away soon, you guys don't deserve that either. Now let's see how well this is going to go. I'm going to turn the... Okay, the sound's quite loud. It's going to suck. Here we go. You guys ready? You already hate it? Good. You get to choose whether you play as Dante or Lucia, which means do you want to play as the main character who's an edgelord or the character that never appeared in any Devil May Cry stuff ever again in any meaningful way? The answer is Dante. Would you like to continue? Yeah, I mean, no. But I guess I have to. If you remember the plot of Devil May Cry 1, it doesn't matter at all. Hang on, why is it now not playing? Give me a second. You guys have been saved. Even OBS was like, Josh, we don't need to do that. My PC just actively tried to turn this off. Wow, there we go. OBS actively tried to stop you watching the game. Now, a quick show of hands, because I think this needs context. You might need to turn the volume down in a second. I've not found the balance for it yet. Who has played Devil May Cry 1? Devil May Cry 1, where you play as Dante, the son of the legendary Dark Knight Sparda, who rebelled against the demons of hell because they saw that the human world was worth saving. And then they fought back against the Dark Lord Mundus. And then Mundus was being resummoned in Malay Island. What if I told you none of that matters anymore? going to show you the game. You guys ready?
Devil May Cry.
Hang on.
In a time long since past, in an age of darkness, when the earth was overrun with demons and humans were powerless under their rule, humanity's hope lived in a demon named Sparda. With a spirit unlike any other, and wielding the sword that bore his own name, Sparda eradicated the demons. And now, the legend of Sparda has been inherited by his son, the Demon Slayer, Dante.
You called?
Till next time, son of Sparda.
Mission 1. Toward the north, the Hunter of Dark Blood will realize his destiny. Guidepost for the Hunters. Chapter 1. Clause 3.
Right, just so you're all aware, Devil May Cry 2 is considered the Devil May Cry 2 of video games. So don't expect too much here. You might be thinking, but Josh, what's going on? Who was that? What's the plot? Shut up. You're already thinking more about this game than they did when they made it. Let me just reduce the camera size so you can enjoy even more of the Devil May Crying. Right, it's very important you guys get involved with this. Right, let's see what I can do. Here we go. All right. So, let's go to... That's jump. You have double jump as standard. You can jump off walls as well. Okay, cool. Square is shoot. If you hold square, that happens. Press circle, you dive roll. Press triangle, you do a combo with a sword. Okay, cool. What else we got? R1. R1 gets ready to do a special attack, or special guns if we need it. R2 does nothing. L1, L2 does nothing as well. Right, so we've got dive, double jump, guns in the air, double jump, sword, slash. Okay, cool, let's go. What's the plot? Doesn't matter, shut up. Red orbs. A crystal with condensed demon blood used to gain power. Cool, we spend those to upgrade our stuff. Can we jump up here? No. Can we go in here? Yes. Camera angle does that weird Resident Evil thing. We're jumping up and over. This is going great so far. You guys having a good time? I'm having a good time. You enjoying the textures? They've gone for the pack of brown. We're about to get some enemies. Now, let me just remind you of something that might be important. Can you jump off and die? No. Do you guys remember the pacing from Devil May Cry 1? The pacing I loved. If you haven't played Devil May Cry 1, let me paint you a picture. The first time you even see an enemy, you've already jumped all the way through Malay Island and the mansion. You see one of the marionettes hanging up on the side, and the camera zooms in on it, and you walk up to it, and you grab an item from it, but it doesn't do anything. And then you explore the mansion, then you go back through the original room, and then it throws that knife at you, and the camera zooms back out. You actually see the enemy before you see the enemy, and then the enemy gets involved. So the very first enemy type you see is the marionette, and you actually get exposed to it before you get to fight it. The next enemy type is, I believe, the witches, and you see those in the picture before you then take the shotgun and they leave the picture and you have to fight them. And then you see the shadow tiger in the distance darting around before you destroy the statue, and then you have to fight the shadow tiger. Every enemy is introduced as existing within the world of Devil May Cry 1 before you do something directly to anger them. You see the marionettes, but they don't attack you until you take the item. You see the witches in the picture, but they don't leave the picture until you take the shotgun. You see the shadow tiger, but it doesn't attack you until you destroy the fountain. You actively engage with the world, and then the world fights back against you. This is how the enemies are introduced in Devil May Cry 2. Did we all have fun? I have to actively get involved in the game to do anything that isn't just more powerful than holding shoot. I'm going to turn this down slightly because now you kind of get what's going on. Okay, how does this sound? Is that better? Is that not too loud anymore? Okay. You played every... Okay, so my favorite attack is if you hold R1, pull backwards and press triangle, you do a sweep up. If you hold forwards, you do a stab. Do you remember in Devil May Cry 1 you had to unlock the Stinger special attack, the stab, by buying it? Not now. Now you get it. I can still hear it. Please lower it even more. No. Here we go. Oh, the camera's doing a weird Dutch angle thing. Love it. Let's jump up and grab you. Perfect. Now, there are secrets in this game. I'm not going to show you them because you don't deserve them. Item. Okay, so we start with a Vital Devil Star and we start with a Devil Star Special. Don't need either of those. Right, we can equip one of 3 amulets. We can equip one of 4 swords that we've only got one of so far. And we can equip one of multiple guns that we will literally never ever need to change. You having fun? Are you guys ready for the boss? Oh, another enemy type. So in Devil May Cry 1, we got 2 enemy types relatively, far apart from each other. Now we get 2 enemy types straight away. Now you'll notice that we are locked onto them even though we can't see them. Now they'll hit me and do some damage, but what if I would just hold shoot? Let's just see what would happen. Devil May Cry 2 gun only is not a challenge. It is the only way you actually play the game. You don't see enemies before they dive bomb you and attack you. You lock onto them when they're off screen. You have no engagement with them. When you know an enemy is around because the music says, "Ooh, enemies," just hold shoot. You win. Now you'll notice that it's trying to be a platform as well. We're jumping all over the place. Oh no, enemies! Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, when you use Devil Trigger, you turn into a guy and your guns turn into electric machine guns from your hands. Should have mentioned that earlier. Sorry about that. Basically, Devil Trigger mode in this one doesn't give you any specific melee moves that you need to care about. What it does is it turns you into an electrical machine gun. And you can also turn it on and off, as and when you need to. Because, you know, that's fun. Is this a fan game? The first time I played this, it felt like a fan game. Gameplay. Absolute gameplay. I feel that you guys could probably make a better game than this. I'm going to be honest, I could probably just frisbee a CD into a microwave and cook it on medium rare for a bit, and I would end up with something more fun than this. Gold Orb, a crystal generated by immortals with the power of resurrection. Unfortunately, that means if you die, you come back to life. Okay, now, what's just happened in the game is a red barrier has appeared that we need to kill enemies to get past. Now, just consider this. In Devil May Cry 1, red barriers appeared over doors, and they were the spirits and the souls of the evil within Malay Island, controlled by Mundus, that was attempting to stop you getting further into the island. And by killing the enemies, or by spending enough red orbs, which are themselves congealed souls of the damned, you could shatter the barrier, which means there was a narrative connection between destroying the barrier and getting further into the game. In Devil May Cry 2, red barriers appear across streets because they do. I'm going to start engaging with the combat system, because if I don't, there's no reason to even have it. Now, you'll notice that you also get points, A, B, C, D, and then S for super. And you get points by engaging with different attacks. So in order to build up the meter, you have to do different things. You also have to dodge. Now you might wonder, what does the points give you? Did they? Oh, and then the barrier just goes away because it decided that it was bored. What do the points give you? Do you get better things? Do you get cool stuff? Maybe. Right. What's this? How do I access you again? Right, you press dodge. Right, so you have to press dodge next to a statue of a god that controls time. You can gain power by offering red orbs. Remember that there were the time statues inside the Malay Island mansion, but they were also in this really well-decorated occult worship room? Well, no, now they're just on the street of a city somewhere. Swords. We can make rebellion better. Guns. We can make the gun more gun. Item. We can buy lots of items with the things what we have found. Exit. We can unfortunately continue playing the game. A blue orb fragment. 4 pieces make 1 whole blue orb. Excellent. Oh, don't you worry. We'll get more guns soon. Oh, Oh my goodness, that's a red orb up there, but it also seems to be by a gate. I wonder if we jump through there, is there going to be a chance that we get ambushed and attacked by enemies? And if that happens, what is the chance that we could survive the ambush by literally just holding shoot? In Devil May Cry 1, it took several minutes for different enemies to appear. Devil May Cry 2, we have already had 3 different enemies appear. This is the 3rd type. Am I having fun? I'm currently engaging in the activity of playing Devil May Cry 2 on stream. I'm currently holding what would effectively be the square button on PlayStation, that is the X button on an Xbox 360 controller, to engage in gameplay within the game of Devil May Cry 2. The gameplay I am currently engaged in is being trapped in a large room and ambushed by enemies, one of which is crawling on the wall behind me and has been for a while and seems to be trapped because its pathing is broken. This is the gaming equivalent of a fidget spinner. Am I whelmed or underwhelmed? I am engaging in gameplay right now that is apparently meant to be an enjoyable experience within the game of Devil May Cry 2, within the Devil May Cry HD collection. Devil May Cry 2 is one of the video games ever. Now, some of you might be thinking, how is he so good at holding the square button on what would be a PlayStation controller but is currently an Xbox controller? What did we do to deserve this? I actively believe this is a meta plan by Mundus to infiltrate the human world by making a game so bad people got physically angry. After standing completely still and holding the shoot button down for a while, I think I might actually need to move simply because there are enemies trapped behind walls and their pathing has broken. Could you, if you wanted, play in a different way? I could press triangle to use my sword. I could even press circle to do a dodge roll. The question is, why would I do that when every single combat encounter in the entire game is mitigated by holding shoot? We have found the key, a key to unlock an iron-barred door. A key for what? A key for a door we've already seen? No. You have used the key. We have escaped the opening area and are following a trail of red orbs. Prepare yourself, please, because plot is about to happen. What I am going to do is, I can't even change the specific in-game audio as being different, like, to everything else, so the audio is going back up. Just deal with it. It's getting louder. Now those guys throw shields at you, which means it does benefit you to walk around so you dodge the shields. You'll notice my extremely talented walking of going left and right occasionally still bumps into them. It is remarkably hard to die in this game. Target switching is cheating. I'm not target switching. It does it automatically. I'm literally holding shoot and left and right on the analog stick. The game automatically target switches to whichever target is closest to you. This is only going to be fun if I don't use the guns. Right, I'm no longer using the guns until I have to. Which will be soon, don't worry. Prepare for plot. Plot happened. Now you might be thinking, Dante can fly now. No. No, he can't. His abilities are inconsistent. Are you ready for mission 2? Get ready.
Where's Mathieu? Mathieu? Mathieu?
Good grief. They really made a big mess, didn't they?
Oh yeah, it's French, by the way.
It sure took him a while to find this place. Oh, you have arrived, son of Sparta.
You knew him?
Oh, yes. We are the guardians of this land, Vidumali. Our clan once fought against the demons with Sparta, son of Sparta. We must ask this favor of you. You see, there's a man who's transformed our land into a demon's paradise. His name is Arius. And although he is the president of an international public corporation, he uses the demon power. Please, deal with Arius and his master for us.
Looks like it's your lucky day.
Wonderful! I am very pleased. It leads to a harbor. If you are successful, I will tell you a story about your father, son of Sparta.
Okay, so Old Lady and Lucia are guardians of this land, Vidumali. They fought with Sparta against the demons many years ago. They know Dante. They need help from Arius, who is an evil businessman who is using demon powers to do evil business and turn the world into a business paradise. That is genuinely the plot. Dante, the wisecracking, happy-go-lucky fun dude, then flips a coin to decide whether he should help these people or not, because he's edgy in this one. Remember in the first game when he helped because it was the right thing to do? Despite the fact that he was a little bit of a cocky, arrogant dickhead, he did the right thing because that's just straight up the right thing to do? No. In this game, he's like, I will not help you unless fate says this coin has to do it. Let's start. Oh yeah, so we need to get to the demon city, and that means we need to go through the underground passage which leads to the harbor. Are you ready to see what the underground passage is like? Did you say it's a lot more brown stone? It is. Oh look, there's a broken door. Maybe we can... Notice how there's no feedback that doing that is the correct thing. The controller doesn't vibrate, the stone doesn't shake. It is the correct thing, you break it, but there's no visual or audio feedback that attacking this is the right thing to do. Have to hit it 5 times to break it. Good design would have had the first hit shake the stones. Now you might be thinking, I wonder if this is a big open plan place that we get to explore. No, this is a linear corridor level. And occasionally, if I remember, there are holes in the floor that you just fall into. Why are there holes in the floor that you fall into? Were they built there because they're traps? No, because this is meant to be an underground passage to get to the harbor. So these have literally no reason to exist at all. This is a game designed by someone who has never played a game, who simply said, games have pits that you fall into. Then you break the wall, which means the other wall slides across. Maybe a switch? No, we don't get a switch. Oh yeah, you can't melee the bats, so just hold shoot. Maybe a switch again? No. What is this place? Why are we breaking big random stone faces which is causing huge walls to slide across? Devil May Cry 1 was good. Devil May Cry 2 is the Devil May Cry 2 of the Devil May Cry series. Is there a chance you'll do a was it good for this game? I already have. Oh, look. There are 8 lights. Light a blue flame, and then the way will be open. And then that hand thing does the same thing from Devil May Cry 1. Stand here. Puzzle happens. Jump. Hit all 3 of them. All 4, sorry. It's too slow. Too slow again. Okay, you don't actually need to be fast, you just need to hit 8 circles at some point. Now, I'm sure you're thinking, that was quite an interesting puzzle point. I wonder if I'll use that again in the game. No. That is, from what I remember, the only time you have to do that mechanic in this game. There is a similar mechanic in the graveyard later where you have to hit 4 spheres, but they're over in the corners. Now you might also be thinking, what are those spheres? Are they containers of magical energy? Are they containers of essence? Are they like the shields in Malay Island from Devil May Cry 1 that you have to hit repeatedly in order to fill up with power to activate certain things because you're using devil energy as electricity? The answer is, doesn't matter. Just spheres, innit, mate? That's what games have. That's what video games have. This is a video game made by people who don't understand what makes video games good. It is the most video gamey video game. Need a switch? Have a door that gets attacked. Oh look, new enemies again. But this time, they have flamethrowers. What a fun fight. What an incredible fight. Enemy appeared, I pressed triangle 9 times and won. Savage. That was a savage golem. Didn't even see its face, because the first time the savage golem, a brand new enemy, spawns in, it spawns in facing away from you. Oh yeah, random fact, you don't actually need to do the fights in the pits. You fall into them, just jump out. The enemies can't follow you because they can't jump. To have an enemy spawn in for the very first time the player sees it, and to spawn in facing away from the player is dumb. Right. That needs me to do something because it's locked. God of Time, you got anything for me? Okay, I'm lost. What point is being proven? I'm just playing the game. I'm just playing the game and showing you what's going on. I don't need to bother doing that. Maybe we go this way. Oh, there we go. Yeah, door. I mentioned Devil May Cry 2. Oh, good, the wall moves again. I mentioned Devil May Cry 2, and I said that it's a bad game, and I think somebody said it can't be that bad, and I'm like, bet. So now we're playing it. The battle music has kicked in, by the way. Which means it's time for me to hold shoot and kill all these bats with absolutely no effort whatsoever. Wait, this is Twitch, guys. We're just playing video games. We're just playing video games. We're having a good time. You having a good time? I'm having a good time. This is audience punishment, right? If I'm having a bad day, you're all having a bad day. Nothing up there. There's nothing back here. From what I can tell, there's a door there that needs to be broken, but I can't seem to get to it. Am I okay? I'm definitely enjoying showing you the variation of this game. Oh, this was back this way, wasn't it? Wait, no. Yeah, wrong way. Do I know what game this was originally going to be? I don't know, but it was going to be a different game. Oh, there we go. Now, do you remember, in Devil May Cry 1, I believe they had different combos based on when you press the triangle button? I think that's still here. Let me check. No, it's not. There was... Okay, so I can press different buttons. Delayed attacks. So it was like hit, hit, wait, hit. I love the bit in Devil May Cry when Dante got his gun out and then he gunned all over everyone. Okay, here's a random thing that you're going to find super annoying. If you are locked onto an enemy and you will attack toward that enemy. Which means even if I'm running toward this door to attack it and holding the analog stick toward the door, when I press triangle to swing my sword, I will instantly turn around and swing it toward the enemy. Despite the fact I am holding run toward the door and pressing attack, it doesn't attack the door. A switch. What does a switch do? Doesn't matter. Just hit it. Oh good, the magical switch has broken the seal on the door. Why? How does it narratively connect? What mechanically does that, do? How does any of this matter? Shut up. Just play video game. Now you can, I think, cancel the lock-on. I think there is a button to cancel the lock-on. And I will see if I can find it later. This is definitely a classic game. Oh good, there's more enemies. Do we get even new enemy types? Let's find out. No, we get the weird witches. Oh no, these things. Alright, new plan. Oh yeah, by the way, you can fly. Soon. We will be able to fly when we get that amulet in there. They fly now? They fly now. Oh look, new enemy types. We get 2 of these evil dudes. I wonder if they'll attack me. No way. What if I hold shoot? You may have noticed that both the enemy attacks from the air missed me, despite the fact that I am literally standing still. And their homing attacks went past me. I have stood still and just held down shoot. Well, I'm glad that boss fight's over. What's this? That's right. It's the special magical amulet that allows you to fly and shoot lightning as a demon. Why was it hiding underground in a tunnel that we find by going through a village with an old French woman in it? I don't know. Why does any of this do any of it? It's Devil May Cry 2. Shut up. This is potentially the only part of the game that I like in any way. You have just given the player an ability. Therefore, it makes sense to make the player use the ability. Stand on these green things to gain your devil power back. Activate devil trigger. Jump. Press A to fly. You can also shoot guns from hand. Mission done. Remember in the first Devil May Cry you used to cast lightning from your hands? Now you just cast bullet, but really fast. You just do fast bullet. I'm going to make my webcam on stream slightly smaller so you guys get to enjoy more of the game. There we go. I feel that you weren't getting the full experience. Do you want more?
Mission 3. The key to the next journey begins and ends with death.
Oh yeah, so the weird underground thing. By the way, the place that we're in right now, this is not the demon city. This is just a regular human city. Look, there's like signposts and stuff. This is like a regular place. The only reason you ever have to engage with your sword is to actively make the game harder for yourself. Which year does this game take place? Whenever God dies. Okay, now, pay attention. You see this screen that we're on right now? This is a bridge. You can't really tell because of the angle, but this is a broken bridge. And what we need to do is get across to the other side of the broken bridge. Now, can you think of, and this is going to be difficult because you're going to have to explain your understanding of narrative pacing and mechanical involvement here. Can you think of a way that we could possibly get across to the other side of this bridge, maybe with a mechanic that the player has literally just been involved with? Okay? Do you think maybe we could use fly? No. There is an invisible wall. Which means the mechanic that you have literally just given the player access to and then presented them with a puzzle where the solution is the mechanic you've just given them access to is not actually used. Oh good, another big random barrier appears. Maybe it's time for a new enemy type. Right. The only reason to ever move is those guys over there, the goats, cause blue flames on the floor, which can be mitigated by mashing the roll button. You'll notice that I'm employing the ancient tactic of walking slowly in a circle around them. Sun Tzu, I believe, wrote in The Art of War, when one is attacked by a mini-boss level summoning goatman, walk slowly in a circle around them and hold square. You guys want another boss fight? Here you go. Okay, quick question. Who's this boss going to be? You're in a train station. That's right. Did you say giant ape? Now what happens if I turn on Devil Trigger mode and just fire my gun? Shall we see? Let's find out. Right, let's engage in mechanics. Now some people might say that you need to actively choose not to use the guns. The point is, when the boss has a distance attack, and when the boss moves away from you, you are being incentivized to only use your attack that has distance to it, which is the guns. Which means the first boss of the game, the first boss with a health bar, you pretty much deal with by just holding shoot, and occasionally moving backwards. Now I could dodge if I wanted to. The problem is that dodge is circle and shoot is square, which means I'm having to hold the controller in this weird way, where I've got my index finger on circle and my thumb on square. Now I understand that you... Oh good, and then he dies. Now I understand that you control the buttons you press. However, if you present the player with a boss that is pretty much only attackable by ranged attacks, you are incentivizing the player to use ranged attacks. Key. A key to unlock a huge gate, blocking a passage from the station to the harbour. Holy run-on sentence, Batman. Okay, it wasn't that gate. Was it this gate but from the other side? Hang on. Right, so it wasn't that one. Was it this way? One of these gates is going to be unlocked by the key. Oh, green orb, that's health. Not that I need it. In the white room with the black curtain near the station. Probably. It's probably going to be another thing somewhere. Oh, could it be this one? Nope, that's just a bit of scenery. Oh, it's going back at the start of the level, isn't it? I don't need any more green orbs. I'm pretty sure I've got everything I need. Why did the giant ape need the key? Stop asking questions. You're already considering more information than the people that made this game. Do we gun soon? Worry not. We'll get back to gunning pretty soon. Oh, maybe it's this one. Why does the gate in the middle of the city have angelic-style things on it? I don't know. You've used the key. What's going to be in here? Did you say the end of the mission? You were right. I'm going to save my data because I never want to forget this. Are we all doing okay? Are we all going to carry on? We're going to keep going. We'll do one more mission, then have a break. Mission 4. She has many arms, but only one heart, and she waits for the hunter deep in the water. Now, what do you guys think about level design if it just starts with a boss and the entire level is just the boss? What would you think about that? Oh, that was a cheeky little spawn some orbs, then make me go this way. Because there are some levels that are literally just bosses. That's the same way we came before. Would you also believe that the guns are not the most overpowered weapon that you can get? What would you think if I told you we can get an even better weapon in like one mission? Now here's something that Devil May Cry 2 prides itself on. Dante, if he locks onto two enemies at once, will hold one of his hands behind the back of his head and shoot the enemy using that stance. Like that. Only happens every now and again. You can't make it happen. But when it does happen, it's meant to look cool. Now, hey, do you guys think we can smash through this? Maybe. Oh, we're at S rank, by the way. That apparently was an S rank battle that I got myself into just then. I have just shown my mastery over Devil May Cry 2's combat system. What is S rank? Whenever you get into combat, you get a rank from A, B, C, D. D being bad, A being the best, S being the, you know, top one. That was just a PNG of some wood. There's a combat system? No, there's a gun system. Now, let me show you something interesting. Probably the only kind of mechanic we might get. You cannot get through that gate. I mean, we need to get through the gate. There's no other way we could do it. Maybe we could... You might be thinking, Josh, you've got devil form. Just jump and fly over. No. There's an invisible wall. Should you fly around? No. Also an invisible wall. This is clearly an insurmountable obstacle that we cannot get past with any of the mechanics we currently have access to. There is no way Dante could get past that. And so, we must engage with gameplay in another way in order to get past it. Are you all ready to see the way that we engage with gameplay? Is it hit this switch, which is just floating ominously? Oh, good, that opens it. Fantastic. Now we run back. Oh, but it's closing. Oh, that might mean we don't have the time required to make it. Well, you know what? We straight up don't. There is no way that you can get to this gate unless you have a speed boost. Believe it or not, in the next room, there is a speed boost. But I believe we must beat a boss in order to get access to it. Now, you might be thinking, Josh, why can you use one system, such as the speed boost, and you can't use the other system, such as the fact that you can literally fly to just fly over to it? Shut up. Here we go. Let's go and kill a boss. Are you ready? I'm ready. Let's go. This is the pre-fight. This is the prep for the boss. This is proving that you've got the skills needed to beat the boss. The skills needed are stand in the corner and hold shoot. Do you remember how creepy the marionettes were in the first Devil May Cry? Do you remember how some of them had big scythed blade hands, and some of them had throwing daggers, and some of them had massive crushing, you know, maces they would hit you? They were great. They were absolutely lovely. How do I know all this? Coach, I have already reviewed Devil May Cry 2, and I consider Devil May Cry 2 to be anti-art. I think that when Devil May Cry 2 got made, 3 actually good games actively got worse. That's how bad this game is. What's this? Oh, it's more magical power. This is the run fast power. You may remember that animation from the previous time we gained a power, and it used the same animation. Quick Heart, a magic stone with the heart of a running demon beast. So now we have to make a choice. Okay. Oh, you can't go up the steps, by the way. That's not allowed. We now have to make a choice, guys. Now, one of these choices might seem objectively better than the other, but just bear with it for a minute. Oh yeah, you don't have to fight, by the way. You can just run out. Would you rather literally be able to fly and shoot electric bullets from your hands, or, bear with me here, run fast? Because we have to choose one of them. This is your amulet. You can have 3 different things to it. I'm going to go with Quick Heart. Enables you to move fast. So now we do this. Hit this. Devil Trigger. Run. So much cooler than flying. So much. Like, we could have just flown over, but no, that would have been silly. What's in this room? Did you say it's a boss? Correct. What kind of boss is it going to be? That's right. In the harbor, it's going to be a weird, Lovecraftian tentacle creature with lots of tentacles that do some kind of swipe attack at you. What are we going to do? Oh, I'll show you what we're going to do. We're going to stand in the corner over here, and we're going to shoot. Ready? Occasionally we'll jump. I'm pretty sure there's a place you can stand where you don't even need to do that. Like, you can literally just stand here, I think. That's the place. Right, should we engage with mechanics, guys? Are you ready to engage with mechanics? I'm ready to engage with mechanics. Here we go. Let's play this boss fight the way it was meant to be played. Do you remember the bosses from the first Devil May Cry, where they were actually part of the world that mattered? In a way that made sense because they felt like they were in the world. Remember that? You don't get that here. Now, you only actually need, by the way, to shoot the main head. The reason that we're doing this is because this builds up Devil Trigger. You can just switch back to the amulet that you got earlier, which gives you the ability to fly, then Devil Trigger, then jump and do this. Now we just build Devil Trigger back up by shooting the tentacles some more. But we're actually losing health. God damn, I might need to engage with mechanics. Oh, wait, no, hang on. Because you start the game with a full health refill. Now, obviously, I'm taking the piss because I'm, you know, taking the piss out of it. But you can mitigate most of this boss by just standing far away and shooting. Now, at some point, a lot of the tentacles do regrow. But the reason you're engaging with shooting them is to build up your Devil Trigger mode. That's pretty much it. Oh, would you think that dodging has iframes? Because it doesn't. Now you might be thinking, why am I using my my guns a lot? Well, that's because you just straight up can't use your sword very well on these things. Because by the time you get close, you get a poison breath thrown at you. So you're pretty much incentivized to only use your guns, because getting close to this boss is a bad idea. So you don't have iframes on the roll, which means the entire purpose of the roll is to just get away from whatever is damaging you. So jumping is far better than rolling. And you don't want to be getting close to things. So rolling and shooting is kind of like 90% of what you're going to end up doing here. You might also have noticed that we are not doing anywhere near as much damage as we need to this thing. And that is because we restore more Devil Trigger mode. There we go. Now it's going to get harder. By shooting the actual body. Isn't rolling and shooting basically what DMC is? Yeah, pretty much. Are you okay? I don't know anymore. Now, we have just been given as well a new spell, so do you think it would be interesting if the new spell possibly had something to do with the way we defeat the boss, the whole running fast thing? Because you don't get that. That doesn't happen. If you're low on health, by the way, you can just use the Devil Star to give yourself some Devil Trigger gauge back. And then when you've got Devil Trigger gauge back, you can just once again Devil Trigger and stand right next to the enemy and just hit them. Because you also restore health while you're in Devil Trigger mode. Right, now I've got to focus because I've been spending so much time looking at the chat that I've actually lost a serious amount of health. Is there a way to help me? I think I'm beyond help at this point, to be honest. But if we stand here and then just run close, We should be able to just shoot this thing from here. There we go. Then we step back because the tentacle is going to slam us. But provided you don't press too many buttons... Do you want us to leave? No, I want you to stay here and endure this with me, alright? I had to endure this, so you do too. That's kind of my entire vibe with this. If I have to endure this boss fight, I've endured this twice. If you want to be a game designer, I think it's very important to understand where games came from and where they should never go to again. And I think this is an important part of where games have come from and where they shouldn't go to. Now, why am I not engaging with the boss fight in a different way? Because this is just straight up the best way to engage with it. You have a collector's edition of this game. I don't think even Capcom has that. Why play it again? Because I was having a bad day and I decided to make that your problem as well. Sometimes people need to understand the kind of games that we need to play through in order to review things. Torture is illegal. This is not torture, okay? This is education. Oh good, we got a white orb. It will recover your magic power. Fantastic. Can we use the white orb? Is that an item we have? No, it just gets used immediately. Okay, gotcha. Is a special Levi... Oh yeah, by the way, Devil May Cry 2 was made in collaboration with the clothing company Levi's, which is why Dante wears official branded Levi's jeans in this game. And when you finish the game and you get all the way to the end, there is a special kind of end game screen that shows Dante wearing his special Levi's. I'm not kidding. Devil May Cry 2. I mean, this may have been the worst thing Levi's ever did. And that's including all of the child slavery that makes their stuff. There's official DMC Levi's. There are if you look hard enough. Are you guys having fun yet with this? Why am I not standing in front and shooting? Because all the tentacles do too much damage if you stand in front. This is the only way to engage with the game. This is straight up the best way to kill this boss, by the way. Just jump whenever the tentacle slams down, and whenever you've killed the tentacle, moving closer, use your devil trigger, and then just shoot the head like this. And then when devil trigger's down, just shoot it with normal guns. My PC just told me that I have a camera update to install. Even my PC is trying to stop me playing. How long is this fight? Could probably be quicker if I bothered upgrading my guns, but even that makes the bullets like 2% more powerful. So you can't get close to the enemy boss because then you'll just get stabbed by all of the other stuff. The way to kill this boss, the way they meant you to do it, the way you are meant to do it, is killing every tentacle at the same time. You are meant to be able to do an equal amount of damage to all the tentacles, kill all of them at the same time, which gives you about 10 seconds to run up and absolutely wail on the boss. And then all of them regrow. Would this qualify as optimizing the fun out of the game? This is neither optimal nor fun nor a game. It hardly qualifies as the. So this is the fastest way to kill it. No, the fastest way to kill it would have been to buy a Devil Star and simply stand on top of it, constantly refilling your Devil Trigger gauge, which is something that I will do to a late game boss. You can spend all your money on refilling Devil Stars, stand on a boss, activate Devil Trigger mode, and constantly shoot with your lightning machine gun hands. Like, it would just be that, but for 30 seconds. Wait, we're going to get to a late game boss. We're going to finish the game. I'm not even kidding. You look forward to the helicopter boss. Okay. The helicopter boss is somewhat famous even in game design circles because of how phenomenally bad it is. Believe it or not, this is one of the better designed bosses. The reason this is a better designed boss is because you have to come backward and forward after doing stuff. I'm not even kidding. Now, what do you think the prize for killing this boss is going to be? I'll give you a clue. It's something that's going to help us get across the bridge gap that we saw earlier. What do you think it's going to be? Dante can fly, he can run really fast. What's he need? We need to get across the broken bridge, which is going to get us to the town or the city where Arius the Demon Lord is, or the human that's working with the demons in order to provide some kind of demon business thing. What do you think it's going to be? Do you think it's going to be a button that opens the bridge? Because we can already fly. We can already run really fast. What do we need? What could the game give us that would allow us to mitigate the mechanic of a broken bridge? That's right. It's a motorbike. Do you get to ride the motorbike? No, you don't. You get to watch Dante ride the motorbike. There is also a shotgun. If you were 11 years old and were also blind, I can imagine that looked really cool. Mission 5. Close your eyes, but far off in your mind. The hunter must learn the value of options. We can spend stuff on power-up. Oh, by the way, those statues you're finding throughout the missions where you power up, they're not the only place you can do it. You can do it after pretty much every level. We could upgrade our guns, or we could upgrade our shotgun. I'll show you something interesting with the shotgun, actually, in a minute. It's useless. The shotgun is nowhere near as good as the handgun. But there is a bit of a glitch with it that works quite well. Hey, maybe we should buy a blue orb, which increases our life. It's only 3,000. Let's do it. Maybe we should do it again. Oh, good. Now we've got loads more life. Now we're in the city, by the way, and it's still brown. The color palette does not change. It's still very brown, but there's now lots of repeated textures, and we're going for more of an industrial kind of thing. If anyone has played Devil May Cry 1, do you remember the warmth of all of the locations? Do you remember the depth? The fact that you could break a lot of the kind of stuff within the room, you could smash barrels, you could knock weapons off the wall, you could break the chairs and the tables. Do you remember how beautifully cozy Devil May Cry 1 was? Now look at this. Right, I'm going to the bathroom. If we're all incredibly unlucky, I'll come back. Here's a DVD logo. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I wouldn't blame you. You've got 5 minutes until this continues, and then we finish Devil May Cry 2. What kind of enemies do you think we're going to face? Have a guess. Have a think in your mind. Have a little think about what kind of enemies you think we're going to face in a demon city. Because I guarantee whatever you think, unless you've played the game and you know, whatever you think is wrong. Right. 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Or, honestly, at this point, do. I think that you clearly probably deserve a break. I can't believe we're doing this. Guys, got some bad news. After a bit of soul-searching and a lot of personal introspection downstairs, I have decided that I'm going to continue to play Devil May Cry 2 on stream. So I've got an entire gamer subs full of caffeinated water, and we're going to finish this game today. That's what's going to happen. I know, some of you were disappointed. You were hoping that I would somehow disappear while I was downstairs and this would all end. Unfortunately, not. We are still here, and we must carry on. Countdown time has gone away. No more DVD logo. It's now time for the purest of Devil May Cry 2s, Devil May Cry 2 itself. Let's carry on. Yeah, that's an annoying thing. So, if you press start, the menu opens up. If you press circle, or in my case B, the option that you have selected instantly goes to exit. Okay, cool, I understand that. Now, what would happen if you press B again? Because B has established itself as the go back button. So if we go into items and then press B, we go back. If we go into equip and press B, we go back. If we press B, it goes to exit. If you press B again, in my mind, it should just exit the menu. But it doesn't. It doesn't do anything now. You must actively select exit. Or you can just press the start button again. I don't like that. That's a small touch that somebody should have picked up. Anyway, let's do this. You know what? It's been a while since we had a new enemy type. We should probably have a new enemy type. I think that we need a new enemy type. Oh, goodness me. That's right. It's wolves. I know what you were thinking. You were thinking, oh my goodness, we're in the city now. It's time for wolves. And they jump and dart around. You'll notice as well, they're pretty bloody hard to hit with melee, aren't they? Like, they're moving around all over the place. If only I had something... If only I had some kind of weapon that mitigated the fact that I can't get close to them in melee. If only I could just stand still and shoot them. It's not even like they're tracking me as a character. They're just bouncing around like angry Pong. You've literally just put a wolf texture on a tennis ball and given it damage. They don't even get knocked back by the melee attacks, so the melee attacks aren't worth doing because they keep dodging out the way of it. The only way to do consistent damage to these things is to just hold shoot. Okay, if you get them when they are howling, you can do damage. Oh, hang on. Those two wolves were actually special magical boss wolves who are going to summon the ghost skeleton boss. Does that mean that we've set up a nemesis fight? We might have set up a nemesis fight. That skeleton might become our nemesis. If you played Devil May Cry 1, can you remember that I think there were 2 nemesis fights in the game? 2 enemies that ended up showing themselves again and again and again. Can you remember the 2 enemies, the 2 mini-bosses that showed up again and again and again in Devil May Cry 1? I can remember that you had the Dark Knight. First of all, you had the guy that was all in black armor, and you had the big spider. You also had the Griffin. Oh my god, there were 3. There was Nero Angelo, there was the spider, and there was the Griffin. But importantly, very importantly, this is about... Yeah, this is Narrative 101. Do you remember that before each of those battles, and then after each of those battles, Dante interacted with that enemy in some way? Remember? Remember that he joked around with Phantom, and Phantom was that big, cocky, arrogant lava spider? And then there was that almost respectful battle and bout between him and Nero Angelo, where he opened the door and motioned him to fight outside? And then the Griffin even spoke to him about Dark Lord Mundus? Have we spoken to any enemy yet? Do we care about fighting them? Okay, get ready for another big enemy fight. Right, time to use the old sword. Oh wait, no, it's not useful. Time to use the guns. Why is there a big, huge, evil red thing in the middle of the city that is preventing us from going further into the city until we have killed the goats that just spawn again and again and again? I'm just dodging backwards while firing, by the way. That's the entire plan. I don't know why the enemies bother shooting at you while they are in the air, because they almost never hit you. Like, even if it's tracked, it just doesn't hit you. Oh, the shotgun. Hang on, yeah, that was a good point. We can equip the shotgun, can't we? Right, shotgun time. Now, I think this was the gun that I realized there was a major flaw with. Okay. No, that was in Devil May Cry 1. So the shotgun just does this. You know how a shotgun works. Let's see if we can do... Now, you might be thinking, this is a really big level. Maybe we should have a look at what's all around here. It'd be a bit of a waste if there was nothing around here, wouldn't it? Like, imagine designing a level this big with outside architecture this repetitive and then putting... There's nothing there. This is a perfect example of how a big open empty space does not make a game. Devil May Cry 1 was a tightly made, small, focused game within a location that we actually got emotionally invested in. So let's go down into this building. You guys ready? Here we go. Right, we're outside again. What kind of enemies do you think we're going to face now? What kind of enemies? That's right, it's the boss from the first bit, and also these guys are on fire now. Oh, when you go into Devil Trigger mode and you do this, you don't get the Devil Trigger shotgun, you just get the regular... regular stuff. I'm going to see if the shotgun's any good. I can't actually remember using it, to be honest. Okay, so the dodging timing on that is also harder. And the camera angle for this one seems to be static. It's doing damage, yeah? Like, it's doing serious chip damage to this enemy as they just follow me slowly. You like how I just look sad the entire time? I'm just trying to feel what Dante felt when he... I just want to fill Dante's dark soul with light. That's what I want to do. Oh, the enemy, the orangutan, we haven't seen it yet, but they can fire big energy balls of light for some reason. Don't ask why. They just can. They just can. Now you might be thinking, Josh, why are you just holding down the shoot button? Because it's the best choice in every single situation. There is never a moment where not shooting is the right choice. If I remember correctly, in Devil May Cry 1, there was an enemy that actively got stronger when you shot it, which means that it encouraged you to use your melee weapon against it. I can't remember any enemy in this game that is not infinitely weak to bullet. Okay. What enemy do you think we're going to face now? We've faced down the big orangutan. We can't go this way because there's a lorry in the way. That's right. I know what you were thinking, and it's correct. It's a possessed tank. Because when you think Devil May Cry, you think possessed tank. It's a tank infested with demon energy. You don't want to be far away from it because it's going to shoot demon shells at you. Oh, goodness me, goodness gracious. How do we... Oh, look at the danger. How do we deal with the infested tank? Did you say you stand under the barrel so it can't actually shoot you? Oh no, a second infested tank. What if I use the first one as cover? Oh, it can shoot through it. Of course it can. Right, what if I just jump on top of it then? Hang on. New plan. Can you just attack it with a sword from close up? Hang on. Okay, so it's apparently not... It's an armored tank, but Dante's sword is better. Alright, good. I'm glad we did that. I'm just pressing triangle. This is the game. This is the game. The enemies can't attack you if you stand in the right place. They can't hit you. You can mitigate pretty much every mechanic by just being out the way of it. The entire area is blocky as all hell. It's repetitive city streets with no character, no place. Remember that we're in Ville de Mardi? No, you didn't remember that. Don't lie to me. Nobody remembers that. Now, are there hidden missions like there were in the first game? You know what? Yes, there actually are. But get this, we'll find them later. They're literally all the same. Remember how in the first Devil May Cry there were hidden missions? If you went back to earlier areas, you could find them. In Devil May Cry 2, the hidden missions teleport you to a room. In that room, you survive waves of enemies. If you survive, you get some red orbs, right? That's the hidden mission. It's the same hidden mission for every single level. There is no variation whatsoever in the hidden missions in this game. I'm just seeing what else there is around here, if anything. Have we found a hidden area? My God! Okay, for some reason I can't actively engage with that. Right, maybe that's a thing I've got to come back to later. Maybe that's the end of the level. Maybe I've found the hidden item at the end of the level that I can only access after I've killed the boss. So I've got to go and kill the boss tank first. I'm going to use Devil Trigger just to run faster. Machine gunning Devil Hands does more damage than melee, I think. We might still have Fly on instead of the other one on. Let me just beat this tank by standing right next to it and pressing triangle a lot. This game got released. This game got actively released, and I have just achieved an A ranking by literally just... I'm on S. This is the best combat Devil May Cry 2 can give. Someone played this game and released it. Someone at Capcom said this was good. Devil May Cry 1 did so well that they needed a sequel so bloody quickly that they took a game that wasn't meant to be a Devil May Cry game, this game, whatever the hell it was meant to be, slapped Dante on there, gave him a motorbike, and said, off you go. That was the best fight you've seen in your life. Wait till we get to the helicopter boss. You wait. Can I jump this way? This is the way that I'm meant to go? Oh, okay, cool. Now we're this way, and now we're... Hang on. Now we're back at where we were earlier. This is not the correct way, is it? This is where we came to earlier, but there was a shield on this thing, and now there's a shield there again. Oh, no, it's gone! You may recognize this animation from the last 2 times you saw this exact same animation. A fence heart. A magic stone with the heart of a vigorous battle god. Which god is it? Doesn't matter. No one cares. Right, what does that do? Enhances your attack power while in Devil Trigger. Okay, cool. So you just do more damage. Just straight up do more damage. Because we weren't doing enough of that before. We now just do more. Let's carry on. Shall we? I think we can now just leave. Most of the amulet stuff, by the way, is completely optional. Oh, yeah, so you see that... Correct me if I'm wrong. That does not look like it's blocked, the area to the left of me. And yet... you would be wrong. So instead, we jump over. Now, where do we go? Where do we go from here? Oh, we just run down the same street we've been down before. And then a new enemy appears. That's right. It's a helicopter. It's a demon helicopter with special Hellfire missiles. Now, have a guess how we're going to beat this demon helicopter. Just have a guess. Use one word. Be aware that the enemy is still in the battle arena, but because the enemy is above the angle of the camera, we cannot see it. However, Dante is still locked onto it, so this is how the game plays. If we jump, you can see it. There, see? Now you might be thinking, okay, but how are you meant to play it? Are you meant to dodge around? Are you meant to use this area? Well, no, because there's an invisible wall there, so we can't run any further to the left. Is there meant to be some cover that we dodge under so we avoid the helicopter missiles? No, there's no cover. In fact, there's an invisible wall here, so we can't go that way either. Are we meant to run back where we went to before? You can do. And then what happens? Oh, we go into a big building. Ah, fantastic. We're inside a big, safe building. A building that seems to be completely inhuman in its design, despite the fact that it's meant to just be a business base. So we just kind of run up. Can we go anywhere in this building? Oh, no, of course we can't go anywhere, because guess what? The floor is lava, and now we have to keep going higher and higher. Okay. Oh, the helicopter's in with us as well. Fantastic. Let's just jump up this platform puzzle while the floor is lava happens, and the helicopter continues to chase us inside a building. This is a video game. Oh good, and now I can't go anywhere because I jumped the wrong way. Fantastic. What if we go this way instead? Oh, can we go out there? Nope, you aren't the right way. We are on a timer, by the way. It's instant death if the lava catches up to you. Where the hell are you meant to go? Oh, there we go. You have to jump on the lights and then go up. I forgot this building was so stupid. That's good, helicopter. Just shoot the missiles at the walls. That'll definitely kill me. Yeah, I'm definitely scared of all of this. Can we go in there yet? Nope, we could have taken... there are signs. You can't take the lift when the building is on fire and also being attacked by a helicopter. That is, if anything, that's for our safety. You can keep shooting it, by the way. You haven't got to kill it, though. Can't Dante fly out? You'd think so. And now we're on the roof, and now it's time for a proper boss fight. And by that, I mean just kind of get to the helipad. Now, you can shoot the boss down if you want to. What happens is it respawns. This is a traveling boss, not anything else. I'm also not quite sure why the helicopter has got this incredible ability to move. Like, it feels like we're being chased by a creature instead of a helicopter, doesn't it? Oh yeah, you can fall off, by the way, and just fall to your death and die. That happens. So we're gonna climb up this building by parkouring our way up, because we can double jump from the start, remember? And then after that, we'll get to the rooftop. It's infested. It's an infested helicopter, that's true. There's a demon in it. I like how we get these lovely little cutscenes showing where you're meant to go after every single jump, because they didn't trust the player to work anything out. Where do I go? Where do I go? Where was that building in relation to us? This way. Oh, it's not. It's really convenient that the massive building has these huge snake heads that you can jump on. That was nice architectural design, because they knew that someone at some point will be climbing up it. Right, are you now ready for a boss fight? Okay. This is the actual boss fight moment. You can't move away from this. This is how you fight. How do you think we're going to defeat the boss? Now, I'm still locked onto it because it's above me. If you jump, you can just about see it all the way up there. But what if we simply stood still and occasionally pressed circle to dodge? You guys ready? We're still doing damage because you can see the enemy health bar shaking. And the enemy is... It's up there. You can you see it? Oh, get ready for a missile. There it is. Get ready for a missile, guys. Here comes the missiles. You ready? And then they regrow because it's infested. Get ready for the machine gun. Are you ready for the machine gun, guys? Here's the machine gun. You know, I'm not even going to dodge. I'm just going to hold shoot. Let's turn on Devil Trigger, see what happens. Oh, it shreds like a third of its health in one go. Okay. This is a boss fight in the sequel to one of the best-selling, best-made video games of all time. This is the equivalent of going to a 5-star restaurant and ordering the most expensive thing on the menu, and instead, you're made to play Devil May Cry 2. I'm going to be honest, if this is the general competence of the demons, how did any of the demons win any wars ever? If this is how difficult the demons are to shoot, we could have defeated them with a BB gun and a free evening. You know what I dislike? I dislike the fact that you can't see the boss for like 90% of the boss fight, because it hovers out of camera range. Oh, then it crashes onto Dante and we win. So the boss exists out of camera range. Dante jumps off the building and will clearly die. I'm sorry, but he's just going to die at that point. Dying would be an escape, potentially.
Mission 6. Its extremities reach the sky. Its intestines reflect the color of darkness. Its name means a tower of misery.
Let's just buy some stuff. What should I buy? Smell of Fear. This will allow you to avoid enemy attacks up to 3 times. I'm pretty sure you can do that by mostly just standing still. A special stone of divine blessings that purify your body. That takes away poison. Devil Star recovers a large amount of Devil Trigger. What does Purple Orb do? Increases Devil Trigger. I mean, yeah. Sounds great, because that also refills it. Here we go. Next mission. You guys ready? I'm ready. Is this the next boss? Because there's an immediate follow-up boss, isn't there? Oh yeah, there we go. Is this the one boss with actual good mechanics? I remember this guy, the one with the weird laser. Yeah, it's an infested building. So, huge, big, evil, infested dude. How do you think we're gonna beat it? What if we were to just stand closer to it so the beam can't hit us? Oh, they've thought about that! They haven't thought about it from like this bit though. Oh, it makes bats. I see what's happening. Well, devil trigger mode time. Ready? Here we go. That's right, if you stand right next to the boss, he slams the floor, which generates bats. The bats, however, seem to die to one bullet, and don't do anything else beyond that. Oh good, he finally did a close-up beam attack, which you can mitigate by walking backwards a little bit. What if I just stood still and held shoot? I'm going to see what happens if you stand still and hold shoot. Sometimes he does that big spray attack out of his mouth at you, and I think that's meant to have like a random hitbox. So if you stand far away, he does a laser that you need to jump over. And if you get too close, he slams the floor and makes bats. And if you get really close, he does the laser right next to him. But if you stand at just the right distance, you avoid the laser that he sprays that's really close, and you shoot all the bats before they get to you, and there's a chance that you'll just randomly avoid the multi-spray attack that he does. What a fun boss. Oh, a phase 2! I am impressed at how interestingly vague what this boss is. So I'm actually having to press dodge to avoid these balls, which is nice. Do you think maybe the game should have got good I was going to say before now, but I want to change that. Do you think maybe the game should have got good? You pretty much can't dodge that attack, by the way, when he opens his mouth and just attacks you like that. I like that, though. The blue beam, that's cool. That's a nice little touch. Okay, so apparently you do an absolute ton of damage in melee against this guy. Ah, so now we've got vertical beams as well. You can't dodge that random attack. Shotgun equals good. You know what? Maybe we should, because we are close to this guy, aren't we? What if I were to equip... Oh, hang on. What else do we want from this? We want you, we've got you, that's fine. What if we put the shotgun on? Just to give it a go, you know? I might actually die. God damn. We have no items left. I've got to focus. Hang on, guys. I've got to lock in. Oh, good. We got final... Oh, we got random ball mode. Okay, so see what I'm doing now? That is random Devil Trigger mode. There is a chance every time you go into Devil Trigger, you become super overpowered OP Dante. And that just happened. I think it happens more likely when you have lower health. Yeah, it's convenient. So when you go into Devil Trigger mode, I wanted to just do the electric hands, but because I had low health, going into Devil Trigger mode, wings sprout out the back and you start throwing meteors. We will do that later on as well. Yeah, it's going well. Are you guys having a good time? MZ got partner today. Fantastic! I will see if we can go and do that in a second then. This is the state of the modern MMO gamer. How do we get here, chat? How can no video game studio make an MMO to compete with WoW? Monetization and dev time is brutal. I get it. Artkino, this is Devil May Cry 2, man. Keep up. Are you ready for mission 7? A meeting of power shall end in conflict. Right, I'll buy a Vital Star. And I'll buy a Devil Star. Let's go. Josh, you're starting to like this game. It's definitely a game. Now, where do you think we are? Where were we just now in the game? Location-wise, where were we? We were in a city, weren't we? And now we're on an oil rig. And you might be thinking, Josh, how did we get to this oil rig? What narrative reason do we have to go to an oil rig? Allow me to explain, because I think it's important that you understand. We were just in the city. And we defeated a demon helicopter, and then we defeated an infested demon building. And then you saw a helicopter fly over the top saying Ouroboros, or Ouroboros, however you want to pronounce it. And then that helicopter landed on the oil rig, and now we're here. Now, I know you're thinking, Josh, why did we go to this oil rig? What's on the oil rig? Why is there a weird skull on the wall of the oil rig? Were we on the helicopter? Who was flying the helicopter? Is the helicopter a good guy or a bad guy? Were we flying the helicopter? The answer is, literally nothing about this game makes any sense. Do you guys want to see something super irritating? There are green LEDs inside this controller, and every time I fire the shotgun, they flash. And it's affecting the green screen, which is what's happening on my jumper. Every time this shotgun fires, the green LEDs in this controller are flashing. Oh, here's an interesting question. Do you think we actually need to kill all of these enemies? Because you don't. Instead, what we do is we ratchet and clank slide down a pole, and then we get to here. And that's the exit up there, see? So there was no point us killing the enemies at all. They respawn too. Yeah, they do. They fully respawn. The only reason you ever have to fight enemies is if there was one of those big red barriers that says you can't progress until all the enemies are dead. Apart from that, killing enemies is actually a bit of a waste of time. You just straight up don't need to do it. Oh, goodness me, we just hit a switch which just turned on something magical up there. It's a cool little orb thing. How do we get to the orb? Oh, it's gonna be a complicated mystery, isn't it? How do you think we get to the orb? Have a guess, guys. Oh, look, enemies. You just straight up don't need to bother with them at all. There are new enemies, by the way, mines. You'll see one in a second. The name of the enemy is Spears, as in it's a sphere that you can pierce. You'll see it in a moment. It'll pop up. I'll show you how we can defeat the mine enemy. So we just keep running. Mimes? No. See that enemy just there? See that big ball? Game design. Game design. What's in here? Oh, not that way yet. Maybe we go down this way first. The problem is that how do we get up? How do fly up? Well, equip fly. Do fly. You may recognize this animation from the 3 other times this animation has played. Flameheart, a magic stone with a fierce flame demon. Alright, so from what I remember correctly, what that is part of this. So we can either be lightning or fire when we are in Devil Trigger. And if we are... yeah, so it just makes you do fire damage. I think fire damage and lightning damage matter very slightly for enemy resistances, but I think you can also just brute force through anything. Why am I playing this? Because I was having a bad day and decided to make it everyone else's problem. What do you guys think we're doing, by the way, in this place? What do you think the point of us being here is? Just purely out of curiosity. Why are we here? Can you think of a reason? Let's just equip the guns again, because we need to mitigate the fact there's like 1,000 bats. What is the purpose of Dante being in this oil rig right now? Someone tell me. Why? How did we get here? Why did we get here? What are we currently doing here? And if your answer is, it actually makes a slight amount of sense if you play the Lucia half of the game. No, it doesn't. I've played the Lucia half of the game. It's worse because you have to play more game. Autofail token just said, demons. Yeah, you know what? Spot on. Can you shoot through the floor? Of course you can. Why wouldn't you be able to do that? Okay, you know what? I'm bored of fighting now. Let's just do this. Gameplay. I'm engaging with the sword because if I don't, I'll never use it. Can I just go into here? I can. I don't need to do any of this combat. We're traveling from the factory to the oil field, guys. That beep will keep going on, by the way. That beep doesn't stop. That is the beep that shows us how far along we are in this fight. Now, I could just stand in the corner and hold shoot. But I'm pressing triangle because I want to, you know, engage in gameplay. Don't worry about the beep, guys. Don't worry about the beep. The beep is happening. Is his health low or something? Nope, health's maxed out. That's actually quite a cool little animation where you get trapped inside the cage. If only that were part of the gameplay. Don't just, you know, yeah, you know what, yeah, get involved, type beep, do it. Here's a terrible part of game design. If you're going to have something that beeps constantly, at least let the screen that it's beeping in relation to be visible to the player with a regular camera angle. The only way that you can see how close you are to the oil field as opposed to the factory where you started is by jumping at the left of the screen. You have to jump, which shows you the tracker, and then you fall down, which means the tracker goes out of camera shot. If you're going to have something be important enough to have a constant audio bit, then you need to also have it have a visual bit. Look, see, it's there. It's there. And even if you stand here, the camera just pans down and you can't see it. Right, now the camera pans back out and lets you see it. So while the combat's happening, you can't do it. But when we get to where we need to be, when the beeping stops, then it's fine. Oh good, now we're here. If I remember correctly, there was a thing up on that bar. Let's see if I can get to it. I don't care enough to try again. There we go. I'm sure there was something here last time. Right, this way. Back up. Let's go. Did you like getting the fire upgrade versus the fire boss? Because I liked that. We haven't done the fire boss. You don't aim at the bats, by the way, you just automatically lock on. Oh no, it's the big bad boss! What's his name? Can you remember? That's correct, Arius. I know you all remembered. And that's the end of the mission. It's not Hayahachi. Completely different person. Completely different. Right, carry on. Mission 8. Are you guys engaged in the plot? You should be. We've actually... I'm not even lying. We've nearly finished the game. Right. I need to go and have a quick scream into the void. Here's a DVD logo. I'll be back in, I don't know, like 5 minutes. Here's a timer. In fact, 3. I don't want you waiting too long for me because I know you're all excited. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I wouldn't blame you. I'll be real. I don't know how 2,000 of you have put up with this. I mean, well done. I'm very impressed with all of you. That's... I've got lunch. Very impressed with all of you being able to do this. So, pop quiz. I think it's an important time now. Pop quiz. What's the plot of Devil May Cry 2? The plot of Devil May Cry 1, I'm pretty sure we all kind of understand. Demon Knight Sparda, Evil Lord Mundus, Dante, son of him, goes to Malay Island because Mundus is being resummoned. Plot of... Gun. Gun. What is the plot of Devil May Cry 2? Once upon a time, a man had too many bullets. And a demon lord decided to run a business. Can you imagine if you have the power of demon and hell on your side and the first thing you think is, I'm going to go into business? Why would you think that? Also, when you say that this man, who is using the demon power, has transformed the city into a demon's paradise, does that mean that a demon's paradise is just a really boring, repetitive city block? Is a demon's paradise infesting a tank, infesting a helicopter, infesting a building, randomly just walking around, spawning 2 wolves in the middle of a street? This is a demon's paradise. What is this? Right, let's carry on. The challenger shall rise while the king evades. Should we power up something? Should we power up our guns? I think we're okay, actually. Let's just do it. Get ready for a boss fight. Who do you think we're going to fight? As the boss, who do you think?
What have we here?
Do you have to ask?
Maybe another time.
You said Fire Minotaur, didn't you? You said the big bad boss was going to jump onto his helicopter and he would summon a Fire Minotaur. I know you all said that. Right. A Fire Minotaur called Furiataurus. How do you think we beat Furiataurus? So, that attack actually pulls me toward him because it's like a kind of whirlwind style attack. And then he does his charge attack as well, which is quite painful. Melee with Devil Trigger seems to do an absolute ton of damage, to be fair. In order to mitigate the being pulled toward him, just keep rolling or jumping away. His jumping attack doesn't do too much and you can just jump over his charge. But we do need to, at some point, actually engage with mechanics, which is quite nice. So I'm rolling away whenever he's kind of whirlwinding me toward him. And then whenever he charges at me, we just jump over him. Remember, this game was full price when it came out. Notice how you're now doing way more damage with your guns. I think I've also discovered, I didn't realize this, if you stay this distance away from him, he doesn't charge at you. Which means that he constantly just keeps doing the circle of fire attack and then whirlwind pulling you toward him attack. Which you mitigate by just walking backwards a bit. Which means this distance from him might just be a loop of this attack. So as long as you stay roughly this far away from him and you walk backwards every time he does the fire spin, this is all he will do. So the enemy attacks are based on the distance you are from them. If you're right next to the enemy, he does the slam attack. If you're far away from the enemy, he does the charge at you. If you're like a middling distance, he does the create a ring of fire and then use the whirlwind to pull you forward. But that means that if you stay this distance, he just keeps repeating the same attack that can't hit you. This is a perfect example of mid-midding. If you stay kind of medium distance from the boss, he just does one attack repeatedly. And then he dies, and I think we get the red orbs that he drops. No, we don't. We don't even get the red orbs that he drops. The level just finishes. Great. Do we get the orb when the next mission starts? We best do, otherwise you've just shown a player an item they literally can't get. Did the controller flash when the boss died? Yes, it did. This controller flashes green. I'm going to have to hold it under the desk so it doesn't keep doing random stuff with the green screen. Okay, here we go.
Mission 9. The hunter will discover the purity of speed.
I remember this mission. If you've played this game, isn't this the mission that for some reason is timed? Yeah. This is the mission that for absolutely no bloody reason is timed. Here we go. You got to run, haven't you? Let's do this. Oh, can we go and get the... We might be able to get the red orb, guys. We might be able to get the red orb! I saw it in the cutscene. Is it still there? No. No, it's not. Well, there seems to be absolutely no rush to do anything. Let's go back inside, nice and calm.
Caution.
The factory
has started to collapse. An alert can be heard, which means that this building may explode at any moment.
Warning.
Oh no! We've only got several minutes to escape. Let's go. That effect, by the way, that's going on, that kind of ghosting effect that's happening, that's just in the game. That's to represent how hot it is in the game.
Warning.
Make sure you're paying attention to the words warning. What I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to equip my... I'm going to engage with mechanics. I'm going to equip the quick heart, and I'm going to run. Here we go. The ghosting effect is there, because that it is. Right, we don't go that way. That's the wrong way. Don't go that way. I wish the game occasionally says the word warning at you. I'm glad it does, because if it didn't, I wouldn't know what's going on. Let's escape this way. There's a door. What? This isn't the escape. This is, if anything, a hidden item.
Vendetta.
A decorative sword that is like Death's Scythe. Oh yeah, by the way, there are other weapons in this game. Did you guys know that? Did you guys know there were other weapons in this game? Because there are. We just got one. We can't go that way. What if we put the other sword on? Hang on. Do you think maybe we put the other weapon on and we use it to attack this thing and it does something special? No, it doesn't. Now you might also think, does another sword bring another move set with it? No.
Warning.
It doesn't bring another moveset with it. You want to know what the other sword brings? There are 3 weapons in this game. There is a medium sword that does medium damage, a fast sword that does low damage, and a heavy sword that does high damage, a slow heavy sword. All of them have the same moveset. Thank you for damage boosting me, I appreciate that. What happened to my hair? My hair specifically. Oh, hang on, what was that? Is that an item down there? That's a big... Oh, that's a big sexy red orb. Which means the more we hit it, the more sexy red orbs we get. Love this. Oh, mechanics! Alright, now it's dead. Okay, cool. Now we go back out and do this again.
Warning.
Are you all enjoying the warning? No, guys, what was better, the warning or the beep? Let me know. Answers in the comments. Are you team warning or are you team beep? Because both of them are just so good. Josh, can we get the DVD logo? No, you'll pay attention to the game. Alright, somebody made this game, which means you're going to have to look at it. Just realized you move faster by just constantly dodging. Now, we need to unlock that door over there. And how do you think we do that? Did you say you have to hit 3 magical locks because that's exactly how an oil field would work? Well then you are correct. We do in fact need to do that. Okay. Pretty sure you only have to hit one of them like once and then it unlocks it. Thank you for the warning. 2. 1, 2. There's one more warning lock somewhere. Where's the 3rd lock? Right. Thank you. Oh, you threw a caution in there just in case. Right, there's a 3rd ball somewhere. One's there. One's down here that we've already got. Where's the 3rd lock? 1. Josh, can we play the bouncer? No. It's not down there. Where was it? It was 1 step up, was it? 'Cause one's there. Where's the other one? Unless it's around this place somewhere.
Warning.
Thank you for the warning. I appreciate that. Wasn't it next to the 4 tanks? Oh, there it is. Hang on, yeah, my bad. Alright, cool. We got him. Thank you for the caution. I appreciate the warning. Now, we are 7 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. How close do you think this is going to be? Oh my goodness. We're there, but we've got to get to there. Oh, it's gonna be tight. All right, careful, guys, because there's enemies. Now, this is interesting. We actually get blown back constantly by the... We're in a wind tunnel. Now, I like this, because if you don't do anything, Dante gets pulled toward the wind tunnel, which I think is really cool. The enemies are also getting pulled toward the wind tunnel, which is nice. So we go inside this plane in order to check what's in here. What do you think's in the plane? That's right. A cutscene that you don't see any of. And the best weapon in the game. The missile launcher. Okay, I would just like you all to understand we have now mitigated every single mechanic in the entire game. We now have unlimited heat-seeking rockets. The plane, by the way, crashed into the thing, which allows us to escape. But what if instead we were to jump on top of the plane and go this way? Oh, there is nothing. Okay, cool. Do you escape through here? Yeah, you do. And then, of course, we escape and we're back in the city. Good job, everyone. How did we get from the oil field back to the factory when we had to go on that train journey to get from the factory to the oil field? Dunno. Doesn't matter, does it? We took that train journey with all the beeps that got us to the oil field. Then the whole thing happened. We jumped down. We ran back. That was different. Not important. Not important at all. Does not matter. Magic. A wizard did it. What we can do is spend our 10,000 red orbs. Where did the motorcycle come from? We found it in an earlier mission. 2 lights will open the sealed door and guide the hunter to the deep underground. I'm going to purchase... We could upgrade our guns. We could upgrade the missile launcher to fire more missile per missile. Or, because you don't really need to do that, we could just buy more health. You're a wizard, Dante. How many more missions are there? Don't ask questions. Where are we now? That's right. We're in a graveyard. Why are we in a graveyard? What is the narrative connection of the graveyard to wherever we were previously? Shut up. Doesn't matter. How do we get into the graveyard door? I happen to already know the answer to that. We have to hit 4 orbs. So, let's just go forward. Combat gets a little easier when you can just run right up to an enemy, by the way, and blast them in the face with a rocket launcher. Like, watch. Now, I don't think you can rocket jump. I think you can only pistol when you're in the air. Yeah. Only pistols in the air. Unlimited rocket launcher ammo. Obviously, yeah. We're not going to make the player choose what weapon to use, are we? So you need to hit the orb, but you'll notice that the orb is actually very slightly higher than Dante's melee attack distance, which means that when you go to hit the orb, unless you jump, you only hit it on, I think, the 3rd hit That was a lucky one right there. Right, so we got one of them. And we run straight across and get the second one. I think you're meant to have to... Okay, that got the left one. And I'm pretty sure we need to use the speedy zoom run to get that one as well. Beautiful, then we get both. So, for every fight from now on, we're just going to cast Missile. Now, Josh, you might be saying, what was the point of this level where we travelled from an oil field to a graveyard, and then while in the graveyard, we hit 2 special switches, which opened another bigger door, which opens another switch, which then takes us all the way down to the floor. And then when we leave the graveyard, why do we get immediately sucked underground by some weird black portal? This is a boss fight. This is a planned boss fight, so don't worry. We have a new enemy type, by the way, just so you know. This is Flying Baby. Now, you actually can't hit the Savage Golems up into the air very easily, but they are very easy to deal with by using the attempt to hit them up into the air attack by holding backwards and mashing triangle, because that attack has the fastest cooldown time and, combined with the big sword, does the most damage. And when you've killed all the enemies in this random underground hell pit that you've been sucked into, you have to fight what I believe was an evil butterfly that becomes a worm. Okay, so we're now fighting an evil butterfly. Is everyone keeping up with the game okay? Just checking. Are we all good? Right, now what if we dealt with this evil butterfly by just occasionally shooting a massive missile at it? Or, bear with me, we just devil trigger the whole thing. That was what I discovered. I discovered it's quicker to shoot the missile launcher and then roll than it is to attempt to just reload the missile launcher. So if you shoot and roll and then shoot and roll, you manage to animation faster. You guys all having fun? So shoot and roll, shoot and roll, shoot and roll. Occasionally you get attacked by these things, which you actually do damage to by just blowing them up from the inside. You can feel your brain cells depleting. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Now you'd think they're dropping some kind of poison, but I don't think they actually are. Okay, that's the first stage of the boss killed. Now it's time for the second. Oh good, they're all here. I'm just jumping away now for a lot. Just wiggle the sticks and mash the attack button when you get swallowed by it. That's pretty much the way to do it. I think you can just jump at the enemy and attack it. That also works. Because then you jump over the mouth thing. Oh no, that doesn't work either. If chat was this worm, would I still love it? I often see chat as that worm. Then when the butterfly, the weird moth thing, is taken down, you've killed all the lava. Great, well done guys, good job. Let's run and grab some green health orbs to recover. And then let's use our... Let's just walk into here to teleport back. Did we get the Moonlight Greatsword? No, what you've got is the ability to return to the graveyard. And now the ability to go back into the underground hole that we made from attacking all the buttons. Do you understand what I mean when I say this feels like a game made by someone who doesn't understand what makes games? You know, if you're talking to like a grown-up who doesn't play games, and they're like, oh, you go for the high score, do you? And you press the buttons and you open the magical portals and you go and defeat the bad guys. That's what this feels like. This feels like the kind of game that you would see a character on TV playing in the background. Can I also ask you a question, guys? What's Dante's personality in this? Who is Dante? Because we get a good bit of personality. We get a good bit of banter with Dante in the first game. All we know so far is he flips a coin to make choices. That's it.
Mission 11. He wields a spear and is obeyed by the wolves. His single eye possesses knowledge and hate. He is the one who brings misfortune.
I've got 6,000. I should probably upgrade something. Do I get the smell of fear? I don't think I want the smell of fear. I think I'm scared of the smell of fear. Should I upgrade my gun? No, it's too powerful already. It's too good. Alright guys, you ready for a nemesis fight? You'll best be. Because a nemesis fight's about to find you. Oh yeah, so we go from the graveyard down into these underground caverns. And you might be thinking, Josh, where are these underground caverns in relation to where the rest of the game happens? Shut up. Oh, I just pressed B in front of the wall that looked like it should have something secret to it. And what this has done is unlock the secret level. Do you remember in Devil May Cry 1, the secret levels were all different challenges you had to do? In Devil May Cry 2, they are all the same challenge with different enemies. All you need to do is fight. Devil May Cry 2 is the beautiful love story of a man who finds a gun and then finds a shotgun and then finds a rocket launcher. That was the secret level. You guys have fun? Now, you might be thinking, Josh, that can't be the first secret level in the entire game. It's not. You actually access the secret rooms in order that you find them. So, the first secret room you find becomes Secret Room 1. You know what, guys? It's true, I do love repeating tiled textures on the floor. They might be my favorite type of texture. Remember as well, there is absolutely no point fighting at all unless the enemy is actually blocking you off from where you need to go. So we're just going to keep running through this level until we get to here. And you might be thinking that the whole interior is starting to look a little bit kind of Moroccan vibes to it. Yeah? Will that be relevant? No. No, it won't. You know, I've only just discovered you can swap weapons in-game. If you hold R1 to aim, and then you press L2, you can swap what weapon you've got equipped. Hang on, does that mean you can... Okay, that is way faster. If you fire and then swap twice, you can fire again quicker than you should be able to. That's quite interesting. Cool. That, unfortunately, was a bit too fun, because that involved me mitigating the game's mechanics by engaging with what effectively I'm assuming is a bug. This bit reminds me of... You guys play God of War? You know God of War 1? Remember Pandora's Temple? Where you could hit a switch, and you had to go through like a load of traps, and then you found a switch at the end of them, and you pulled the switch, and the entire room rotated. God of War 1. Yeah, the first one. Well, this is kind of like that, except you get given the switch at the start, and then the room rotates in a way that you have no real relation to or understanding of anyway. Which just ends up being, I think, the correct way. Hang on, the babies are back. You don't even need to hold R1, you can just press L2 and it swaps the gun. I did not know that. I did not realize this game had, in any way, mechanics. Right, let's put the rocket launcher back on and carry on through the game. Hit these things a lot, and they get you red orbs. Spend the red orbs. Oh yeah, if that eyeball touches you, you immediately get teleported back to the start. Not this eyeball. There was another eyeball with the start. This eyeball just seems to be the golem room. Hang on. Excellent, and now we're back here. Cool. I see what's meant to happen. You're meant to put on the devil trigger to outrun it. And then a big slammy thing happens. This feels like it's a part of a better game. Do you guys get what I mean when I say that? Like, right now, this feels like it's meant to be an environment from a better game. Okay, that was the way we came from. Right, so we're not going this way. Yeah, this feels like a bit of Tomb Raider, doesn't it? Okay, so this clearly wants something from me. What was this room again? Can you break these things? Okay, you can't break those things. You can't go up and further than that. Oh, you can break that thing, whatever it is. Okay, hang on. There we go. Are they breakable? They can survive a rocket, but not a sword. Okay, so they're breakable, but not with explosives. This feels like a bit from Tomb Raider. This truly does feel like the one bit that they've actually put a load of effort into. Because this is a platforming puzzle. That looks like a door. Hang on. Is that a... Yes! Yes, it is! If you press interact, you get secret room level 2! Electric Boogaloo. When I said it was the same kind of secret room, I wasn't kidding. It's the same. I'm having fun. Is what a game reviewer would say had Capcom paid them. How do we end up here? So, I was streaming other games, and I believe somebody said something that made me annoyed, and I decided the best thing to do was to honestly ruin your day as well. So I thought the best thing to do then was to just play... Oh, notice this as well. Okay, this is a creative choice. Very few Devil May Cry games have moving cameras that follow you. They have static camera angles that snap. Like that. From one to another. And this bit confused me because while they've got cameras that follow you like that, the camera itself is static, but it just kind of pans and moves around. The camera never moves within 3D space. That's a rarity within the Devil May Cry games because they are based off the camera angles of the Resident Evil games. Now, this is one of the first times that the camera actively flies through 3D space in order to keep pace with wherever you are. Which I think is a bit weird. I don't mind it as a choice, and this is another reason that as a reviewer I feel a disconnect with this room. It's not groundbreaking technology at all, obviously, it's not that impressive, you know, once you just look for it, but this room feels different to the rest of the game because it feels like a pre-planned platforming puzzle. And when you add a new camera style and a new focus on platform gameplay with these kind of magical glyph platforms in the air, I understand that it's to make the platforming less jarring, but I also think the weird thing about that is that I can just jump up to here and do this instead. Can I just... hang on. Okay, so you can just fly and mitigate all of it. That's another reason that I think this has come from a different game. I think this has come from a different idea. And then you go down and stand on this, and this takes you up to a place that we could have flown to anyway. Okay, so we had to get to there, which is a place we could have just flown to. What if we fly this way, though? What if we fly toward the camera? Where's the secrets? There are no secrets. Okay, can't break you. You guys give some orbs, but not that many. Right. So you've got... I remember this. You have to break all three of these at the same time. Josh, do you think, as I do, that we need more games like Crimson Desert, single-player MMORPGs? No, Darvs. I don't think we need more single-player, massively multiplayer online role-playing games. I think we need good single-player games, and we need good MMORPGs. What I don't think we need is a game that is neither of those two things, because you cannot combine those things together. You can't have a single-player, massively multiplayer online role-playing game. You can have a single-player RPG that has an open world and a leveling system and the feeling of being inhabited by, you know, in-game people and players. That's fine. But you can't have a single-player multiplayer game. Hang on, what was the idea behind this? I'm sure that you have to break these. And I'm sure there's a way to do it. There is no way they would have put these in this room. There we go. Because you need to break them before the... There we go. You need to break all three at once. You are kidding me. Breaking them is what... I hate this world. This game is terrible. Hang on, let's just do this. 5. 5. 5. 3 more. 3 more. This is awful. This is terrible. Everything about this game is bad. I want whatever that is. I'm going to spend money upgrading my swords just so I can hit this thing harder. Right. Now, I know you're going to say they regen HP, but I've got to do this fast. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, they regenerate while I attack the others. That's fine. I just need to find out what I can do a huge amount of damage. What is the highest hitting hit? And then by the time we get there, they'll have respawned. I don't even need this, but now I want this. And now by the time I get there... Finally! You may remember this animation from the 4 other times we've seen this animation. What did we get? That's correct. We got the Healing Heart, a magical stone with the heart of a merciful goddess. When you activate Devil Trigger now, we will regain health, which is the most overpowered ability, because that turns Devil Trigger stars into health stars. Amulet. We don't want the Offense Heart, doesn't matter. Healing Heart, way better. Flame Heart's fine, Aerial Heart's good. Right, let's go. Hey, do you guys remember those wolves from earlier? Yes, well, they're back. And this is the boss we have to deal with now. I have to just explain something that I hate about this boss. The wolves respawn, and the boss exists off camera for the vast majority of the fight. From what I remember, though, you can cheese this fight by using the missile launcher. If you can get a hit in. Okay, fine. I'm actually putting on Devil Trigger for this. No more mechanics. Mechanics time is over. Attack the boss. Stop aiming at the friggin' things. Right. Problem with this is his massive sword, which seems to have the range of the entire area. Alright, new plan. Okay, that didn't work. Maybe if I stand here instead. Okay, so the rocket launcher seems to knock him back, but the rocket launcher also seems to fire very slightly faster than his attack animation, which means that the stab animation that can't be interrupted, he stabs underneath me, and the hold over the head animation that he gets ready to slam down can be interrupted and is slower than the animation that I'm using. And then he disappears to return later. That's our nemesis, by the way. That's going to be our nemesis. Do you remember that guy's name? Good. Okay, that was the mission done. We're all here. We're all going through this adventure together. French Bone Man. That is how we can refer to him from now on.
Mission 12. When the Hunter and the Protector meet, the last mystery will be given and received.
Now, because we have the healing star, the Devil Star becomes healing. Oh yeah, you can stack up to 30 of these items, by the way, so have fun with them. Okay, this mission I remember and might make some of you sick. I'm being genuine. Okay. Have any of you ever played the game Pandemonium? I'm not even kidding, this might make some of you genuinely ill. This mission is a boss fight inside a sphere. But the sphere is constantly turning, while there is a central nucleus point of the sphere that has orbs rotating around it and lightning firing out from them. So if you guys feel a bit nauseous watching this level, I get it. Here we go. I do not know the way the thing is moving either. And what I have to do is hit the... I have to hit the diamond things without getting too far to the side of wherever the orb is currently rolling to. And avoiding the skulls. Staying oriented in 3D space while the level is rotating around, and I have to stay within what is effectively the bottom half of the sphere, this is when I say Devil May Cry 2 feels like an experiment in game design that they just tacked onto a Devil May Cry game because they didn't expect the first one to do so well commercially. Okay, that's the level. That looks like there should be something there. Apparently not. Oh, there's more to it. Of course there is. Where are we? Like, as far as the game cares, what are we doing? This was the moment when I was reviewing the game and I'm like, what the hell am I doing this for? There is no narrative connection to this. There's no purpose. There's no point. None of this connects to anywhere. Oh, good, it's our nemesis. They're back. Oh, no, this is the other boss fight with the guy with the big ball and chain.
Did you find what you were looking for?
Yes. Now we can stop Arius's ambition.
Whatever.
But actually, I do not deserve this power. Bring this to Mathieu for me, please. I've got something that I need to take care of.
Plot. Boss. Now, just to bring you up to speed with the plot, Dante and Lucia are delving into this ruin in order to find several mystical artifacts that will, when used within a ritual, disrupt Arius's demonic power. How do you know this? You're meant to have played Lucia's levels first. Nobody who bought this game is going to play Lucia's levels first because you're going to want to play as Dante. So, the reason we came down here was to find that specific kind of chalice which is going to be used in the ritual that we then need to perform in order to stop the Arius summoning some more demons and doing some more demon power stuff. That was it. That was the thing. Okay? Now, we dropped in, we found Lucia, Dante said whatever, which I think is his entire characterization for this game, and now this boss is about to happen. This is the only boss in the game that I really like because it involves the whole area as well. Let me show you. Now, you obviously can't just stand back here and shoot, and he throws these damaging kind of metal balls at you. But this gets a tad more complicated. Because soon, here we go. Now we get lasers going horizontally. All right, now we're stacking mechanics. Now we've got lasers going this way. And the balls are continuing to attack as well. All right, cool. Right, I'm on board so far. We're dodging a ranged attack from the enemy. We're dodging some lasers from the side of the room. I can get on board with this. I think as well, if you actually get close, you can do a few melee attacks, which do a ton of damage to him. But you don't want to. Alright, lasers are still there. Oh, now we've got ads. Okay. So hang on, we've got lasers, we've got the boss, and we've got some ads. This is stacking a couple of things together. I'm not hating it. If only it was slightly more difficult, because right now you can just roll as much as you want and keep shooting these things. Oh, hang on. Yeah, you know what, the flickering torso is distracting. I need to probably turn the LED lights off on this. What I need to do... I know what I can do. I've got an idea. Hang on. I'm going to use my other cream quarter zip. Always have a spare cream quarter zip. A, B, C. Always be quarter zipping. My second cream quarter zip, and I can hold the controller underneath it like a nun. Perfect. This doesn't look dodgy at all. Cool. Now I've got this going on, and now we can play like this. Way better. Oh, hang on. We've got lasers, we've got ads, we've got more bosses. Also, see how much health we restore when I go into Devil Trigger mode. See the health coming back? There we go. That's what we're on about. Right, Devil Trigger mode is now health. And he's doing that attack where he draws us toward him. Alright. This guy's name is the Plutonian, by the way. You might think, what reference does that have to, you know, how he attacks and his abilities and name? Nothing. There's nothing. But he does. Just roll and keep shooting missiles. Now, I'm not saying the game is good, but this is probably one of the only boss fights that you have to move around the arena in, because his attacks have long range, the ads run at you, and the sideways lasers do some stuff. But you know what's really cool in a minute? Is we actually get more stacking mechanics. His attacks get longer, by the way, too, which I actually really like. And if you'll notice this is a really cool thing, and I'm trying to find praise where I can. The Plutonian's attacks actually damage the enemies. So when he throws the... See that? He knocked his own guys out. That's great. That's just straight up good. That's good design right there. I'm trying to find ways to praise this game beyond just rolling sideways and firing missile launchers. And I think the only thing that I can find to say about this that I really like is this is the one boss that makes sure you keep moving. Because even if you do stand in the corner, he does eventually get close enough to hit you. So why did they make this fight so much better? I don't know. And then you start to get this, see? You get the entire arena firing every laser at the same time, which means you start to dodge around like a chessboard style pattern. And because the missile launcher takes a second to fire, you need to actually start considering about firing after the lasers have gone. And then, just as it started, it ends. But here's an interesting point. The rumors go that the Devil May Cry 2 director was changed halfway through. And I think this is the moment the change happened. Now here's a really interesting thing. See if you can find the original director of Devil May Cry 2. Because I think it is still kept secret.
It seems you have obtained the final arcana.
It's from your daughter. What are you doing, Granny?
There is one more thing I need to ask of you, son of Sparta. My daughter went to face Arius all by herself. Please, take these and save Lucia.
If it's heads. Your lucky streak continues, Granny.
So we went down into the underground place. We found the chalice from Lucia. We came back out of the underground place. It's Lucia's granny. It's not Dante's granny. My score with that is bads. Bads indeed. That's what this game is. Oh, next mission. 13.
The hunter will learn to feel with a leap of faith.
All these are meant to be quotes from some kind of hunting manual that Dante never reads or cares about. Right, guys, 5-minute break, then we come back, and unfortunately, we carry on. Here's a DVD logo, which is way more entertaining than anything else in this game. Here is a countdown timer for 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Or do. Right, you got 5 minutes to scream into the void, starting now. Have fun. Okay, I'm back, but don't worry, you guys will still have to... You got 2 more minutes of screaming into the void. You know, I'm going to have a quick salad. You know one thing that I have noticed about Devil May Cry 2, and I notice this every time I come back, it's so bland. The boss room that we were just in, yeah, it had lasers firing across, and it had, mobs and enemies spawning in, and the Plutonian had a cool attack. But did you notice that the arena was just a big open room? And when we fought the kind of Taurus fire demon on the oil rig, it was just a big, flat, open room. And when we fought the helicopter, it was just a big, flat surface that we stood on. It's literally, most fights are just a big, flat, open room. Just a big square. All right, mission 13, let's go. Oh, Lucia's been captured.
Kill me!
That man is going to bring me the Arcana shortly. You will live to see that.
We made it here, by the way. Happened in the cutscene.
Piece of crap.
Oh, Arcana.
Here's another 3 for you.
No!
Crap like that doesn't interest me. But your swan song will.
Okay, so let me just catch you up to speed. We left the underground graveyard thing, and we had access to the Arcana, which was one of the objects that the bad guy needs in order to do the ritual, or that we need in order to disrupt the ritual. And Dante, in his endless wisdom, brought all of them with him, and now we're at the final boss. Did we have to fight our way through the boss's minions? Did we have to fight up through the building? Did we have to travel to the... No. No, we leave the graveyard and the next level starts and you immediately spawn into the boss fight with... What was his name? Everyone say the name. That's right. Arius. Arius the demon. Here we go. Let's fight Arius the demon. Remember that bit in Devil May Cry? When Dante fought Arius the Demon by showering him with missiles? Remember that bit? Remember? Remember that was your favourite bit of Devil May Cry? When Arius summoned all of the weird demon things from portals, and then you just kept rolling around the place and shooting a rocket launcher at him, and then he sat on a bench, occasionally shooting with a gun. Was that not your favourite part? That was a good fight.
I must obtain the power of Argosax, or I cannot transcend all living things.
Too easy.
You cannot win. Someone is holding you back.
Forget about me. Kill Arius.
Don't worry. I've got you.
So we immediately spawn in the fight between Arius and Dante. Lucia has been captured. Dante gives Arius all the arcana needed to summon Argosax, who is actually the demon that he is trying to summon to gain the power of. You guys remember? And then when we defeated him, we can't defeat him because we are mentally being held back. So Arius goes to kill Lucia, but we dive in front of the attack and defend her and save her, and then Arius blows the building up, and then Dante jumps out of the building, and then the building explodes, and then Dante flies away because he's really cool and he's got wings, and then Lucia's there with us and everything, but then Argosax, who is the big demon, he's going to get summoned by Arius, but Dante's super cool and he's not going to let that happen.
Why did you save me? I was created
Oh yeah, Lucia's Arius's daughter.
by him,
Every hero has a weakness.
but the ritual was activated because of me.
There's still time.
We have until the sun is completely eclipsed. But how are you going to enter the building? The entrance is...
Where there's a will, right?
Okay, so Arius created Lucia because he did. So she's kind of part demon, but also not. And now the world is mostly going to be infested with demon energy. We haven't seen that, but we just kind of have to assume that that happens. And now we have to fight through the demon world and get into the building. Are you ready? Oh, also, we're back in the same level that we were in earlier, but now it's all kind of soul reavered and made weird. What we need to do with this entire mission is find 4 switches and hit them, which opens the door. Why? Don't know. Why did the demon world, when it infested the regular world, create 4 switches that will also... There they are, there's one of them. You might be thinking, Joe, why did the demon world do that? Why didn't it not do that? Why did the demon world provide the ability to destroy its own thing when it was made? That's a good question. That's a very good question. Right, let me just show you that despite the fact that the enemy have flamethrowers, the power of rocket launcher is remarkably powerful. I'm trying to jump up and grab that blue orb, but I also realize that I don't care enough to get it. Oh, also, do you guys want a boss fight? So, that right there, that big giant Flanus, is the entrance to hell. And in order to get into Arius's demon building, the only reason I know this, by the way, is because I finished this game like 3 times to review it. I'm telling you stuff as a way to help you, because the game doesn't tell you. This is the floor anus, right? We must... By smashing enough buttons, we will gain access to the flanus. We're basically trying to get into Arius's demon hole. That's the plan. Now, I need to hold the don't lock on button when doing this, otherwise my attacks automatically lock onto the enemies. And I think I've got to kill these guys first, because otherwise I just keep getting distracted by their stupid magic missiles. And then I can hit the orb that's in the sky that is also the button. So these things cast magic missile on you, but I cast regular missile on them. Josh, where is Demon Osha? They're nowhere, alright? I'm gonna cast non-magic missile on these evil people. And now I'm going to activate this switch. You have to double jump and hit it once. This is the intended gameplay, by the way. The movement of the demon world is slowly intensifying. You need to release 3 more powers in order to reach the demon world. If this wasn't a Devil May Cry game, what do you think, like, the score would be? If this wasn't Devil May Cry 2, if this didn't have Dante, if it had, like, a random other protagonist, what do you think the score would be? Allow me to read from Play magazine from 2010. This was... I bought this for a YouTube video. It's in the YouTube video. Okay. Let's see if I can find the exact place for it. Is that the one? Okay. Where are you? There we go. Okay. Right. Let me read. Performing combos not only looks cool, but also fills up the devil trigger gauge below your energy bar. Once you've built up at least 1 cube of devil trigger, you can tap the trigger and transform into either a devil or an angel, depending on whether you're playing as Dante or Lucia. Whilst in your transformed state, your energy slowly refills. Cool. Okay. Even the graphics seem to have lost a little of their clarity and vibrancy, but that's okay, because the variety in the locations increases. Wow. 82 out of 100. $82 out of 100. That's what it was given. Video game journalism, ladies and gents. Right, let's go and try and find the other 3 orbs to unlock the demon world. There's no map either. Hang on. There's the map. Great. Super useful. So we have a map in the game. The map shows the playable area. It does not show where you currently are. The one thing that I would really want a map to do is to show your current location on the map. See, I don't mind the fact that this demon world is weirdly twisted. That's kind of cool. Remember, you don't need to fight the enemies, you just need to find the switches. Fighting the enemies right now is strictly a waste of time unless for some reason you really enjoy Devil May Cry 2's combat system. And if you do, could I suggest any other video game's combat system? Right, so this is... Where are we currently? So if this is going off that way... Okay, so this is like the main loop, if you will. And that is heading off that way. So where on the map are we in relation to that? Does that mean that we are at the top right of the map? We're at the top right, because that's the only place that seems to have the street diverging. And if I face that way, I am currently facing west. Which means if we return this way, we should bump into the top right, which should be a no exit. Let's have a quick check. Oh, no, it's one of the orbs. Alright, more ghost babies. And more savage golems. It's just so repetitive. Oh yeah, if you kill the golem, they break into pieces and then run away, which is actually kind of cool. So it's a shame it never really matters. Now we just shoot the babies out the air with a missile launcher. Which is a saying that I'm glad I'm allowed to say. That's a good sentence, at least. Josh, what's worse, Devil May Cry 2 or The Bouncer? Would you rather be burned alive or buried alive? I'm sure they're probably both quite bad. Yeah, let's just use the Devil Trigger mode, because I can't be bothered to fire guns anymore. Gameplay. Let's smack the second orb. I'm trying to hit the orb without the lock-on automatically sticking me onto the weird baby. You can feel the movement of the demon world intensifying even more. You need to release 2 more powers in order to reach the demon world. Can you feel the movement of the demon? My goodness. Right, so this was the orb to the top right. That way I don't think we can go. Okay. This is the demon world. Remember that earlier we were here in the regular world version, and now we're in the demon world version, which is why it's all weird and demony. You never intended to stick around, but this is so riveting you can't look away. This is some kind of weird, dark, Lovecraftian trick to make you pay attention to this. Best Devil May Cry. If you transform with little life, you transform into Sparda. Yes, I mean, that happened earlier. Best Devil May Cry. Let's agree to disagree on that one. I don't think this is the best anything, to be honest. It's definitely one of the games ever. I kind of like the fact that you can just run at an enemy and shoot them in the face with a shotgun. That's kind of cool. Like some weird witch, and you're like, meet the Winchester. Take your silly magics elsewhere. They're also called... Look at the enemies' names to the bottom left. One of called is a Jomothumsira. And the other one seems to be, whatever this is, a Brontomancer. What's a Bronto? That's a Brontomancer. I don't know what a Bronto is, or a Bront is, but this is mancing them. The only thing good about the shotgun is the fact that they've used the same shotgun sound effect from the first game. That's about it. Oh, good, new weapon. Merciless, a sword with snakes engraved. It's not powerful, but it has a wide-ranged attack. Alright, right, check this out. Guys, watch. You're about to see game design in action. Rebellion. Let's have a look at the Rebellion's moveset, shall we? Pay attention. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can also stab and slice upwards. Now let's have a look at the moveset of Merciless. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can also stab and slice upwards. Now let's have a look, just out of curiosity, at the moveset of Vendetta. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can also stab and slice upwards. They literally just changed some of the values in the background. They gave one of the swords higher damage, and they gave one of the swords longer range. That's it. Do you guys remember the weapons from Devil May Cry 1? You had the sword that you start off with, then you get Alastor the lightning electric sword, then you get Ifrit the flame punching gloves, then you get the really cool kind of changing shape demonic sword at the very end that does different attacks based on the speed you press triangle at. Movement is different if you press left stick. Okay, so if I run that way and attack, if I hold R and press that, stab. Okay, so moveset is different. How so? I'm genuine. If there is a genuine moveset difference, I want to know. So if you hold right trigger, you get ready. That's what this stance is here. This is ready stance. That's the attack. Then you can hold backwards, and that's the attack up. You hold forwards. Well, you know how in Devil May Cry 1 it depends on when you press. Here you move. Okay. So there actually is... So if I press attack and then hold backwards and press triangle, it does two different things. If I press... Alright. So just pressing triangle without pressing anything else does 4. But pressing triangle, attacking twice and then moving does that. Gotcha. So if I press 2 attacks, press forward and then triangle again, it does 5. If I put a different sword on, does it change? Because if it does, this is about to change everything. No, it does the same moveset with a different sword. So the movesets are all the same. Try the others now. Okay, so the swords have different reach. Okay, so think about this. The sword is like a skin of the melee weapon. What do you... Quick question. Genuine question. To anyone who likes Devil May Cry 2. Would you say that the sword melee gameplay is meant to be more important than the gunplay? Because I think Dante's whole thing is having a cool sword. But what I'm trying to get my head around is there is more variation in the gunplay than in the melee. Because you've then got a gun that fires extremely quickly with long range and accurate, but does less damage than the shotgun. You've got the missile, which is slower and tracks. Is there any reason to use melee over guns? That's my question. That's what I'm trying to get at. I honestly thought Dante's thing is having the pistols, which is super cool. Melee does more damage, that's it. It does more damage if you can get close to them. It does less damage if you can just stand far away and shoot your pistols. Oh no, have I been poisoned? I am weirdly pink. Is that some kind of poison? I bet it is. I bet you've got to find like a green orb for this. Enemies stagger more easily if you use that. Okay, you can just run away from fights though, can't you? Now, you don't need to fight them. Okay, I need to find 2 more orbs somewhere. Alright guys, who are pondering the orb? If you were an orb, where would you be? Yeah, like if enemies had stagger resistance to pistols, that would be great. I think my problem is that you teach people early on in this game that the most powerful weapon is the guns. And then you continue to kind of exacerbate that by giving people super powerful weapons that are all just guns. Guys, where's the orb? Where's the second orb? No, the third orb. We've got the third orb already. We've got the second orb, we need the third orb. The Thorb. If you were a third orb, where would you be? Because what we now have to do is just keep running around until we find it. Like, it'll be here somewhere. Guys, where did you put the orb? God, you're always losing things. It's up there. You guys are always losing things. I asked you to look after the ancient orb of power. There you are. Question to the DMC2 fans. Is there any way to do multiple attacks in the air? Or do you just need to kind of keep jumping? Devil Trigger. In this episode of Devil May Cry, Dante fails to destroy an orb in the sky. It's directional inputs with the sword against enemies in the air. A demon pulse has been released and you will be able to reach the demon world. Oh, thank God, I was getting worried we might not be able to do that. Alright, let's go and fight the Flanus. You guys all ready? Maybe we should spend some of our money. Maybe we should buy some items. Maybe we should increase our health. Let's do it. Cool. Now it's less likely for us to die, which is a shame. You were born ready, not for... Oh, by the way, guys, remember that Lucia said we must do this before the sun, the eclipse happens. Why? Don't know. Just do. Just do this before the eclipse happens, guys. Don't get eclipsed on. Not a thing you want to have happen. Do I feel cool, though? I think that I'm playing a game that 12-year-old me would have thought was cool. And then I would have looked back on it and realized that I had no idea what I was on about. Okay, so we can't go that way. Where was the demon world again? Oh, because of some kind of ritual. Oh yeah, gotcha. So there was the weird ritual that Arius is going to use to summon Argo Sacs. Yeah, I wouldn't say that I'm the target demographic. I think the target demographic for Devil May Cry 2 is people who haven't played Devil May Cry 1. It would be difficult to also target people who've played Devil May Cry 1. Because they would have a direct comparison. Okay, the Flanus is opening. And the Florb is coming out. I'm going to change my sword back to the other sword. It doesn't matter, but this one does slightly more damage. Dante listens to the Rasmus once. Right, you guys ready for what I think is a boss fight? Who's it going to be? That's right. It's Phantom from Devil May Cry 1. Remember Phantom? Remember him? Remember the spider? Yeah, you do. You love the spider from Devil May Cry 1. Do we have some witty back and forth? Do we have a little bit of a chat? Does Dante be like, oh, Phantom, it's good to see you again? No. No, no. That doesn't happen. Is this in the timeline of Devil May Cry? Is this meant to be happening before or after Devil May Cry 1? Because I can't remember. Is this like an origin story? Oh, this is happening way after. Gotcha, so there's no excuse for Dante not even saying, hey Phantom, it's good to see you again. Now here is something I really dislike about this fight. In Devil May Cry 1, when you fight Phantom, he does the lava pillar attack where a circle of flame builds up underneath your feet and then splurts out. The cool thing about that is you can see the fire build up, giving you chance to roll away, which means the player is aware of the mechanic before it happens to them. This time, however, you are attacked by meteors off camera, and you are attacked by flame pillars under your feet that unless you are already moving, you are unlikely to be able to dodge. Which to me feels unfair. Let me see if I can make him do it. It just feels so... Remember the fight with Phantom in the first game? Where there's a little bit of banter back and forth between them before they fight, and you can tell there's going to be some kind of animosity there. Remember that? Now it's just like... Now it's just like, oh, here's a spider that you remember. Remember Phantom? That's what it is. It's literally just, do you remember this? Okay, I think it's doing the fire thing now. Do the fire? Oh no, it's sending meteors at me that I can't see off camera. I hate the fact there's so much damage that comes at you from off camera. Meaning that you have no way of actually mitigating it or blocking it, unless you're already moving. And it seems... Oh, that's fine. That's okay. Charging up an attack and shooting you from the front, that's great. That, however, not as great. If anything, super annoying. Remember, guys, ABC. Always be moving. Just stay far away and shoot the rocket launcher. It seems to me there's no disadvantage to doing this. Okay, cool. Phantom's dead. Does he say something cool? No. Does Dante say something cool? No, the level just finishes. Cool. Cool. Ah, those one-liners. They didn't have time to give Dante lines. They were too busy making the game. He's stoic and brooding. Maybe it's time to go into hell. They swarm like clouds and desperately seek the hunter's dark blood. Get ready. Hey, what if I were to tell you this entire level is a wave defense? Would you like that? Would you think that's fun? If we just have a whole level that's just a timed wave defense, which is basically what the secret levels are. Define fun. You know what I'm just saying would have been cool? This and the Phantom fight at the same time. Like if Phantom came down and said, Dante, finally we meet again. This time I've brought the denizens of hell with me. And then you have like a timed fight against Phantom where he gets more powerful as the fight goes on and the enemies are spawning you. But as soon as the fight's finished, you have to either choose an optional difficulty of stay behind and kill Phantom when he's at full power or dive into the Flanus. That would have been cool. You know, that's game design right there. That's choice. That's balance, that's options. Just saying that could have worked. Do you have to shoot the eyes with this? I can't remember. There's nothing to do with the eyes, is there? It's just survive. That's pretty much it. Dive into the what? Oh, the floor anus. The demon hell butthole. This thing just over here, see? Right now, it's protected by some kind of demon butt energy. But if we shoot enough flying babies, the demon energy will weaken, and we'll be able to jump into the Flanus. This was the second game in the Devil May Cry 2 series. How the hell did it get a third? Do you think at some point everyone at Capcom kind of sat around and went, yeah, we fucked up? Now, from what I remember, you don't need to kill all the enemies, you just need to wait. That dude's just drop kicking me, I've got respect for that. I miss the Ifrit gloves from Devil May Cry 1. You know what, at some point we've got to play Devil May Cry 1 on stream to show you guys how goddamn good it is. Because it's so good. DMC1 is amazing. Okay, cool. The thing has... The demon hemorrhoid is available. And so we hit it, and I think now we can descend into hell. Right. Do you have to hit the eyes? Is this a thing that I have to do instead? Hang on. I'm trying to work out if this is a mechanical thing. I don't think so. You don't, do you? You have to just survive the waves several times because they're different enemies every time. Someone who knows more than this, just hang on. Wait, is it one eye's now closed? I'm just checking something. Is one of these eyes now closed? You need to kill them in time. Okay. Right, so you just need to fully kill them all in time. That's all you need to do. And I'm guessing the timing obviously changes the score that you get at the end of it. So I have 3 minutes to kill everything that gets spawned. And the longer I take to do this, the weaker enemies it spawns. We on those so far? You've got to get the max score on the anus level by going really fast. Here's something I dislike about this as well, especially being an action game. Normally, when you press a roll button, you interrupt whatever action you're doing, whereas the shotgun actually has a really long cooldown. After you've shot the gun, you can't roll until you've kind of put it by your side. So using the shotgun is a bit of a commitment. This game doesn't seem so bad. Play it. You don't cue the roll, because if you shoot and then press roll, it doesn't roll. It doesn't even roll when you are immediately available to roll. Okay, that should be every enemy dead now. That's nearly every enemy dead. Let's try again. Now let's hit the eye. Okay, so now we need to actually start killing every enemy as fast as possible. You can get a devil amulet by knocking enemies off the top floor pimple. That would involve me attempting to, in some way, engage with the mechanics of this game. How long is this game? About 18 levels too long. This started as a joke, and now I've kind of committed to it so much we have to just keep going. If the game is so bad, why did it inspire the book about Dante going through the 9 circles of hell? Even a Devil May Cry 2 is right once, I believe is the famous saying. Broken clock, twice a day, all that jazz. I do appreciate the fact that we can just rocket launcher from off screen. You guys, when we get to the final boss, would you believe the final boss? You're not going to believe this. Would you believe there is a way that you can kill the final boss by pretty much just standing still and shooting? Now I know. Don't say no straight away. Okay, good. Now we've managed to finally clear the flayness. This is not Devil May Cry, this is Devil Will Cry. What do you think hell's like? We've jumped into hell. What do you think it's going to be like? Have a guess. Did I enjoy it when I initially played it? No. No, I thought I was playing a knockoff fan game for about 5 hours. Imagine what hell is going to be like. Did you say that hell was going to be the same building that we were in earlier as the helicopter was chasing us? You did? Well done. I'm not sure how you knew that hell was the same building we were in earlier, but it is. Hell is a corporate office. You know what, Capcom? Maybe they were onto something with this game. Maybe they were cooking. Maybe we should have let them keep cooking. Oh, was this Konami? I can't remember. Okay, cool. So we've killed all the monsters and we've cleared the elevator, and we can now get in the elevator inside the Hell building and go further into the Hellscape. Cool. And another elevator. Oh, look, lots of enemies. Cool. Good thing we've got a missile launcher. I'm just holding shoot, by the way. Mondays, am I right? Oh, goodness me. Oh. Gameplay. Well, I'm glad we reached the top floor. If only we could have flown up here. And now we're inside what is probably, honestly, the best designed area of the game. This lovely corporate hallway. Don't know what that's saying about kind of culture or society, but the fact that this hallway and this room is really nicely designed, lovely textures, lovely floor, different color palette going on. Oh, it's all going on here. I mean, it's still shades of brown, don't get me wrong. It's shades of brown all the way down. What should I purchase with my 6,000? Maybe I should buy another Devil Star. You can have 10 of them. Cool, we've got 10 just in case. I'm not buying the Smell of Fear. There is no Smell of Fear on me at all. Or what's in this room? Let's find out. It's more office. I thought that would have been a trap just then. It looks like a perfect place for a trap, doesn't it? That was a good hallway. Definitely one of the better hallways that we've experienced in the last 20 seconds. That hallway was good though too. Oh. Interesting. Ah, yes. Void orbs. Sacrilege. This will generate distortion and bring the world closer to the demon world. Right, so we have collected 1 sacrilege. And a full blue orb gives us more health. Lovely stuff. Now, we've got the sacrilege. What should we do with it? Pretty sure if you press circle on one of these doors, it spawns another secret level. There we go. Ready for secret room level 3? What do you think will happen? Do you think it'll be a wave defense against lots of enemies? I think it just might be. I've got a feeling that the secret room might just be a wave defense against loads of enemies. And I will reiterate again for those of you who were not here, secret levels in Devil May Cry 1 had actual, mechanical, unique, interesting challenges. The first one was how many spiders could you squish by just using your feet. You couldn't shoot them, you had to run around and squish phantom babies as fast as possible. One of them, you had to jump up a staircase of skulls, the enemy skulls, that you had to kind of climb all the way up to a blue orb at the top. That was super cool. One of them was to get past a load of fire. Another one was swim as fast as you can and beat a lizard man in a race. It was super cool. There was variety in the secret levels in Devil May Cry 1. There is no variety here at all. How long did it take 1,000 people to leave? It doesn't matter. We started with 2,000 people. We're down to 1,900. 100 people have left, 100 cowards. You put the sacrilege with evil statue. That's what it says in the game. That's the English this has been translated with. Not you insert the sacrilege into the recess within the door. You put the sacrilege with evil statue. And then the world shakes a bit, and now we're in a bit more of a demon world, which means there are a bit more of a demon. You don't need to kill these, remember? The world is now slightly more green. Josh has lost 300 viewers since he started Devil May Cry 2. 300 cowards. Straight up 300 cowards, my friend. If I remember correctly, we need to find another sacrilege. I think there's like 2 or 3 sacrileges to be found. And I can never remember where they are in this level. I'm going to have to follow the old rule of just always stick to the right-hand side wall. Right, I'm going to pick one wall and just stick to it. Right, we're following this one wall until we get to where we need to be. Maybe it'll be the wrong way. You think there's multi-levels to the map. Oh no, this looks weird. We've found the right place. This definitely looks odd. See? Now it looks more strange. Now we've gone all Soul Reavery. Oh my god, it's our nemesis! Remember him? Remember Wolf Sword Man? I remember Wolf Sword Man. Now watch as I deal with Wolf Sword Man in the way that I know how. And that is by standing over here. God, this camera is awful. And holding shoot. Let me hold shoot and see what happens. Here we go. We've got him locked in. The stun lock's about to begin. Oh no, the wolves make this difficult because the wolves change my target. Put my target back on him. Right, you. What button changes targets? There we go. Just hold this button and I should always target him. Bolverk, that's his name. You guys remember Bolverk? You know Bolverk? Remember from the game? Yeah, the camera's bad, by the way. The camera in this game actively... The camera is actually the final boss. People don't realize that, but this is the best way to beat Bolverk. Just lock onto him, hold lock on, stand just to the left of camera, and then keep shooting missiles. He will charge up attacks to hit you, but the majority of the attacks he charges can actually be interrupted with a missile. Which means, unfortunately, this is the best way to kill the boss. And then he kind of goes around the corner, so we have to stand this way. There we go. Riveting. Rest in peace, Bolverk. I will always remember you as the guy that I forgot. What do you think he drops? That's right. It's another sacrilege. More distortion. More evil demon world distortion. Nuke, oh, you're playing my favorite Devil May Cry game. Cool. Have you played any of the others? You put the sacrilege with evil statue. And purple happens, which is even more evil than green. We know that. We know. Oh, and then the world is even more eviler. These enemies, what? Look at the bottom. Their names is Gbusmsira. Gbusmisra. Gbusmsira. Gbusums. Oh god, yeah. We all know the classic Gbusum demon. You don't need to get involved in combat, by the way, guys. Here's a little bit of an interesting fact. Getting involved in combat takes time, so unless you score high enough on the combat to mitigate the time that you have lost, you actually lose points. Because one of the most important ways to gain points and to keep them is to play really quickly. In fact, speedrunning the levels is one of the best ways to play the game, because then you spend less time in the game. Oh good, we've found another lift. You can defeat the elevator boss by holding shoot. Well, I had fun. This is the gaming equivalent of giving your younger brother a controller that isn't plugged in. What the hell was that camera angle? Oh, now we're in hell. I remember this boss. This is one of the few bosses that you need to move away from. We have Visage at home.
Don't speak. Just die.
Expedition 33 got nothing on this. Okay, so we're fighting Tris or Trismagia. There are 3 heads to this head. They have 3 different types of magic attack. Dodge them and shoot missiles. From what I remember, it's a flame attack, an ice attack, and a magic attack. And there's either one big thing coming at you, or 3 small things coming at you. And it's just a case of pretty much moving as fast as possible. So this boss, I like the vibes of it. Like, I can like the vibes of weird, creepy stuff. Oh, and this attack is actually quite powerful. So dodge out the way of that one. Like, the music's fine, the vibes are good. I feel the camera angle's a bit... The fact that camera never moves in this one makes it feel a bit like a Crash Bandicoot boss. You know what I mean by that? And what you can do is wait until one head flies forward. And then just... It feels like a Crash Bandicoot boss. I feel that Neo Cortex would have probably done a better job at killing Dante. I'm pretty sure Expedition 33 was inspired by this, because remember that the producer or the director of Expedition 33 used to be a Devil May Cry speedrunner? He was like a super good Devil May Cry player. In fact, Verso's combat ability of building up the ranking based on how many hits you land in a row, that's based on Dante. Verso is basically the Dante in that game. He has a recorded no-hit run for most of the Devil May Cry games. Yeah, he does. Dude's really skilled at what he does. What's my favorite Devil May Cry? They're all so good. I'm using the double trigger to restore health right now. This is definitely the inspiration for Visages. Can you even dodge that attack? Is there a way to dodge it? I mean, there's got to be at some point. Expedition 33 basically owes its existence to Devil May Cry 2. No DMC 2, no Expedition 33. I hate the fact that it's true. See, as it gets more complicated, more stuff goes on. This is fine. This is good. Like this. Love that for me. What I might do now is use a Devil Star Small, which still recovers a substantial amount of my Devil Trigger gauge. Are they turning invisible when I put on Devil Trigger? Because if they are, that's super cool. There we go, that's better. The smell of fear would have helped me, wouldn't it? I could have mitigated the mechanic by involving myself with the mechanics of the game. You don't have an immunity frame either, do you? Why are they not appearing in physical form so I can shoot them? Okay, well now you're just doing damage to me. This is quite nice. Do they vanish after one attack? The only one to counter the gun. We may have found it. We may have found the enemy that counters the gun. Which means I just need to jump and hit them with a regular Devil Trigger attack. Oh, that's way easier. Okay, I didn't realize that. That's just does so much damage. Oh yeah, you just hit them with like one attack in melee. It's so much easier. Alright, cool. I'm glad he died. Do you guys remember the history of the Trimagia boss? Because I don't, because as soon as you kill them, you just now appear in the endgame boss's office. The boss-if. Ah, Lucia. Remember? Remember when this room blew up? I do. It's looking remarkably tidy and clean for when we had that massive explosion. Right, so we've killed the Trimagia boss, and now we carry on. Good game. Good fun so far. Excellent. Gda was the point there. It became a magical office. It did become a magical office. I think we really appreciated the general vibe of it. And now we go to the next mission. The Art Deco vibe was cool. Mission 17, this is the penultimate mission. Evil must be opposed and destroyed. What kind of boss fight do you think we're going to find at Mission 17? Have a guess. Have a think right now. Have a little thinky thunk. What kind of boss fight are we going to... Let's find out. Okay, you ready? Here we go. We're in the office. Obviously we're in the office. That's where all the boss fights happen. Is it another possessed tank? I don't think it is, actually. I think it's more complicated than that. Oh no, the ritual is about to happen. But he's got all the pieces of the ritual. That's bad. That means he's going to succeed at the ritual. Argosax is being summoned.
Is there a problem?
You! Is that the medallia? You switched them?
A false coin for a false god. Showtime.
So the ritual couldn't happen because Dante gave him the Dante's coin that he's been flipping all the time, the coin with Trish on it, who I don't think is mentioned in this game once. And then the guy doesn't notice this when he's going to do the special ritual, and now we have to fight him with the power of, you guessed it, gun. But also he's guarded by clones of Lucia. And also his own gun. Yes, he also has the power of gun. Oh, that black void on the floor, if he is able to sucker you into the black void, you have to do that thing where you fight the moth butterfly thing again. I'm just going to start using the rocket launcher on things. That seems easier than aiming. I do like how they dodge out of the way, though. Oh, there he is. There you go, have a rocket. So this fight's not terrible. There's a lot of stuff going on. We've got to dodge around the place. The camera is unfortunately the camera, and you can't see anywhere near as much as you need to see at any given time. And he seems to have a load of invulnerability frames quite often. But apart from that, it's... The problem with this game is that you have to both see it and that you can't see enough of it. Like, I dislike the fact that the camera, you're fighting the camera more than you're fighting the enemies, which ends up sucking. So I'm trying to find where the boss is, and half of it's working out where the bloody camera angles are taking me to. Thankfully, I'm just dodging past everything. You also find it really hard to lock onto him for some reason. So we have to fight the clones of Lucia that he's been created as his clone daughter army. Then at some point I may as well actually use one of the devil stars that I've got. Probably don't need a large one, but we've got one. I think if you kill all the clones, he summons more of them. You'll have to double check me on that one, but I'm pretty sure he does. And once again, unfortunately, just using machine gun devil hands becomes the best choice for, like, every combat encounter in the game, apart from the Trismagia fight, which again, I like for vibes. The camera exists to annoy the player at this point. There is no way that it can't. There is no way that a competent design team put together this type of camera. Okay, we're getting low on health now, actually, which is quite disconcerting, but thankfully we get the final hit. Watch this cutscene.
My dream, my life. I was going to be the king of this world.
King? Yeah. Here's your crown.
He doesn't even shoot him in the head. Oh good, clear time was S. The game rewards you for spending less time on it. That I like. But Josh, that was the second to last mission. Well, guess what, my friends? Argosax the demon got summoned.
You defeated Arius. There's just one thing left. Kill me. Kill me and everything will be over. I thought I was a descendant of the clan that protects Ephemerality. The ones who have the blood of the devils. But the truth is, I was created by Arius. I could become a monster and attack the humans at any time. Now, kill me. It's your job to hunt devils.
Max, oh no! Who's Arius? Arius was the guy we just killed. However, Argosax is powerful. We get sucked into a hell dimension and fight Argosax.
What? The ritual was incomplete. But the door to the demon world is... Wait. What are you doing?
My job is hunting devils.
Once you enter the demon world, you may never be able to return. I'll go. I'm expendable. You don't need to worry about me. I'm happy if I can die like a human.
No. Devils never cry.
But...
Let's leave it to fate. Heads, I go. Tails, you go. See you around.
Don't you want to hear the story about Sparta from Mathieu?
I know. He did the same thing. Hold on to my coin, Lucia.
Wait, shoot her just in case. And then it turns out that the coin that he's been flipping has had heads on both sides, so it's never actually been a choice. Every time he's been saying, like, heads, I'll save you. Tails, I'll leave you to die. He was just saying that to be edgy. Cool. Now we have to go and fight the actual final boss, Argosax. Are you guys ready? I'm ready. Let's purchase a Devil Star small. And then let's purchase some Vital Stars, just in case. Here we go. Let's go. Get ready for a final boss. Now, pretty cool design choice. Argosax is a massive mass of all of the previous bosses. And it has the attacks of all of them, depending on which boss you're standing in front of. I'll show you. We'll go around and we'll have a look. Ready? So, that was the dude with the big head. That was the monkey that shoots the kind of balls at us. There's Phantom. Oh, actually managed to catch me with that one. God damn. We've then got, there's the tentacle creature from the first boss. There's the Minotaur. There's an eagle behind it as well, which you actually fight when you play as Lucia. And then when we get back over here, there's you again. Okay, so how do we deal with it? Well, what if I were to tell you that there is a place that you can stand that is just out of the range of all of them, but is able to hit them? So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to keep firing missiles at the monkey while rolling until the monkey's dead. And then eventually the monkey will die. Basically, get rid of one of them. Okay, I think the monkey's dead now. Okay, cool. With one boss dead, what we can now do is stand just out of range of one of them and just kind of shoot in damage so we can still hit it, but it can't hit us. It's a perfect sweet spot where you can be, but it can't. There we go. Now, I like the idea of having a cool kind of in-the-round boss, if you will. Oh, he got us. Cheeky little chap. I love the idea of an in-the-round boss. I think it's super clever. But what I dislike is the ability to just roll out the way. I think Phantom's down now? Okay, cool. Phantom's down now as well. Can the boss puddle not move? No. No. So that's the tentacle. We'll lock onto it as soon as we get close enough to it. There we go. Now I think if we position it just right, we can once again kind of just stand back here. And not get hit by the sweeping tentacle. Difficulty with using the rocket launcher here is the tentacle moves out of the way quite quickly. This is a very engaging fight because you have to occasionally walk to the left and fire a rocket. It is weird that this is one of the easier bosses. As soon as you've killed one of them and you've got a safe place to stand, you can just kind of hang out there. You've got to check that you're standing kind of on the very edge of the range of stuff. The pistols might be better here because we are missing quite a lot of missile shots. What they could just do is make it turn around. Yeah, if that spun in the center, this would actually be an incredible boss fight. But don't worry guys, this also isn't the final boss. There's more. Would you believe that it gets even more complicated? That's the tentacle down, which means the next boss that we're going to face is the Minotaur, which is that dude just there. Now what we want to do ideally is stand just on the edge of it so it can't hit us with its attacks, and shoot rockets at it. Now, some of you will say that I'm cheesing the fight. Okay, how else are you meant to do it? If you stand in front of the Minotaur, you get hit by the fire breath. Like, this is... It would make sense that if an enemy has a flame breath attack, the best place to stand is where the flame breath isn't. If you give the player the ability to just stand on the edge of where the flame breath is, they're going to do that. And then finally we get to the bird boss, which is, I think, actually... Yeah, that one still hits you. I quite like that. This is a Lucia boss, by the way, not a Dante boss. Can you just shoot it from a distance? Does that still work? No. Okay, cool. Right, new plan. That worked. Cool, bird's dead. Took some damage there, my goodness. Now thankfully we can just stand back here and I think gain points somehow. But if not, we can just stand on the edge and shoot them again. That works too. I'm going to save some stars for... Oh good, we've got a second health bar going on. That's useful. Alright, let me lock onto you. There we go. Oh, this was the... Okay, so that can still hit me. I think to avoid the big explodey from the mouth thing, you just have to kind of stand still. Right, the rocket launcher does not work for this guy, so we are just going to put on the pistols. We're going to stand at the back and just do this. Okay, cool. Argo Sax is dead. But he's not dead. That wasn't Argo Sax. Argo Sax was on the inside of that. Guess what he looks like? That's right. A flaming angel. / succubus incubus thing. Now, if I remember correctly, this guy has the same moveset as Nero Angelo from Devil May Cry 1, which means it's actually a good fight. And changes from succubus to incubus all the time, which is super cool. Love that. Like, legit, genuinely love that. I don't think you can dodge that, though. That's my only problem. You can't dodge the aerial attack. Okay, that's cool. That, love it. Big fan. Love that. Big choice. Is there a way that you can dodge that other attack? So if there isn't, this might be the only time we die. Oh, okay. This is basically the end of Elden Ring. Love it. Oh, that's how you dodge it. Okay, just stay close. Now, there's no parrying in this game, which is super annoying. Because we might be about to die to the final boss of Devil May Cry 2. And I would actually be fine with that. Oh, no, we killed it. Do we maybe turn into Sparda? Do we maybe absorb the essence of our father? Where have we gone? Remember the electric charge shots from the first Devil May Cry? And then we drive the motorbike.
Yeah. Let's go all the way to hell.
We drive our bike into hell. And that is Devil May Cry 2. And when I said that it was sponsored by Levi's and we get to see Dante wearing official Levi's jeans. Let's see if we can find them. Because I'm pretty sure we do get them. Or is that after Lucia's one? Oh, cool. Now we can do the Lucia disc. Fantastic. That was only half the game, by the way. There we go. Oh, it's Diesel, not Levi's. My bad. You get the Diesel jacket. Dante's costume change and mission select mode are now available, so we can play in the Diesel version. Let's just put those on. Hang on. Right, options. Where's costume, though? Devil May Cry 2. Where was costume? Is it a new game? Do we have to go back? Do we change? It was a cute little scarf. He looked good in it. It's on mission select. Oh, you've got to go back to mission select and then choose what outfit you want to wear. I see. So what we do is we can go to exit. We can... How do we quit? Right. Quit the mission. Yes. Then we go back. Oh, do we just load the completed game? Okay, gotcha. Mission 1. And then you choose which one you want to do. So, like, we can do mission 1 again. but we can do it in... Where's the costume select? You've got to go back again. No, I want to do this in the proper mission. Character select, costume select. Gotcha. Okay, right. So, we have to quit the mission. We have to go all the way back to character select. Which loads up a completely different technical thing. Then we choose Dante. Would you like to continue? Yes. And then why doesn't it give me... Now it's loaded, the auto load. It should pop up on OBS in a second. I know the screen has changed. There we go. Cool. Now we're back. We're all good. Don't worry. You didn't miss any game. I chose... Oh, hang on. You have to press character select, right button, so we can do Dante in diesel jacket stuff, like that. Got it. Perfect. So we could, if we wanted to, replay the game, but this time Dante is dressed like this. Awesome. Cool guy. Very cool dude. What if we try and go in these doors? Oh, you can't. You just run up. Now, you might be thinking, Josh, please stop. But, bear with me. What if we've only been streaming for 7.5 hours? All right? It is entirely possible that within the next... How long do you think that took us? How long do you think that took us? Too long. I'll tell you, 3 hours. But you only got half the story. And you need the other half.
Time long since past.
Right, mission 1, Lucia. Toward the south, the Protector will find the time. Let's go. Do you want to know the worst thing? Do you want to know the actual worst thing? Lucia? Actually extremely fun to play as. Because her thrown knives are not as good as her incredible melee fighting. You press melee attack with Lucia... Super good fun. I'm not even kidding. This is the only character that you just don't need the ranged attack on at all. Because she just kicks ass. And this is what I think. This is my theory. I think this game was designed around Lucia. This door is sealed. 45 red orbs are required to break the seal of this door. That is how Devil May Cry 1 started, by making the player run around and find orbs, because it got them to become familiar with the control scheme before they got involved in fighting. So I genuinely think this whole area, this seaside town resort, this gameplay, this plot, was basically a different game that Lucia was the main character of. And this is how we were meant to play it and explore it. It was obviously based on Devil May Cry, without a doubt. But I think she is always meant to have been the main character. Because we need to find 45 red orbs, and this first bit is basically about just walking around. Which is the way that any kind of Devil May Cry game before has just started as. That's what it was. I think the whole thing was overhauled to add Dante in. I think Dante is a guest in his own game. I think Devil May Cry 2 genuinely is Lucia's Adventurer featuring Dante from Devil May Cry 1. And I honestly truly think it would have been a fine game had they have just focused on Lucia. Right, use 45 orbs to break the seal. Can I just say how stupid this is, though? Why are we killing enemies to break the red seals and using red orbs to break the white seals. Oh, the levels are the same, by the way. The areas that you travel to, basically the same place. Now, the only thing that Lucia is good at is being exceptionally fun to play as. I'm not going to make you watch this whole game, don't we? We're pretty much done for now. Yeah, red. Red for the blood of the enemies. No, red for the orbs. Destroy red doors with red orbs. Destroy white doors with enemies. She is without a doubt the most fun. Because her knives don't stagger. I also think Lucia is harder. Because from what I remember, this place is going to get some spikes going on soon. Pretty sure there's spikes here. There we go. Will I play DMC3 as well? Probably. I think we definitely have need to go and have a break now, as I have been streaming. She also got, if I remember correctly, didn't Lucia get underwater combat too? Where she throws her knives? Because Devil May Cry 1 had underwater combat, didn't it? Yeah, so she gets underwater combat too. This game was... Devil May Cry 2 is ruined by Dante. I'm sorry, but it really is. I would play an entire game as just Lucia. Because she's actually so much more fun to play as. This is Lucia's adventure featuring Dante. Truly what it is, I'm not even kidding. She can hurt wet ghosts. She can. She's one of the only people who's actually worth getting involved in the combat system for. But I think, unfortunately, because this whole area has a very Spanish feel to it. You guys agree with that? This whole kind of... You've got the seaside vibes to it. You've got the favela kind of feel. It's got a Spanish energy to it. And then you add in this feisty redhead that uses double daggers. And again, I still do think we've got this kind of Spanish thing going to it. Yeah. Feels kind of Mediterranean. Yeah, it's got a southern Spain thing going on. Also, check that out. When you stand up and jump, she spins around while throwing the knives. That's so much cooler! Dante ruined his own game. Pretty sure they've got a Spanish accent as well. Yeah. Hang on, I'm trying to jump out of here. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Can you play as Trish in this? I don't think so. Or is Trish the secret character where when you've played as everyone you unlock Trish? There's got to be a secret character somewhere. Okay, right, that sucks. Can we just... If you're I'm going to stop in a second, but if you're a screenwriter, if you're a director, if you're a producer, if you're involved in film or TV or any kind of narrative visual medium, there is a thing called screen direction. Screen direction is important to respect. Screen direction is why we have the 180 rule in filmmaking. If you aren't sure, please double check the 180 rule. Your character leaves this screen heading to the right. And then they start the next screen running to the left. Which means if a player holds right on the left analog stick, like I am doing, I am now running the wrong way. Respect screen direction in scene transitions. Very important. I do have the biggest hate-hate relationship with this game. Oh look, the first time that the enemy gets introduced and they have a little cinematic. They even have, you can see them kind of rebuilding and reforging, which matters because as you hit them, they lose bits of themselves. The first time Dante experiences this enemy is the one when you're underground in the weird graveyard thing at the very start, and you see the back of it. Lucia was meant to be played first. Lucia was not only meant to be played first, I think she is who this game was designed for originally. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying everything that Lucia does is good. Her element has as much terribleness as everyone else's. But I definitely think the pacing of the movement, the enemy introduction, the general vibes are so much better here. We're also traveling to the cathedral, which is where, if you remember, Dante starts here. So we're traveling to the cathedral as Lucia, and that finishes the mission. So let's see if the second mission's better thought out. It probably won't be. But I'm interested in what happens in the cathedral. Let's see if it's paced in any way. Okay, so the mission starts in a room that you have to go and get this from. Prove yourself before the winged goat. Alright, and these orbs are leading you up the stairs. And that's encouraging you to attack this. Okay. And we have interacted with the world in a way that spawns the winged goats. Is it me or is the music better? Hang on. The music was not this good in the first half. I'm just going to turn this up slightly. Is it me or is this better? This kind of slaps though, doesn't it? Alright, so we killed the enemies, we came down, we found this, we got this. Oh, so she's a cool angel demon. I forgot about this, you can now fly. And you... This is nice. When you fly and attack, you throw your feathers. Which I think is kind of cool. Like, that's cool. It's almost like she was designed to have some kind of character traits. Such as some kind of bird. Which would also be a really interesting way of looking at it, because you start underground, and if her whole power is birds and the air, being able to fly up and away from the underground is like her whole thing. So designing it for verticality makes sense. Such as having, first of all, this really cool area. Oh, she runs like Naruto, by the way. She holds her arms behind her and runs out like that. Why is her fighting style so much cooler? Yeah, Naruto Run. She knows what it's on about. And now we have a camera that's designed to actually enhance a vertical. I think this is good compared to the Dante part of the game, which is crap compared to every other part of the game. Damn it, got hit once, that's a shame. Also, the camera is so... Look at the camera in this level right now. When we are far away from the enemy, it zooms out, keeping us and the enemy in focus, but also includes the room. As we get close to the enemy, watch what the camera... Okay, we're always in focus. Enemy, us. As we get close to the enemy, camera zooms in to allow us to have more control within melee. The fights did not do that with Dante. I'm so annoyed that Dante ruins Devil May Cry 2. And what do we get? Okay, one of the holy relics that were once used to seal a great demon. Seems pretty apt. And we get a blue orb fragment for completing the fight. Cool. Anything else we get if we try to jump around, have a quick look? Now we're all good. The room was also a lot smaller. Okay, the camera's nice. So we've set up a characterization straight away. We've jumped off the top of the building after implying that she is a bird. And now we get a cutscene. With her that I don't think Dante was meant to be in at all. I think that was meant to be another character model.
Where's Mathieu? Mathieu? Mathieu?
Good grief. They really made a big mess, didn't they? It sure took him a while to find this place. Oh, you have arrived, son of Sparta.
Let's see if more plot gets given to us.
Oh, yes. We are the guardians of this land, Vidumali. Our clan once fought against the demons with Sparta, son of Sparta. We must ask this favor of you. You see, there's a man who's transformed our land into a demon.
I can't skip this because I think it does actually change at the end slightly.
Arius. And although he is the president of an international public corporation, he uses the demon power. Please, deal with Arius and his master for us.
It also makes thematic sense that...
Looks like it's your lucky day.
Wonderful! I am very pleased. It leads to a harbor. If you are successful, I will tell you a story about your father.
Why are we watching the cutscene of what Dante's about to do? Get back to Lucia.
Did you obtain the other Arcanus, my dear? Here is the bastone. Now we have only one piece remaining. I believe that it is in the ruin.
I know.
Consider this. Lucia starts underground in a low-down, literally sea-level village. We then get given her bird powers, and the enemy is at the very, very top of the tallest building in the city, which is completely sociologically different to where she grew up, and is physically different. It is as high and far away from sea level as you can be. This is Angel May Cry. It is creepy to go. That's what this is. This is... Oh, good. She has the arsenal, the thrown daggers, which look pretty cool. Swords, she starts off with her cutlasses, and items... May as well get some blue orbs to start off with. May as well increase vitality. It's always worth it to do that. Yeah, so let's send her underground. So she starts underground, which gives her the different comparison when she finally gets up to the top. Now, I have completed Lucia's game before a long, long time ago, and I do remember exactly one thing about it. She has a different final boss. And it's amazing. Like, her final boss is so good. I'm going to say that I don't want to spoil it for you because I genuinely think if I rush, I can probably get there in about an hour and a half. Her quote's from a book called Guidepost of the Protector. Yes, so when the missions start, she gets Guidepost of the Protector, Dante gets Guidepost of the Hunter, doesn't he? Dante's was a decent final boss. Oh no, Lucia's is so much cooler. That was the exact same cutscene. She also has multiple attacks in the air. And she's quite a lot weaker when being hit. She can't stagger the enemies as easily, so you've got to dodge more. Oh my god, I think I've just realised what this might have been. Was this meant to be a sequel to Nightmare Creatures? This has got the exact vibes of a Nightmare Creatures game. There is a Nightmare Creatures 2. I don't think it would have been, but there is a Nightmare Creatures 2. And she does have kind of the same vibes as the female lead from Nightmare Creatures 1. And everything that we're fighting, a giant ape, a weird moth, lots of creatures that are in zombie-style stuff. It's got to be one of the inspirations. Also, this is where we fought the giant ape last time, remember? Cool. Swords for Lucia that have wide range. Okay. I would have loved it if this was an attempted sequel to Nightmare Creatures. That's going to be that's my headcanon right now. Right, do we get to fight in here? Anything going on? Apparently not. Okay, we get nothing in here. That's a shame. Yeah, and the main villain's trying to summon a demon. It probably isn't that. Like it wouldn't have been, but this feels like a really shit Bloodborne. You feeling the vibes? I'm feeling the vibes. No, when I say really bad, I mean like a really bad Bloodborne. You desperately want to like and enjoy Tomb Raider games, but you can't get past the death animations. Tomb Raider games are quite scary sometimes. One thing I do like about this is when you are in angel form as Lucia, her ranged attack is no longer the best attack to do. Her ranged attack is only really good if you're using it as a distance closer. Her melee is so much better. So she has multiple answers. Or you need to have multiple answers with her. Look up Nadia's concept art. Concept art of Nadia from which game? From Nightmare Creatures? Because it's Nadia and Ignis, isn't it? I think it's Nadia and Ignis. Hang on. I need to look this up. You're saying Nadia concept art from Nightmare Creatures. It's extremely similar. Yeah, the vibes are there. Yeah, the vibes are absolutely there. Nadia, N-A-D-I-A. Lucia is just Minstrel from Metal Gear Revengeance. Is it Revengeance? Or Metal Gear Rising? Not played any of those. Fun fact, there's a Bloodborne movie being made by Sony and Jacksepticeye. Yes, I know there is. I have to now hope that Jacksepticeye remembers the 2 times that he met me. And hopefully is able to think, hey, I know who should be in that film. That guy that I met twice. He should be in that film. It's Rising Revengeance. Gotcha, I can never remember. Oh good, that door is actually locked now. Oh, absolutely. The feathers and the angel wings. The fact that her cape as well, a little white cape, is giving kind of that angelic sheath thing to it. You're sure he thinks about me every day? Thank you, so am I. I am also sure. No, it'll probably be fine. Jack knows quite a lot about Bloodborne. And someone even said, oh, what does he know about producing a movie? A lot, seeing as he's produced a movie. Am I playing for the first time? Unfortunately not. Unfortunately, I am playing for... oh god, I can't remember. I decided that Sunday was the day that we can all be upset. Sunday is a day that we can all be sad. He loves Bloodborne, he does, which is exactly why he's going to do, hopefully, fine with it. Alright, are we going to have the same animation again with the same angel thing? Yes. Yeah, we've only got like one specific animation for this, that's all we get. Josh, read the post above. Gothic vibes, do remember Bloodborne from Software nailed the feeling. What's the post above that? Nightmare Creatures 3. Angel of Darkness was planned as a 2004 action horror game developed by Callisto Entertainment and published by Ubisoft for PS2, Xbox, and GameCube. Nightmare Creatures 3, Angel of Darkness. Okay. Nightmare Creatures 3, images. I don't know if that was just the promo images for it. Right. Concept. Let's have a look at the concept art of it. It could have been. It absolutely could have been the Nightmare Creatures game that they took and repurposed it into a Devil May Cry game. Nightmare Creatures starring Dante from Devil... A magical stone with a heart of goddess. Yeah. I mean, this... That statue to me looks out of place. I know that they've had to put it in there because it obviously was in the first Devil May Cry game, but it feels out of place compared to the vibes of the rest of the room, doesn't it? The vibes are off. Can I just leave now? Yes. I don't think it felt out of place in 1 because it fit Mundus's aesthetic in the actual... It fit the Mundus aesthetic. Also, there's no weird switch there to hit. Notice as well how this is literally exactly the same level. Except this time there is no switch to hit and you can just go through the gate. I wonder if we fight exactly the same boss as well. Oh, yeah, we do. That's a pretty nightmarish creature, I'll give you that. Tell you what though, she was much better at ranged combat when you've got one specific target. Because this feels much more like a Nightmare Creatures boss than it does a Devil May Cry boss, let's be fair. Why do you have an angel form? Isn't it called Devil May Cry? You'd think. You would think. Please say, but that's just a theory. A game theory. Here's something you'll notice as well. When you throw knives as Lucia while you are in the air, you throw them faster. Now watch. Lucia is designed to be in the air. Everything about this is designed to get you close to the enemy as possible in the air, and then get the enemy into the air to do damage to them. This is just Zulrah from RuneScape. The handsome Squidward maneuver. You have returned and I'm fighting the same boss. Yes, that is true. Get up. God, you can't get close while those things are up. That's actually quite nice. I just think it's a real shame that in order to enjoy Devil May Cry 2, you have to play it as the game that it was meant to be played as. Oh, and you don't get to open... What? We don't get to go and get Dante's bike? Ah, it's a real shame. How do we... Oh my goodness, we don't get Dante's bike. That is a shame. Right, you don't get a bike. Sorry. Oh good, clear time and items used, both S. Lucia doesn't need a motorbike. Straight up doesn't need one. Doesn't have a license, mate. Let's see if this mission makes more sense now, because we know that she's hunting down the Arcana. No. No, it doesn't. We've just been dropped into a city for no reason. But at least we start over here. There's a blue orb just there, which is going to encourage a player to jump down and collect it. And after jumping down and collecting it, a player is probably going to want to run toward the camera to see what's down here. And we have a new... Okay, this is a new enemy. This is an enemy called an Infestant. And there's something on the wall that's also going to be hidden until we can unlock it. I like the fact that we have seen the ghostly Infestant before we have seen an infested enemy. So we know that these things are like the little bugs, the mind controls. I still don't like the fact we got to the city somehow from jumping into a hole in the floor. Are there any Resident Evil games that are about weird creatures infesting things and start in some kind of seaside village that then go into a big city? I don't know if there are. Oh, what was this? Another random power orb. Okay, cool. But how does the bug know how to pilot a helicopter? Have you seen the helicopter boss? The bug does not know how to pilot a helicopter at all. A fence heart. Cool. I wonder if the plot of Nightmare Creatures 3 would have been a daughter of a devil fights against her nature to try and become an angel and gets dropped into an infested world full of nightmare creatures. Maybe this is the nightmare. Okay, new boss. It makes so much more sense to fight the orangutan boss or the monkey boss inside a massive city that it has destroyed, as opposed to a random railway station. Also, notice how this boss is now joined with birds, so we have... Right. an important point of review that I put in my God of War review. I like boss designs where there are two problems and the solution to each problem actually exacerbates the other. What I mean by that is, the monkey is on the floor and so you want to jump into the air, but the birds are in the air so you want to be on the floor. So jumping into the air means you can dodge the monkey, but you're exacerbating the problem of the birds. Staying on the floor means that you're away from the birds, but you're exacerbating the problem of the monkey. Always two problems is a great design if you want to make the player make choices, because each choice they make is wrong, but is needed to be able to mitigate the other. And I love that. Also, the music kicks ass. I'm going to try and make the camera break. Hang on. Let's just see what happens if Lucia runs really far away. Right, so the camera keeps the bird in tow. It keeps Lucia in the focus. It zooms out to make sure we're zoomed out as much as possible. When the enemies come back in, it slightly pans around to them. All right. I'm picking that up. Once the monkey's in, we've got that. If we go close to the monkey and do a melee attack, stays where it is because that's the easiest way to see us. That's irritating. It's irritating because it's bloody good. Right, come on, angel time. What happened to WoW? It drowned. And if I stand still, I just staggered the monkey. That was brilliant. Hey, okay, there we go. Now let's get rid of the birds. Cool. What happened to Dante? That should be the real question. What happened to Dante? Unfortunately, Dante's story sucked. I swear to God, if the camera ends up being better with Lucia the entire time, it does just prove to me this was meant to be a different game. Also, does it feel like there are so many different... Okay, that's awful. Does it feel that there are so many different games that have come together to make this? Like, the city feels like a different game to the underground Mayan temple, which feels like a different game to the seaside bit. It truly does feel like there's 3 or 4 different games that have just been added here. Alright, and now we've got the infested tank, which is a tad more difficult to get close to because we start off further away from it, so it gets to use its actual ability. Right, and now we attack the infested tank. But it's harder to do because there are birds here as well. Apparently, the main protagonist of Nightmare Creatures 3 was meant to fuse with Raven. Is that a character from Nightmare Creatures 1 and 2? Always 2 problems. Jump up and attack the enemies at the same time. I feel like they made progress in 3 concepts and then put them all together. That's what it does feel like, doesn't it? It feels like they've got 3 or 4 different concepts for games, and then they just shoved them all together and said, right, throw a character into it, get the camera to follow them as best they possibly can. Hang on, what the hell? Was that? There's a machine gun on the tank! There's a machine gun on the tank that shoots you if you get too close! The tank's got a flamethrower! Why does the infested tank have 2 more mechanics than Dante got? Where were you last time? Okay, so that was the helicopter that last time took Dante to the factory, which then goes to the oil field. Why on earth does the boss with Lucia get better mechanics? Is Ouroboros, or Ouroboros, however you want to pronounce it, used in any of the Resident Evil games? I haven't played all of them, so I don't know. Yes, okay. Do you think there is a slight chance that Devil May Cry 2 was possibly thrown together at the last minute by combining several concept ideas of games that were in, you know, production that weren't completed, such as some Resident Evil stuff and some Nightmare Creatures stuff? And now we're in a factory with a skull thing on the wall, but if you take that skull thing away, it's just a regular factory. I think Devil May Cry 2 was just a hodgepodge of stuff they had. I mean, to be honest, this feels kind of Dino Crisis-y to me. I could see this area being involved in a Dino Crisis game. Oh, you can't slide down the tube. There's a fence. Remember when we played as Dante, you did the cool slide down the tube thing? No. With Lucia, you instead have to just go through the door. Anti-sliding tube. Hate it. Okay, this camera is super Dino Crisis. Oh, and we start in the hangar this time, do we? And we get to go to the plane. Right, so this is better pacing. You have shown the player a set piece. The set piece is the massive wind tunnel behind them. There is a plane in here. The wind tunnel is not turned on. Good pacing would have the player engage with something which then turns the wind tunnel on, that changes the mechanics that they play around with. What's in here, if anything? Anything good in here? Oh, good. A new weapon type. Cranky bomb. Compact bombs that can either be set or thrown. Okay, so... set... How do you throw... Okay, if you stand still and press the bomb button, it sets a bomb. If you move and press it, you throw. Can you blow these up? No. Can you throw them all in the air? Yes. Okay, so you can use bombs while in the air. Dante could only use one type of gun while he was in the air. He could only use the pistol. What's down here? Oh. There is a... This is a power source. Power has been supplied to all the doors by attacking it, which means that... Okay. If we've supplied power to all the doors, does that mean that we've also just supplied power to the wind tunnel? Yes, it does. Which means the wind tunnel is now open. So all we have to do now is get away. But does jumping into the wind tunnel kill you? Probably. But can we just leave? Yes. This is cleaner. That's a great way of putting it. This feels like there is intention behind the interactions. Now, I still don't think that this is what the game was meant to be. I truly still think that there were a couple of set pieces that they've just kind of had ideas on. Can we leave here? I don't think we can. Nope, can't go that way. Got to find the door that we've just opened with the power. So there's going to be a door somewhere that didn't have power to it before that does have power to it now. Question is, where is that door going to be? I think, yeah, a load of game design prototype ideas just got pushed together. It truly does feel like that's what's happened here. Now, that takes us to there. Where's the other door? There's got to be another door in here somewhere. Over the other side, possibly? Oh, I love the fact the entire thing opens up. That's super cool. I don't think there are any other doors in here. Near the stag. Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you. That was probably a way of actually navigating the player to it. By having that cool stag head on the wall. I think there was meant to be some kind of connection between the big city and the oil rig. Okay. Spitball ideas with me. Some kind of Umbrella Corporation thing is going on. What the hell? Evil Heart, a demon stone that will absorb the possessor's power. We're losing health. Can I unequip it? Okay, this is the timed level. Do I have to now get through this level before I die? Because I'm now just losing health constantly. This is a good reason to have a timer. Here's my theory. A Resident Evil style game had an evil thing happen on an oil rig out at sea which infected and possessed a nearby city. This is a common gimmick. You now have infinite devil trigger. Ah, nice. No, I don't. Okay, so I've turned on that switch, and the evil heart is still draining health away from me. Devil Trigger does heal me, but it's not infinite. I don't have infinite Devil Trigger. It's going down, see? So I can't just rely on the Devil Trigger to heal me. So I've been infested with some kind of evil heart. I wonder if originally in the game you were meant to take damage by just being in this place. Is this? This is not the same room that it went to last time, was it? This is a different room. Alright, there was lava in this room when Dante went into it. Okay, so this was a lava room. This was meant to be a puzzle room, wasn't it? This is a room with lava that doesn't have lava right now because it was meant to be a puzzle. The door is closed tight. Okay. So we are meant to find some way... What's that door? This room, this is the room that was on fire where we got the weapons from. Darts, short swords. But they're narrow shape, multiple swords can be thrown at once. Okay, so... Nice. Triple sword throw that we've got. Is that where we came from? This door is closed tight. What was this? You have inlaid the evil heart in the hollow. Which turns on the factory. Right, so this is the concept of an offshore oil rig that is actually a demonic factory that is powered by evil. A magic stone with the heart of a proud lightning demon. Because this whole thing is looking super Resident Evil. Yeah, I mean, what are these things? Like homunculuses being grown in vats, and some kind of bed with a dead guy on it. That I'm guessing is meant to be some kind of power source or energy source, that these things were keeping this person alive, maybe? And we should be able to leave through this way now because it made a sound in the cutscene. Yeah, that would have been a lore drop, wouldn't it? Great way to look at it. Can we also just consider the fact that Lucia's weapons have way more variety? You've got her thrown daggers, which are single target and quite fast. You've got her bombs, which are AoE but slow. And then you've also got these triple swords that are much slower, and when you jump in the air, you throw 5 of them. Now, I know that Dante obviously gets the shotgun, the pistol, and the rocket launcher. But they all feel like just a different level of an amount of damage gets thrown at the enemy. Whereas these feel at least that it's slight mechanical variation on what's going on. Lucia's been done dirty by this game. Lucia was someone's creation, and honestly, she should have got way more. Did I check her other melee weapons? I swear to God, if her other melee weapons do different things, I'm gonna cry. Claymore, swords for Lucia with wide range. Okay. No, they don't. The Claymore does not do anything different to the other things, they're just longer. Lucia does need her own game. Absolute forgotten game. Yeah, my headcanon is this is the Nightmare Creatures 3 protagonist with all of the concept used for both Nightmare Creatures 3 and possibly either an extra Dino Crisis or an extra Resident Evil game. Because all of these boxes have the Ouroboros or Ouroboros symbols on them, which means that's got to be an important part of the game as well. She has a form where she fuses with the beast, which was retconned into an angel form. What is that noise? That is an extremely loud, annoying noise. That's just how the game sounds, guys. Sorry. Right. Oh, and now we've got to the helicopter bit. I think these cutscenes are out of order. That's the clone of her. So we know from playing Dante that that's her father that created her. But let's see if this changes with her mission. The Protector, the King, and the Truth. Lucia has fewer missions, by the way.
Well, it appears that the defect is back.
Defect?
You are my creation.
Liar! Mathieu is my mother.
She merely found you when you were about to be disposed of, and then raised you as a soldier. Is that what you consider to be a mother?
No! I don't believe you.
Look. You have the mark on your shoulder. Proof that you're a mannequin. Kai. That is your real name. Now, give me the Arcanas. With them, my power will be complete, and I will become like the immortal Argosax. I will achieve absolute wisdom and transcend all. The world is already warped. Everything that belongs to the devils will eventually revert to its original form. Even you will betray your upbringing and turn on the humans.
Her swords are the same markers on her shoulder. She fights with shottle blades, and then he transports us into the nightmare. Okay, so you can't just instantly stun lock this dude with swords and bullets. I actually don't think they're as good as the direct knives. So the symbol she has on her shoulder, the two kind of half crescents, and then if you were to hold her swords in that way, her swords would look like the crescents. So her father has been creating clones, which is going to be exactly what the vats in the thing were. The vats in the factory and the bed next to it would have been the failed clones. That's what Ouroboros is going to be, the Ouroboros. It's going to be looping back around the snake eating itself as... Which makes sense because thematically this boss is about death and rebirth. This boss is about the larva maturing into the moth or the butterfly. And she's underground, which is the worst place for her to be if she's going to be a whole kind of angel thing. Thematically, this makes so much more sense. I just feel that we unfortunately might be discovering what the game was kind of meant to be. Josh, this game is fine if Dante didn't exist. Is this game... Yeah, if Dante didn't exist, there's legs here. You know, this game's got good ideas to it. Dante wasn't here. I mean, the camera's not good still. But I don't know if you're noticing the camera is definitely better than it was before. The camera is definitely functional. God damn it. But Dante is best. He has cool jacket and also cool suit. Cool sword. He doesn't afraid of anything. This is also a boss fight where you are encouraged to not be on the ground, which ties into the fact that the whole combat mechanic about Lucia is being in the air. This is the first fight that the player would have been super encouraged to jump constantly and then use their knives, which would have shown them that that is just the best way to play as this character, without completely breaking the game. Just grab that green. It's also a moth awakening the lava. The moth representing the father in this case. I don't think that they thought about the symbolism that much, but it definitely is there. You like the variety of moves I'm doing? Thank you, it's actually much more fun to play as her than as Dante. The metaphors are definitely there. What the hell? So we've now been teleported to a cavern.
That's why I have this ability. Someday I'll attack humans. I have to go.
I do remember something about this game. Something that Dante does not have that Lucia does. Something that I find genuinely annoying that they didn't give to Dante. In fact, no, I don't find it annoying they didn't give it to Dante. I find it annoying that they've chosen to focus on Dante over Lucia when she can do something that Dante can't. Lucia can swim and there is underwater combat. And she can leave the bombs around which drop down. In fact, the bombs are the only weapons she can use underwater. The mandatory underwater level indeed. That enemy, by the way, is called Erupt Gel. And then we finish the level. SDDDS. A perfect score. I'm doing this to show you the amazing final boss, by the way, because the final boss kicks ass with this. It's a very Sunday score. It is, Anna. Welcome. Welcome in. Holy and filthy at the same time, some mysteries should be extinguished. Interesting. Alright, so we get a bit of swimming with Lucia. Lovely. There we go. Oh, even more. Oh, hello. What's this? Ooh woo. What's this? It's another skill. You may remember this animation from the previous 3 times we've seen this animation. Aqua Heart. A magic stone with the heart of a swimming fish demon. We're going to be able to swim quicker, aren't we? You will be happy if Josh never does another ooh-woo. I can do an even better ooh-woo. I will ooh-woo better than you've ever seen it. You have no idea how good I can do that. Can we not come down here? Is there... Okay, this seems to be the... We can't go that way. Interesting. What about going this way instead? What happens if we change our amulet? Equip amulet. Aqua Heart. Okay. What happens now if we use this while we're in the water? Do we change into a different underwater being? Right, we've got to swim up there. but we can't because there's too much current pushing me back in the game. But if I were to change... Okay. Don't seem to have that going on either. I've got the correct thing on, haven't I? Amulet? Aqua Heart? That's there. Is there a thing I can do with it? I have an ability? Doesn't seem to give me anything. What is that down there? Is there a move? I don't think so. Doesn't seem to be. Same button. No. So I'm clearly meant to be somewhere. Oh, you can just go straight up. Okay. But clearly I need to get rid of the... Oh good, the skulls from Devil May Cry 1 are here. Right, I'll tell you what though, underwater combat sucks. Oh, do I have to attack multiple switches at different levels underwater now? Oh, I don't have to use the bombs, do I, for this? I don't think so. She's super slow in the water, I'll tell you that much. Do I have to attack the switches? It's doing that annoying thing where it targets the enemy instead of wherever I'm facing. Okay, her underwater controls are dire. 1. Yeah, this is underwater. This is bad. 2. 3. I don't think we need to use the bombs, because I can hit them with the swords if I try. And I'm guessing once I've hit all of them, we're going to get some kind of change in the water in the room below. Okay, cool. Hit them all. Oh no, we get platforms above us. I wonder if the platforms are in relation to the positions of the balls. That's cool. Damn it. I thought I could make it with 1 jump. I could not. Can I make it with 2 jumps? I hope they stay on as well, my god. And the camera angle changing helped there. And that drops a wall down, which means I can now go and fight against the current. So we've had a puzzle self-contained within an area that actually feels like it's referenced the abilities of itself. That's fine. Oh my goodness. You know what? That's what happened. Mara, the magic stuff doesn't feel like it fits, does it? The whole kind of occult vibe doesn't feel right. Bowgun. A bowgun created only for use underwater. We have a machine gun for underwater now. Excellent. That's giving me some health back, which always worries me. And this sends me through to an underwater boss. It's an underwater boss. That's the statue. Remember the statues that we destroyed that have the Oh, that's cool. They've got like bodies on the side of them. The statues in the temple are for this fish. It's an invisible electric fish. Okay, but like, how do we see it? Okay, this is an awful camera angle. Trying to shoot it where it will be. Right, this is the bad camera. There we go. Alright, now it appears. Hang on, did it just knock itself into a pillar? There is no way that we're going to need to use the environment to do damage to this thing. Is it damaging that pillar? I can't tell if it is. It may have been. Yeah, it is. There's an environmental boss fight. Devil May Cry 2 is a selection of half-finished ideas that they shucked Dante into because they couldn't work out what to do with just its main character, Lucia. Yeah, it smacked the pillar with its tail. Okay, so you can still hit the fish even if it's invisible. I mean, don't get me wrong, this is not good. But you can see there is at least an idea here. Drop some bombs and see what happens. It's an idea. They tried with this side of the story. What happens if I drop bombs? Does it do damage? It does actually, substantial amounts. That's decent. Yeah, they tried with this story. I think it's almost a shame that they did have to try. This is exactly what a water level should be. Irritating. The bit that you forget. I wonder what happens if you can break all of the pillars. It's like a special thing if you do. Because I'm quite low on health now, you know. This is where the camera gets shockingly bad. Might even need to use an item because the health system sucks. Is it just me, or does the main menu look a little bit like USB sticks? I wonder if the pause menu was meant to be some kind of Resident Evil style system within a factory that's creating something, doing the whole kind of digitizing humans, a mixture of magic, digital, and the occult. Alright, fish is dead. Try to feed the fish a bomb. Does it eat it? That would be cool if it did, though. Also, notice how we've got all these occult symbols going on down here as well. So we're definitely feeling very occult with the whole thing. I still don't know how we got into this temple. That makes very little sense. Our father teleported us away with some magic. We fought a moth and a lava. And then we ended up in some kind of weird underground temple. That happened. Magic. Magic happens. They had a whole lot of ideas, they really did. Defeat the prisoner in the abyss and hand the hunter the mysterious vessel. Let's do a quick power up and see if I can just give myself more health, to be honest. It's always worth doing that. Right, defeat the prisoner in the abyss. Who's the prisoner in the abyss? Is it going to be the Plutonian again? They're the enemies from the first Devil May Cry. We've seen these before. They're the lizards. They appear in the underground part of Devil May Cry 1. I know these things. Let's see where we are. The lizards are called Blade as well. We don't need to actually fight them, we can just swim up. The camera is way better here, I'll give you that. Okay. And now we are up and out. It's kind of a shame that we can't use the bow above water. Reflect my power. How do I reflect your power? Do I hit it back? What? You do. This is a hit it back mini game. This is the same. This was in the first Devil May Cry. That exact mini game was in the first Devil May Cry, except that was a massive dinosaur skeleton shooting stuff at you. That was nice. A little light symbol to go and get some orbs. Did you not do this when playing Dante? No, you don't do this. Dante doesn't get an underwater section. Dante doesn't get the evil heart section that constantly hurts him. He just gets a time section. Dante does not get the reflect the attack back. Dante doesn't get a game, pretty much. Devil May Cry 2 is an unfinished mess with some ideas that could have been good if they just focused on Lucia. Dante has no character in this game. This looks like the arena that you fight the Plutonian in as Dante. And now we have to take on a couple of lizard men underwater with our underwater gun. And after doing so, will we return to this room once it's not full of water? Let's find out. Oh, no. Oh, this is the puzzle that you deal with Dante for the first time, except there's way more lights this time. Way more lights this time. Oh, there's a thing up there. Yeah, hang on. What's this? Light a blue flame and then the way will be opened. This is the same puzzle as last time. Okay. And destroying one changes it to blue. But, of course, you can't make it all in time. But you don't need to. I bet there's a prize for doing it. You don't need to break all of them in one go. You can break them as you go. There we go. Bombs could have been useful. Oh, that's cool. And then it creates a series of pillars of water. Or magical energy, should we say. That we climb up. That was kind of cool. And... okay, is this the same hit 3 buttons puzzle as before? Because Dante had the destroy 3 buttons, but they were also the pots. This is going to be the same, isn't it? It's not really a puzzle, it's more of a combat test. Just do lots of damage. I like how you can run on the walls. You don't need to, but I like how you can. Now, let me know how you feel, guys. To me, personally, this feels like a different game to the city. It feels like a different game to the interior of the whole business thing. It feels like a different game to the first place on the beach. I think they had a load of concept art they had to just reuse. You know when someone says to me, oh my god, that game's really bad? Unless they're comparing it to Devil May Cry 2, it might not actually be that bad. I'm assuming it's timed to do this. The attack doesn't lock on, by the way. God damn it! Do we need this? Yes. Run, run, run. God damn it again. Right, we're gonna get this. 1. 2. Do they restore health, is the question. They might do. Right, that one's low on health. I think. Yeah, it was. Are you enjoying hoo hoo ha ha hey? Got it. You might remember this animation from the previous 5 times we've seen this animation. 500 people have left since we finished Dante's story. They are missing Peak. That's what they are missing. Quick Heart, a magic stone with the heart of a running demon beast. Cool. How many orbs have I got? Not enough to do anything. So we can now run super duper quickly. Oh, and now we're inside the weird temple. It's the Plutonian again! Remember this guy? We love this guy. Range is for cowards. Love this fight. I've always said I love this fight so much. Hang on, did he miss? He misses if you just keep running at him. Oh, okay, he doesn't that time. I'm pretty sure I just ran straight at him and he missed. I have also realized that you gain a load of Devil Trigger by doing damage. Like an absolute ton of it. By doing melee damage, sorry, not... Didn't realize just how much Devil Trigger you get through doing melee damage, which means that now the correct way to do this fight might be to destroy a load of enemies in melee, and then to use the gained Devil Trigger to roll toward the Plutonian and just wreck him in melee. This sounds a lot more fun. Let's just do that more. What have I not blocked you guys from doing? You said Josh didn't block us before. I would never block you. Oh, is he doing like an... Did he just spin his weapons around which blocked ranged attacks? Alright, now we killed him. If Lucia, if her color is mostly white, and she... You know, that makes a lot more sense now when you realize that it says, to prove its own identity, the Protector points a blade toward the decayed king. That makes a lot more sense. I can understand that a lot more now. To prove its own identity, in this case the clone, the blade toward the decayed king would be the dad. How do we know the dad isn't a clone as well? What if the dad was also an evil version of the clone? Oh, see? We're still going. Absolutely, man. We aren't cowards. We don't quit. I only quit games that I don't like. So welcome back to Devil May Cry 2. A game that I don't just not like, I actively despise. And yet I think we can learn a lot about game design from it. If you want to make a game, you should be forced to play Devil May Cry 2. To understand. This is a learning stream. This is an understanding moment. You should be forced to play this game. Right, here we go. Let's carry on. So this is going to be the daughter. Oh no, that's the clone.
For a defect, you show promise. But did you really think you could deceive me? Have you come back to me, Kai?
I'm Lucia. Don't call me Kai.
Then why did you come here? Let me guess. You seek my death.
Yeah, that would be it. Right, and now we fight our... So it's a tad better than Dante fighting a man called Arius that is using the demon power to do business. When instead, it's a man called Arius who has created his clone daughter. And his clone daughter is coming back to seek revenge on him. Definitely, you know, a little bit better. This fight is weirdly... Is he stun-locked in the corner now? Have we stun-locked Arius into a corner? Okay, so we only managed to escape by just teleporting away.
You lose, Kai.
So once again, he uses magical power to pin us up.
Kill me!
That man is going to bring me the Arcana shortly. You will live to see.
We're nearly at the final boss, by the way, which is worth it.
That's just a piece of crap.
Is that a different voice actor?
Oh, Arcana.
Here's another 3 for you.
No!
Crap like that doesn't interest me. But your swan song will.
Okay, and then we watch...
You cannot win. Someone is holding you back.
Forget about me. Kill Arius.
Don't worry. I've got you.
And that's when Dante gets... Oh, so that attack doesn't actually throw us into the abyss, that just destroys the building. Previously, Dante got thrown into the abyss with that one. And that's... the mission? Okay, so the entire mission is just fighting that dude. Cool. That's the whole mission. That was definitely a mission. Now, the reason that I wanted to run through Lucia's game is because she has a different final boss. And I think it actually shows...
Did you save me? I was created by him.
Shows quite a nice system off, to be honest.
Weakness.
But the ritual was activated because of me.
There's still time.
We have until the sun is completely eclipsed. But how are you going to enter the building? The entrance is...
Where there's a will, right?
This makes more sense.
Mother,
Yes, it is true that we are not tied by blood. But our ties are bound by history and experience, which is much deeper than blood. Now go. Everything I know, I have passed on to you. You are my daughter.
thank you, Mother.
Thanks, Granny. Mission 10. 4 lights will open the sealed door, but will also invite the creepy to play. I mean, that's a cool camera angle to start off with. What's the map like of this one? Yep, same level as before, but different camera angle. Okay. So, find 4 lights. Gotcha. I've seen Star Trek. I know there are indeed 4 lights. There's one. The tracking seems to be much better against Lucia than it is against Dante. It's almost like the enemies want to kill this character. Do you think Dante in this game was just invited because he was rich and famous, and then all of the main characters, all the cast were told, hey, don't hurt him too much. He's a big, important, famous person. This feels like the equivalent of putting a really big movie star inside a smaller production and telling all of the cast not to talk to them. Yeah, the enemies got paid off. Right, where was the switch? There was a switch somewhere. Jerky, you have no idea how to play these games, do you? I mean, seeing as I finished the Dante one without dying, probably. It's weird that the Devil May Cry fandom can watch me complete Devil May Cry 2 Dante story deathless and then go, you have no idea what you're doing. Apparently neither do the game designers. Right, I've got to hit the magical spheres to open the way to the demon world. Which is, I think, how you would describe a video game if you don't understand what video games are. Oh, this one specifically isn't that deep. That's very true. But did you S-rank everything? No, I'd like to spend my time playing good games. He says, while finishing both halves of Devil May Cry 2 on stream. Some people will ask why I'm doing this, and the answer is, the climber doesn't ask why the mountain is there. They simply ask if they can climb it. If I S-rank every mission, does the game get better? You thought the idea was to scare away the WoW fans. Maybe that was the idea. Maybe I thought, you know what I'll do? We'll have a little bit of a fan reset. Only true devil heads can last this long. Only true people who actually understand the story of Mundus and Sparda can get this far. Where my Lucia heads at? That's the important thing. We've had to get rid of the people that don't want to see peak. That's what it is. When the Stockholm kicks in and you just S-rank everything. I've got a yellow orb, first time I've got one. Fantastic. It's a resurrection orb. Means I'll come back to life if I die, unfortunately. Do we get a happy sticker for watching the stream? If you watch the stream the entire way through, you get permission to ask me one question if you ever meet me at a convention. The question can be why. And I'll explain, because sometimes you need to do a bit of a reset. Right, consider this. Sometimes you need to do a full reset of your diet in order to, you know, you go for one of those kind of elimination diet style things. This is basically a reset of the video game diet. Sometimes you've just got to play absolute jank in order to appreciate what you've got. Like, imagine playing this and then playing Expedition 33. It's the dopamine reset of gaming, that's what it is. If you're tired of scrolling on your phone too much, and you go, oh, this is too much, no, you stop scrolling. Every time I meet someone and they go, oh, the game's absolute crap. No, Devil May Cry 2 is absolute crap. This keeps me sane, this keeps me grounded, and it's very important that I do that occasionally. I've got to reset what I think and how I am. This game makes the bouncer look like another game. Otherwise, the problem is that as a critic, I end up playing the best games and have those really horrible opinions of, oh, everything sucks. No, this sucks. Understanding why bad games are bad is an important part of critique. But, I mean, some games can still just continue to be bad. I mean, the Bouncer is the Devil May Cry 2 of the Bouncer games. As a critic, I am a critic. I criticize things. I say whether things are good or bad and why I think they're good or bad. And sometimes it's really important for me to completely reset my viewpoint. So I think, okay, this is good because of this is bad because of this. Zambak, swords for Lucia that have high striking power. Right, let's equip those then, seeing as, I mean, I'm in melee range with everything anyway. So, they do have high striking power, that's true. Now, you're just a silly YouTube guy. I'll take that. Silly YouTube guy, that can go on my CV. Oh god, there are flying babies again. You know, one thing I have noticed is I haven't seen any of the buttons being in the air for this one. They were in the air for the previous ones. As of yet, we've had no buttons being in the air. Maybe they realized it was super annoying to do that. I do like the striking power of these weapons though, they're much better. Evil flying babies. Evil flying zombie babies. Which I think was the inspiration for the Paul Shapiro song all about evil zombie flying babies. Those of you who are like, that's not a real song. It is. It is. The Weird West Cabaret. Absolutely an entire album worth listening to. Okay, I need... Does Lucia fight the helicopter? I don't think she does. Right, there's one more orb somewhere. We need to find where it is. How's the Albion training arc going? I am training my reflexes by killing demons and forcing myself to endure Devil May Cry 2. If I can endure this game, I can endure the PvP ganking in Albion. It's all about desensitization. You know what, yeah, that's true. Lucia is the Devil May Cry 3 of Devil May Cry 2. Lucia is the Dark Souls 3 of the Devil May Cry series. Underrated and actually quite good if you give it a chance. Right, there should be one more switch somewhere, but I cannot for the life of me find where it is. Right, we're gonna have to run around some rooftops and try and find it. Okay, there's one more magic orb somewhere. Guys, where's the final magic orb? If you've been pondering your orb, now is the time to say. It's probably up on the roof somewhere. You see some Castlevania in her playthrough. Yeah, I could see some Castlevania. You can just run past the enemies, by the way. Oh, there it is. I thought we'd already done this one. And that one's done. We've finished that one already. We need to ponder one more orb. Once the orbs have been pondered, we will be okay to continue. The pondering is upon us. Is upon us. Oh, this is... Have we not been this way? Is this way new? Ah! Could there be an orb around here somewhere? This is the final boss room, though. There's no orb in here, is there? I mean, there could be. I don't think there will be, but there could be. No. Don't think I need health back, but I'll grab it just in case. Dante's one was in the air in the last room, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm going to go to the last room and see what's in there. Let's run back. Let's go this way and then run past the enemies and see what's over the other side. The random red orb to make people notice the path was excellent, to be fair. That's leading design. That's something I quite like. Was that it? No. It's going to be around here somewhere. We're going to find it. Is it up above us? Yes! Yes, it is. Okay, so it's not irritatingly in the air, which is lovely. It's just... Ah, these guys cast lightning, so you kind of got to kill them before you deal with it. This game is slightly more reasonable. It would also make sense if it was meant to be a Nightmare Creatures game, that these things are super weird, creepy cultists. It's a conflict of interest. You want to be up high, but you don't want to be up high because the enemies have ranged attacks. Are you enjoying the sound effects? Let me know if the game sound is too loud. And you can't say no, turn it down so I can't hear it at all. You're not allowed to say that. Is the game sound too loud? Let me turn it down slightly. I've turned it down slightly. Don't lie, you love the hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-ha. Right, now we've done. Now we can go and finish the boss. I wonder what the fight will be. Right, hit the eye. Lightning, interesting. Because we fought Phantom, didn't we, as Dante? I wonder if Phantom comes back again. Oh yeah, okay. Alright, so just Phantom again. I hate that attack from underneath. There's basically no way to dodge it unless you already know it's coming. Okay, so apparently you can just keep jumping over him and throwing knives and that works fine. This jumping dagger thing is kind of cool. In fact, I'm kind of wondering if the jumping dagger thing is one of the only ways that you can constantly control Phantom's movements. Because it seems that if I keep jumping, he just keeps rearranging to wherever I am. No, then he does the underground attack thing. Oh, that's a nice attack. That was great. He just did loads of damage to me. You know what I can do, though, is I can change my amulet around, because my amulet still has the... enhances the ability to move in the water. We want the aerial heart, because that makes me better. That attack is great. Oh, and the meteors can hit you in the air. That's lovely. That does a load of damage to him, though. You can jump on his head and attack him from there. Now, the next mission, I think, is meant to be the timed mission, where you fight waves of enemies until you kill them all in time. So we'll save the game. We'll see if we have to do that with Lucia as well, because if we do, that's kind of lazy, to be honest. They swarm like clouds and desperately seek the Protector's blood. I wonder if that means it's going to be a swarm defense mission. Oh, look, it's a swarm defense mission. It's not new content if it's just the same content with a different character. Right, once again, we must defeat the denizens of the Underdark to gain access to the Flaynus. Oh, fun. Does this count as a moist crevasse? It probably does, actually. I hate the fact that it does, but it does. Now we just throw feathers at things. Now, if we defeat every enemy in time, we will be able to go into the floor. However, that doesn't seem to make too much sense, because I think the enemies we're fighting now are the easiest ones. Which means surely they're only going to get more difficult. I'm thinking that you actually need to survive 3 waves no matter what. Unless I am wrong, and if you kill all of these things, you get to go into the hell butt sooner. Alright, cool. Kill some hell goats. Lucia does a nice amount of damage, to be fair. I'm not going to be able to actually kill every enemy in time, because this feels like... Did you guys ever play God of War, the first one? At the end of God of War, there's like a boss rush mode. This feels exactly like that. You guys play that challenge? There was a special... It was God of War 1 or 2, I can't remember exactly which one, but there was a challenge at the end where you just killed super high-level enemies constantly. I loved it. That was a really cool challenge mode. So enjoy playing that. Atlas challenges were in 2. Gotcha. 2 was great. I think God of War 2 was one of my favorite games on the PS2. It was phenomenally good. I'm just pressing attack, by the way. Nope, the flamer's closed up. Sorry, guys. We weren't able to do it. We can attack it again, though, and give a go at the second round. Flanus round 2. Remember when you would unlock bonus skins from those type of things? Yeah, that was super fun to do. Okay, maybe these are the easier enemies. I do not have the button mashing skills required to kill all the easy enemies in one go, it seems. Can however do that because that seems like the most effective use of any damage that Lucia can throw out. Just jump and spam the kind of angel feather attack. Bombs actually aren't that powerful from what I can tell. The triple swords might work. The triple swords, however, don't seem to focus one enemy down enough, and what I really need to do is focus one enemy at a time. I think the daggers are just, because of their single target focus, the daggers are just the best choice. Why are the birds that high up? They can fly. The daggers are also super quick. The only advantage as well to the kind of angel form, if you will, is you don't get knocked back by enemies. Love an enemy called Blood Goat. It does tell you everything. All the clues are in the name. Bloody Goat. Cool, there you go. It's going to summon some stuff. It's going to hurt you. It's a goat. Bloodborne enemies are also as simple. We might be able to win on this one. Depending... Yeah, there we go. Cool. We did it on the second one this time. We did it on the second one. Like, I don't know what an enemy called, you know, like a super weird name would be, but like if the enemy was just called Flying Baby. On board. If the enemy's called Flying Baby, I know exactly what to expect. I know what you're up to. I know what we're up to. We're all on the same page immediately. Let's continue. Mission 12. The Protector scales the skyscraper, believing its own reason for existence. Is this going to be a climb the skyscraper mission? Of course it is, because that makes total sense, because you're trying to ascend the skyscraper to get to where your dad is at the very top, because you're in the demon world. Dante doing it made no bloody sense whatsoever. That goat just drop-kicked me. I appreciate that. Thank you, Dropkick Goat. Also, we are just actively trying to access the elevator in a building at the minute. This goat does at least have much more defense than the previous goat. Devil May Cry 2 definitely crawled so Bloodborne could sprint. Some of you are not real fans. If you aren't willing to sit through a 9.5-hour Devil May Cry 2 session, do you really deserve the Warcraft? The answer is no, you don't. You don't need... I nearly finished that sentence early, didn't I? I nearly finished it with just, some of you aren't real. Could have ended it there. Now, because I don't have a rocket launcher, I suppose I could use the bombs and see how they do. Okay, they do really well. Right, so bombs explode on contact with an enemy. I didn't realize that. That makes them a lot better. Been watching you for years, thanks for being amazing. Appreciate that, Dial. Welcome to the stream. Right, I'm going to throw these bombs at the enemy and see what happens. Oh, I found a secret room! Hell yeah! Level 1 secret room! Let's go! Okay, so immediately we're facing far tougher enemies because we're facing birds in level 1. That's great. Have I considered making a worst MMO on Mabinogi? Yes, it gets asked all the time. Mabinogi, Wakfu, Dofus, Monsters and Memories, whatever that other one was that's the scaly one that has all the... you can turn into a dragon, you know what I mean. I get a lot of people ask all the time about every... If it's not on the MMO series yet, I guarantee I've had at least 10 messages about it. No, there's one where you can turn into a dragon. Something. Not Vistaria, something else. May have been Vistaria. Even Neocron, yeah. It's been advertised. People have asked about it. You've been away for the last 6 hours. Good to see you didn't miss anything. Devil May Cry 2 just feels so hollow. I feel that Lucia's story was probably the most fleshed out of the 2 stories that we got. We had over 100 gifted subs yesterday. Turns out the Devil May Cry 2 fans, they just don't turn out en masse. They just don't seem to care as much. You know, you're letting the side down, guys. Straight up letting the side down. It was a busy day yesterday. Inju, question though for you, genuinely. Has Devil May Cry 2 been a little bit easier to moderate? Oh, so you don't even need to get the weird heart things this time. You just move from creepy building to creepy building. You're playing the one Devil May Cry game that nobody likes. How dare, alright? How dare you speak ill of Lucia? I think this is where they gave up with the camera, by the way. There are choices being made with the camera in this room that I really think they gave up with. And you've got to kill every enemy in order to open that weird white door. An anonymous gifter is gifting 3 subs. Well, thank you very much, Dante. I appreciate you trying. You know what? Those 3 subs, they've filled my dark soul with light. Thank you. That is 3 gifted subs. And that is much appreciated, genuinely. Genuinely it is. I'm just glad you guys are entertained. Because I forced you to sit through... Oh no, there's the sacrilege, there's the weird heart that we've found. The sacrilege heart, though, feels like it should be a single-use item that gets put into a plinth somewhere. It doesn't feel like the item that you get 2 or 3 of. What's the current WoW plan? Warlock to 60, on to the next one, back to Warrior. I'm going to play Devil May Cry. I'm going to return and play Albion Online. Then we'll see what happens after that. I might finish Albion Online and have such a good time that I need to reset and play Devil May Cry 2 again. That may happen. Not saying it will or won't, I'm just saying that we have to consider. I think I want to go this way now. I assume I want to go this way now. CD just says don't. Don't tell me what not to do. You're not my real dad. Right, there's the cool thing. Maybe we should go in and try and avoid these orbs of annihilation. Oh good, the orbs are now more complicated and there's far more of them. Fantastic. That was really easy. Cool, got the second sacrilege. Where do we go now? Back this way? Alright, cool, let's go. I think that room was meant to be difficult. I think you were meant to have to be hit by a couple of the void orbs and sent back. And I wasn't really in the mood for that, to be honest. Not really a void orb kind of day. You know? CD is trying to save what little sanity there is left. I appreciate you trying. When you do it, can you stream with the title Devil May Cry 2 too? I don't want to be known for bad games, and unfortunately I am known for the bouncer and finishing all of Devil May Cry 2 on stream. And so far, touch wood, I've not died. Which honestly is quite surprising. He stood to the side, that's cheating. It's in the game! You just press the buttons! Right, we've gone all weird and soul reavery, which I quite like. Hang on, where am I meant to be going at this point? I assume that I'm not meant to be here anymore. This is the wrong way now? Right, have I taken a wrong turn somewhere? Oh, this scenery is awesome! I kind of wish that there was more of this. That's gotta be the right way. Like, that was the right way, wasn't it? Because we're encountering enemies, which means we must be going the right way. I've tried to. Wait, Josh, go back. That's a lip. I'm going back. I'm having a look. What are we on about? You keep hitting the corner edge, I think. Look harder. What am I... Hang on. Oh, I see. That's cool. Oh! Oh, weird camera. Weird camera fly around! Oh, they discovered all of the camera effects for that thing, didn't they? Oh good, it's the Trimagia fight again. Fantastic. I was wondering when this would happen. That was super dramatic. Will we get the Trimagia fight to matter?
You fool. Everyone is destined to die.
She's not wrong. Right, come here. Show me what you got. Let me throw my weird daggers at you. Okay, this fight's a bit more interesting because you have to dodge quite a lot of stuff. Actually, substantially more interesting, to be fair. Tell you what, though, there's a tiny amount of damage you do to them. Good lord. You can jump with lock-on and attack 3 times. Or I can just throw... How do you dodge that attack? God damn. I've not yet found a way to dodge that attack. Can you melee them when they get up close? I can try. The thing is, then getting up close is a problem. Just jumping and holding attack. That works. At least some damage works. You throw a grenade at them. Right, how do you dodge this attack? No idea. One day I'll find out. Until then, we go with item, Vital Star. Give ourselves some health back. I can probably just throw the bomb at the enemy when they get close, can't I? Let's see what happens if I throw the bomb at them. Alright, Tremagia. Let's go. Okay, you can't throw the bomb at them. I'm also too far away to do any kind of damage attack to them. I'm trying to melee them. There we go. Right, so you have to lock on, jump up, and then do some melee. At least attacking these gets me some stuff. Okay. Do they do ranged attacks? So must I wait until they get close and then jump up with my... special form on? So that kind of works. It does some damage to them. Can you hide behind those rock thingies when they do the big attack? That would be quite clever if it was actually designed to be hidden behind. Have I missed a trick here? Let's find out. Okay. Let's see if that's what this is all for. Is that literally what these ice things are for, hiding behind from the big attack? Let's find out. Will the ice save me? No. No, they literally do nothing of the sort. I might actually die with this one, you know? Might straight up actually die. What I might do is use the Devil Trigger Star to see if I can get some health back in a second. And then try and pull one of these guys close to me. Get in close, you nerds. Alright, I'm sure you're probably meant to do some kind of attack using some kind of wait for them to get close to you. But instead what I'm going to do is just constantly keep throwing knives at them. The only thing I can't stop is this attack. The only thing I might need to do is hit it back at him. Nope. I thought maybe attacking back would be an important thing. Okay, so only one of the heads takes damage at a time, and you have to work out which head it is. You can't hide behind the ice pillars. We tried. It doesn't work. We gave it a go. Doesn't work. What the hell was that attack? That's new. Alright, can I go into Devil Trigger mode and hit your attack back at you? No, but that did seem to avoid the damage. This guy does not take a lot of damage. What the hell is up with this dude? I'm gonna die to Trismargia. Hate this. It avoided the hit stun, but not the damage. Right, gotcha. So, how do you get away from their ultimate attack? Because I'm gonna die. Upgrade weapon, maybe? There's got to be a way to mitigate the fight by using the mechanics of the fight. And if only one of them can ever take damage at a time. Lucia has died. Oh yeah, I've got a full refill, haven't I? Forgot about that. Are you taking the piss? Do you dodge that by simply standing right at the edge and then pressing dodge? Right, new plan. Just hold down, throw knife, and occasionally roll. Like, literally head all the way to the front. Okay, so I'm just going to dodge when the ball attacks me. Right, so you avoid the attack by standing right at the front. This is a really boring boss fight. Okay, so avoid these things by dodging as often as possible. That thing I don't think you can dodge. Okay, so only that head is taking damage right now. How do you switch targets? There's got to be a switch target button. Because I never found one. L3? Are you serious? L3 is the switch target button. What a stupid button to use for literally anything ever. Okay, so only one of the heads can take damage. Right now it's that one. Not L3. Pressing L3, nothing's happening. Okay, now it's L3. Can't dodge that, which is super annoying. I'm going to die to this guy. Because I didn't know to mitigate this attack, you just stand right at the front. It's probably saying something about the, you know, just face your fears. The only way I win now is if I just get a really lucky shot off on all of them. There we go, there's the damage. It feels stupid that I'm doing the most damage at that point. Right, we died and we try again. Are you all excited to try again? Continue, yes. Do we get to do the entire fight again? I'm so excited. Hell yeah, let's go. Right, here we go. Let's do it again. Don't worry, we don't need to go through the whole thing again. How do you lock on? I'm pressing L3, right. So, lock on. L3 doesn't do shit. Sorry, but L3 does not change anything. You're lying to me. R3 also does nothing. I'm only attacking. R1 to lock, L3 to change lock. The problem with changing locks is those icicles count as lock things on. This is not my normal tie. Are you holding? Hold both. How do you... Why would you hold L3? What a stupid thing to do. Alright, here we go. I'm just going to do this from now on. Just tank this damage and take an entire Trismagia health bar out with one thing. That works. One Devil Trigger bar takes out an entire bar, provided you stand there. Okay, so currently I'm locked onto the Ice Dude, but now I'm not. Now it's changed to the Electric Dude. This game is bad. I think it's the Ice Dude that's taking damage this time. I've got to keep throwing at them because I've got to make some kind of... I've got to gain the Devil Trigger gauge. I'm back to being sad, Josh. Okay, so I do most of the damage to it when he's in that state. If only we had a gun. I feel that Lucia would be much more effective if they had a gun. Okay, maybe we have to attack these things in order to get the Devil Trigger from it. Maybe that's the purpose of those things at all. Just give you Devil Trigger. Okay, I swear to God, if I die now, I'm going to be so unhappy. Do your stupid thing again. Do your big face thing. Sad Josh is smarter than before. That's true. I am at least knowledgeable now that we can just do this. Okay, good. Trismagia has died. That's not as good as the actual final boss of the game, which we are very quickly approaching. Cool. Trismagia has absolutely no setup, no point, no purpose. Fight's done, move on. We're nearly at the final boss. Hang on. Where's my bombs? There they are. Right, I'm just bombing everything on this elevator. This is quite fun. Just throw bouncy bombs around and blow everything up. Great. Final boss is Hexmagia. Just 6 heads. It's just 3 Tramagi. Right, I think we're finally nearly at the actual final boss. There we go. Let's switch back to the Throne Kunai thing. Right, are you all ready? Because if you remember correctly, what actually happens was Dante gets to fight the guy and then Dante goes into hell. Well, guess what? We do something actually a tad more interesting. This cutscene's exactly the same. Cutscene's the same. We stay on Earth. Because believe it or not, we fight Arius version 2. Dante went into hell to fight Argosax. But we're about to fight the final form of our actual dad.
You defeated Arius.
Here we go.
There's
Get ready.
just one thing left.
This is why Lucia wants Dante to kill her.
Kill me and everything will
She
be
believes she is a demon.
I thought I was a descendant of the clan that protects Ephemerality. The ones who have the blood of the devils. But the truth is, I was created by Arius. I could become a monster and attack the humans at any time. Now, kill me. It's your job to hunt devils.
But watch this. The portal to hell gets opened. Dante goes into the portal to hell, as we know, fights Argosax, fights the weird succubus, incubus, flame demon thing, and then rides a motorbike to hell, which is all very cool. But Lucia stays back on Earth and fights the final demon form of her dad.
What? The ritual was incomplete. But the door to the demon world is... Wait. What are you doing?
My job is hunting devils.
Once you enter...
Dante's shadow is made of like 7
you'll
polygons.
never be able to return. I'll go. I'm expendable.
No, Lucia. You're
You don't
crying.
need to worry about
And
me.
devils never
I'm
cry.
happy if I can die like a human.
No. Devils never cry.
That means you're not a devil! Oh my god, Lucia, character
it.
development!
Heads, I go. Tails, you go.
Why does Dante look weird in this? Because it's Devil May Cry 2.
See you around.
He said the thing. Remember, guys? 3 hours ago, when he also said the thing?
To hear the story about Sparta from Mathieu.
The truth is that devils may
You
cry.
did the same thing. Hold on to my coin, Lucia.
Do you guys remember 3 hours ago when we were watching this exact cutscene and we followed Dante into hell? Well, what if we didn't? What if we saw how the game was meant to end anyway?
Arius?
Welcome to the actual final boss.
Seems I have to finish him off myself.
The path to forgiveness is cleansed with blood. Now you must kill actual Arius. We have 20,000, so I'm going to go with a blue orb. And then I'm probably going to go with a Devil Star large. Alright, cool, let's go. Here we go. You guys ready? Let's do this. We're not doing Smell of Fear, we don't need it. Time for an actual good boss fight. We've got tentacles, we've got movement, we've got dashing, we've got dodging. We've got stuff that you need to attack and get behind. We've got magical orbs filling the area as well. We're dodging out the way, we're throwing in, we've got to be in the air, we've got to be on the floor. Oh, there's choices going on here, guys. This actually feels like a boss fight. I feel this should have been like the first boss. I know that might sound silly, but I really do feel this should have been the first boss. It's almost like Doc Ock, but Doc Duo. And then we get impaled on his chest and just completely drained. Right, stay away from the two magical orbs as well. But be aware, and this is what I love about this fight, there is life around the side of the arena that you can just run to and grab if you need it. That is design I like. You want to attack, you want to engage, you want to disengage. Hang on, is this somewhat similar to a boss from one of the Metal Gear Solid games? Is this somewhat similar to some of the designs from some of the Resident Evil games? It is, isn't it? It's almost like Devil May Cry 2 didn't know what the fuck it was doing. Yeah, pretty much that. Would you believe me if I said this isn't the final boss? This is possessed Arius, but believe it or not, this is not the final boss. Pretty sure you've been calling it the final boss for like 6 hours now. Oh no, Arius is the final boss, but this isn't full Arius. This is like Arius beta. He gets way better. This is semi-perfect Arius, not possessed Arius. Gonna need some health. At some point, gonna need some health. Arius, are you guys ready for full Arius? I don't think you are. I don't think any of us truly are ever ready for full Arius. Do you guys remember what this dude's objective was when you were playing as Dante? What did he want? When we were playing as Dante, what was Arius's whole thing? He was literally a businessman who wanted to work with demons. That was it. That was kind of his whole shtick, you know? He wanted immortality and to take over the world by becoming a demon dude. But, like, I feel that he wanted to do it through power with devils kind of thing, didn't he? I can't think of any other video game that has the enemy or the main kind of fight that you have at the end be a businessman who uses a tech suit with some tentacles going on. Can you think of any? Here we go. Now we've defeated him.
You are not human. You are just a monster. A monster that I created.
Dante told me. Devils never cry.
But wait. Remember the final boss of Devil May Cry 1? Where you fly forward in Ultra Devil form. Well, it's that. Except against full Arius Argosax. As he crawls toward you. In what I think is a really cool set piece. Now this feels a bit more Resident Evil, doesn't it? Just make sure you're throwing as many daggers as you can at the Argussi. See, this is kind of cool. If only we had a rocket launcher, that'd be super useful. Alas, we do not. You'll notice as well that we do have, I mean, we're running away, but we can run toward him and over him if we want to. You can run up and attack him straight on, which I wouldn't recommend doing because you take a load of damage. But what if we were to put on our special devil wings? Now you have to admit, the final boss is actually a tad cooler. But we can just, you know, kind of stand in the corner. Do this. We wouldn't want to change too much from established convention, would we? Remember how you could kill the first boss by just kind of standing in the corner and using a ranged weapon? Well, guess what? We've come full circle. You can pretty much just stand in the corner and he can only hit you with one attack. Which annoyingly is that attack, but like that's like 90% safe just to stand there. Oh good, then we kill him.
You must not worry, my dear. I am sure that he will return. Everything is just as it was with Sparta.
Oh my.
What is it, my dear?
Both sides are heads.
Heads, I go. Tails, you go.
Oh my god, so there was never any chance.
It tricked me. That macho.
And believe it or not, we unlock an extra outfit for Lucia. And she is now back in Dante's original office from Devil May Cry 1.
My job is hunting devils. Devils never cry. I know. He did the same thing.
But Sparta did come back.
Wow. Truly. Truly the bdah of missions. And now we get to see Lucia's costume change and mission select mode now available. She wears a cool jacket. The Bloody Palace mode is now available. The Bloody Palace mode is... Well, I'll just show you. Okay? Get ready. Because you're about to see some incredible stuff. What is the Bloody Palace, you say? Did you enjoy the secret missions? Do you remember the secret missions, these ones? Just lots of fights? Okay. What if... Can someone do me a favor to prove that I'm not making this up? Can someone please Google how many levels there are in the Bloody Palace in Devil May Cry 2? Just do me a favor. Just go and Google that. Because I need one of you guys to say it, because if I say it, you won't believe me. Please go and Google how many floors there are in the Bloody Palace. Now we get to choose one of 3 ways to do it. I think one makes it easier, one makes it harder. One is medium. I can't remember which one is which. Oh, one jumps up by 1, one jumps up by 10, one jumps up by 100. But they're also much, much, much more difficult. So, we now need to, if we wanted to do every mission and max the game, we would now need to fight through 10,000 floors of this. $10,000 fights in a square room with no scenery that is literally just endlessly spawning enemies. Whenever someone says to you, what is lazy game design, your answer is Devil May Cry 2. And now you understand why it's lazy game design. It is boring, uninspired environments. It is an incomprehensible plot. It is mechanics that do not match up from one character to another. It is enemies that can be mitigated by using the basic weapon for the entire game. It is boss fights that do not narratively connect to the actual game itself. It is worse than bad. It is dull. I think we now understand why some devils cry. Now, can any of you please tell me what the plot was of the game we just played? IGN 7 out of 10. Never before have I played a game that is so action-packed and yet so incredibly boring. So I'm assuming 1, 2, and then big one over here takes you up more floors. Right, so this one jumps you ahead 100 floors. So if we jump ahead 100 floors, it's going to take us 100 actual floors to do. Because there are 10,000 floors in the Bloody Palace. So we would have to do this, if we did it at maximum efficiency, a minimum of 100 times. But what if? What if there was more? Don't leave. On the main title screen, hold L3, R3, L1, R2 until you hear a sound. Right. Main title screen of Devil May Cry 2. Hold. Hang on. L3, R3, L1, R2. I'm holding it. Got to press them all at the same time. Maybe we have to open this one and then press it on the main title screen here. Hang on. Give me a sec. Is that the sound? Not yet. Maybe it's here. I heard the sound. I don't know if you heard the sound, but I heard the sound. Hang on, it's about to load up. I know it's a black screen right now. Give it a minute, it'll catch up. Right. Wait. I think we heard the sound. And I think it'll work. Didn't. How doth one access Trish? There it is. Okay, cool. Remember Devil May Cry 1? Remember Trish? What if we played the game on hard mode with Trish? What if... I can't remember. Doesn't she have a different moveset? Yeah, so she has the Devil May Cry 1 moveset and weapon. Right, so she starts off with a max amulet already, and you get Sparda, the Dark Knight's beloved sword. Is it Dante reskinned as Trish? Nope, you get the actual... I think you should do. Oh no, it is just Dante reskinned as Trish. Okay, cool. What range does she get? She gets... guns. Let's just have a quick check of this. Does she get different cutscenes? You know what? Let's find out. No! She doesn't even get put in the cutscenes. It's just Dante again. She's even standing like Dante stands. Okay, right, so this is just straight up just a reskin. She's doing that thing where she kind of hangs her head in front as well. What's her devil form? Good question, let's find out. Remember, we're playing hard mode right now as well. Her devil form is... Trish, but yellow. That was it. That kind of yellow glow, that aura, she just goes Super Saiyan. That's what she does. She just activates the piss aura. Right. So she just becomes yellow. Oh, good, we can read about things. Looks timid, but do not forget they are the avatar of savagery and greed. Its unhallowed flame represents the burning desire its victim once had. Its ill-natured resentment has generated a deadly venom. That's not a name, that's someone's just hit the keyboard. Busmsira. Jomo Thumsira, always under the influence of the evil environment, they are stronger than the ones living in the human world. Oh, there are enemies we've not even found yet. Where would they be? They'd be in the bloody palace. Low-class demon, which drift between the demon world and the human... Shut up, you low-class demon. Should we learn about the other bosses? A tank possessed by an infestant. The decapitated head of Nephesaturis. It is also known as the head of disaster. Oracles who have knowledge of demon world. It doesn't even say the demon. Oracles who have, the knowledge of demon world. That face, those three, they look like they're about to star in some kind of buddy comedy. He's from the demon world. She's a hunter. They're along for the ride. This summer, Tris Magia joins Dante and Lucia. Hilarity will ensue. That's what it is. Phantom. Giant demon that has a spider-shaped body and the body fluid made of lava. Arius, the great sorcerer who runs the international enterprise Ouroboros. Argosax, the Chaos. The king once ruled most of the demon world and subdued all the demons, but was defeated by Sparda. The Despair embodied. Possessing an androgynous perfect body and awesome dignity, he is sometimes worshipped. Oh my god, same. Hang on, let's have a look at the weapons, shall we? Sparda, handguns, Nightmare. The Nightmare gun can only be used underwater. Destructive twin pistols featuring rapid fire. The Dark Knight's beloved sword. Oh good, these are all the special moves that we can do. Gain power by releasing secret demon power. Fly in the air with demon power. Throw the sword at enemies. Press Y while you are performing air raid, which is... With the aerial heart equipped, press the A and... Oh, this is awful. Okay, right. We never need to go through this ever again. If you have survived, and 1.3 thousand of you have, we've succeeded. We've done this. You never ever need to play this game or watch this game ever again. You have been here for 10.5 hours. I have been here for 10.5 hours. We're all stronger for it. You know what irritates me, and I'll be real with you. Whenever I make a video review of a video game, if it's a game that I finish like this, I will play it for about 10 hours. If I make an MMORPG review, I will play it for about 20 to 30 hours. I get people commenting on the YouTube videos saying, you clearly only played this for an hour or two. You clearly only just ran through it. You clearly only gave this like 5 minutes of your time. Like, I'll play an MMO for 30 hours and I'll make a review and someone will comment, you only got like 2 hours into the game. Do you guys understand what it's like now to sit and play a video game for 10 hours that you don't enjoy? That's what this is. We've done this. You've done this. I've got more respect for you because you've stayed here with me. Now, if you want me to never do this again, you can subscribe to the Patreon, or you can subscribe here, or you can just wait until you see me in real life, and then you can just walk up and give me money. And I'll take it, and we will both know, we will understand that Psychic Link is basically you saying, please don't play Devil May Cry 2 again. Definitely do this again. I'll see you all tomorrow. Now, before we go, let's read the Devil May Cry 2 review. Just to get some more absolute bangers from this. I think it's very important that we fully understand the depths that we went to with this. Bear in mind, this same magazine reviewed Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance as 78%. while it reviewed Devil May Cry 2 as 82%. Devil May Cry 2 is a fun game that manages to retain the slick style and gothic atmosphere we were hoping for. There are even a few new features, such as the ability to attack 2 enemies at a time by pointing the handguns in different directions. You can run up walls and backflip down with all the grace and fluidity of that scene from The Matrix. This essentially nails the game down. I see. Devil May Cry 2 arrives as a flamboyant and frantic shoot-'em-up. I don't want to live in a world where Devil May Cry 2 gets reviewed higher than any of the Metal Gear Solid games. Anyway, ladies and gents, thanks for joining me. It is currently 1 o'clock in the morning. I've spent the last 10.5 hours playing Devil May Cry 2. What am I doing with my life? I'll see you tomorrow.